When I open my eyes to a day of glee, nature's abode is where I want to be. Enchanted by its scenic charms, I desire to bask in its blissful arms. When the going gets tough and triumph upholds, I wish to rejoice my victories amidst the brave and the bold. The adventure then unveils, and to the courageous roars and soaring hopes, I bow down and hail. For the times when the spirit is at peace, I seek the divine, and uncertainty I seize. Purity. Power. Passion and pleasure. The feelings that reside within are all I want to treasure. Beauty, adventure, peace and culture are my inner call.
थोड़ा कल्पना कीजिए ओनली इमेजिनेशन फिर बोलते समझ गए तो आठ नहीं समझे तो मोड़ा नाट आप लोग घूम रहे भेड़ा खा
I am the heart and I desire it all. मध्य प्रदेश, सब कुछ जो दिल चाहे.
तिल देखो, ताड़ देखो, आंखें फाड़ फाड़ देखो, शेर की दाढ़ देखो, मार्बल का पहाड़ देखो, चंदेरी की साड़ी देखो, बांधवगढ़ की झाड़ी देखो, मांडू का महल देखो, जंगल की हलचल देखो, चीतल देखो, गौर देखो, बारासिंह और मोर देखो, शिवपुरी की छतरी देखो, चांदी की रेल पटरी देखो, उज्जैन के संत देखो, बौद्धिक महंत देखो, बुद्धा के निशान देखो, गीता और कुरान देखो, इंदौर की शान देखो, कैसे बनता पान देखो, खजुराहो शिल्पकारी देखो, भीमबेटका कलाकारी देखो, कट्टर प्रेम पुजारी देखो, आंखें मीचे मीचे देखो, आंखें फाड़ फाड़ देखो, सतपुरा की रानी देखो, भोपाल राजधानी देखो, राजधानी में झील देखो, बहता पानी झिलमिल देखो, धर्मों की महफिल देखो, हिंदुस्तान का दिल देखो, दिल देखो।
टाक 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 टक 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 टकी लगाए, एमपी में दुनिया हक की हो जाए, पैलेस मन मंदिर
मन बन बंदर,
ताके झाके ताके बाटे ग्वालियर,
लाल बाग गुर 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 गुर्राए,
सकपक सक कान्हा सक पकाए,
माथे उज्जैन का टिक्का छप 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 जाए,
ओरछा
छतरी का मोर्चा मोर्चा,
अरे लेफ्ट जा,
थोड़ा राइट जा,
अरे लेफ्ट नहीं थोड़ा पर, अरे 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 ये ताजमहल कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
पूरनपुर में ताजमहल,
ताजमहल डबल डबल पजल पजल,
करो गूगल,
मंडू का महल देखो,
टाइटैनिक कपल देखो,
अरे राजा देखो
और रानी देखो,
पिक 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 प्रेम कहानी देखो, पचमढ़ी के से किस्से देखो, लव 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 किस्से देखो, किस्से किस बुट्टे के किस,
सर सर्राफे का एक चक्कर हो जाए,
ओ चक्कर के चक्कर में शक्कर का चक्कर हो जाए, कद काठी
लंबी लाठी,
लम 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 लम
लमलम,
बड़ा तालाब के
संग संग,
दंग 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 करते दंग दंग दंग,
धुआंधार फूटे,
धम 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 धम, तक दिन तक खजुराहो थिरकाए,
दिन तक
आंखों में दिल में एमपी बस 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 जाए,
भैया बस
एमपी से दिल भर ना भर पाए,
धक धक
एमपी अजब है, सबसे गजब है, एक नहीं दो नहीं सैकड़ों यहाँ शेर हैं, पेच में था मोगली का नाम 12 सिंह है, एमपी अजब है, मांडू का महल है कि जहाज है, कोई तो बताए, जय बिलास के झूमर संग 10 हाथी लटके, सोच के सर चकराए, एमपी अजब है, अरे सबसे गजब है, संगमरमर खुदता नहीं छूता आसमान है, और साची देता सबको शांति का फरमान है, एमपी अजब है, अरे सबसे गजब है।
एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा, मुगली के छोटे से कच्चे सा, शेर को मारे थप्पा, बड़ा सिंह संग संग दौड़े, और छक्का छप्पा छप्पा छाने जैसे पकौड़े, चंदेरी सारी के कुछे सा, एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा, सराफा बाजार चखे अच्छे सा, मार्बल पहाड़ चमके जैसे चंदा मामा, मंडू का महल लागे जादू कारनामा, सांझ की शांति से सच्चे सा, एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा, छोटे से बच्चे सा।
बंदर देखा, हाथी देखा, बारहसिंघा और चीतल देखा, मोगली के जंगलों में
शेर खान को देखा।
पचमढ़ी सतपुरा का अजूबा, भोपाल लेक में सूरज डूबा, मंडू का जहाज महल और मार्बल का पहाड़ देखा, महाकाल मंदिर में पूजा, फोटो खींचा जाके ओरछा, ग्वालियर के किले में भटका, खजुराहो ने दे दिया झटका। दीन दाना दीरना, नगर दीन दाना दीरना। पूर्वजों को मिलने जुलने जा पहुंचा मैं भीमबेटका, ट्रेन की चुक चुक सुनते सुनते आ पहुंचा मैं सांची स्तूपा, सांची की शांति में खुद के अंदर झांक के देखा, हिंदुस्तान का दिल देखा, हिंदुस्तान का दिल।
The heart of incredible India, Madhya Pradesh.
Convention on behalf of Unesco, Government of India and Government of Madhya Pradesh in City of Lakes, Bhopal. And so today we are regathered here to have various sessions. I would like to request all of you to settle down so that soon we can start with our first session that will be on World Heritage and Cultural Landscape. And moderator will be Dr. Shikha Jain, Director, Drona Foundation, India. Speakers will be Gunka DIFS, Joint Secretary, Planning Department, Government of Meghalaya, Additional Project Director, Meghalaya Community-Led Landscape Management Project, Mr. Sanjeev Shankar, Meghalaya River Basin Authority, India, Mr. December Kongstam, Dr. Vishakha Kwadkar, Om Prakash Mishra ji, Mr. Janvis Sharma, Professor Gamini Rana Singhi, and Mr. Karma Tenzin will be the panelist. So, would like to request our session moderators, panelists, and speakers to come up on the stage. Would like to introduce our moderator, Dr. Shikha Jain, Director, Drona Foundation, India. She will be the moderator for the session, World Heritage and Cultural Landscape. And the speakers will be, we will be with us, having with us Gunka DIFS Joint Secretary, Planning Department, Government of Meghalaya, Additional Project Director, Meghalaya Community, Led Landscape Management Project. So we are having our moderator, Dr. Shikha Jain. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome her. She is Director, Drona Foundation, India. And we are having speaker with us, Gunakka DIFS Joint Secretary, Planning Department, Government of Meghalaya, Additional Project Director, Meghalaya Community-Led Landscape Management Project. Let us have a huge round to welcome our speaker, Gunakka DG. Heartily welcome, sir. Another speaker with us is Mr. Sanjeev Shankar, Meghalaya River Basin Authority, India. Can we have on stage, please? Mr. Sanjeev Shankar ji. Mr. December Kongstam, Indigenous Community Member. Would like to invite, sir, Mr. December Kongstam, our speaker. I would like to invite him also to join us on dais. Dr. Vishakha Kwadkar, Head of Department, Department of Conservation, School of Planning and Architect, Bhopal, India. Let us have a huge round of applause for our speakers. We are having Mr. Sanjeev Shankar with us. We are having Dr. Vishakha Kwadkar. Let us have a huge round of applause for ma'am. Dr. Om Prakash Mishra, Heritage Expert, India. Let us have a huge round of applause for Dr. Om Prakash Mishra ji. Mr. Janvis Sharma, Additional Director General, World Heritage Archaeological Survey of India. Would like to welcome sir also. Let us have a huge round of applause. And our panelist, Professor Gamini Rana Singhi, Director General, Central Cultural Fund of Sri Lanka. And Mr. Karma Tenzin, Executive Architect, Department of Culture and Dzongkha Development, Bhutan. So let us have a huge round of applause for whole panelists and handing over the session to moderator Dr. Shikha Jainji.
Very good morning, everyone. This session is on cultural landscapes, which is a category that is not very well known to everyone. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of cultural landscapes, what it means, and what is the status of cultural landscapes in South Asia before I introduce the speakers. Can I have my presentation on? Should I move? Thank you. So just to give you an idea of, what is cultural landscape, amongst the various categories, you have the cultural heritage, which you know very well, and natural heritage too. But cultural landscapes is something which is between, which combines both nature and mankind. So it's a combined work of man, human and nature, and that's what the category is. So you need to classify it, as a separate category which integrates human beings and their interaction with nature. In 1992, the World Heritage Convention became the first international legal instrument to recognize and protect cultural landscapes. The committee at its 16th session adopted guidelines concerning their inclusion in the World Heritage List. Until date, we have 121 properties with 6 transboundary properties on the World Heritage List that have been included in cultural landscapes. If we really look at the categories within cultural landscapes, there are 4 categories defined by the operational guidelines by UNESCO World Heritage Committee. Landscape designed and created intentionally by man, organically evolved landscape, which could be a relict or a continuing landscape, and associative cultural landscape, where human being associates with nature. So the first one, man-made cultural landscape, an example is like the Mughal gardens of Kashmir, which are on India's tentative list. So historic gardens would be classified under this. The organically evolved landscape, we have an example right here, Bhimbetka, the human interaction with nature and its transformation into the rock art that you see at Bhimbetka, which is inscribed on the World Heritage List. Organically evolved landscape, usually you find it in agrarian communities or other kinds, and Apatani cultural landscape from Arunachal Pradesh is on the tentative list as a continuing one. Kanchenjunga National Park, which was India's first mixed site, is an example of associative cultural landscape where you have Mount Zonga, the mountain god, that is revered by the Lepchas, the Bhutias, and all the communities there, not only in India but also in Nepal. So we have associative cultural landscapes in the South Asia region which could go transboundary, like you have Mount Kailash, again revered both by Indians as well as Nepalis, and it's located partly in China. We looked at gap analysis in South Asia, and it's really, it's sort of a warning that we have very few cultural landscapes on the list currently. If we look at the list of World Heritage sites in South Asia, including Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and India, we just have one cultural landscape, Bhimbetka, which is recognized, and the other one, associative one, on Kanchenjunga National Park. If we look at the tentative list, the properties of South Asia, including India, we see that there is a potential to convert some of these sites, that have been proposed by Nepal and Sri Lanka, what you see in orange color. They are potential sites that can go beyond their cultural heritage category to recognize the cultural landscape component on it. And that's what we are looking at. India revised its tentative list, and they have started including more and more cultural landscapes on the list, and you can see the number has substantially increased in the last 5 to 7 years, when there was a conscious effort to include more cultural landscapes. And this, of course, comes from the global strategy, from the gaps that were recognized by ICOMOS and IUCN, and the move away from monuments into a more landscape approach. So I will just introduce the session speakers now. We have the cultural landscape of South Asia, the Himalayas on top, the peninsular Indian boundary that you see, so the ocean and the coastal landscapes. We have the people, the tribals with several communities, several diversity that we see. So there are three kinds of cultural landscapes that we are discussing today. The Himalayan cultural landscapes, one example you saw in the Apatani also that I used in the slide, or Mount Zonga, Kanchenjunga National Park. But we will today see one example from Meghalaya. The second is a relic cultural landscape, Bhimbetka Rock Art, and lastly the project Mausam, which takes care of the coastal cultural landscapes for India and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So I will now first request our first speaker from the government of Meghalaya. In fact, there are three representations for this particular talk. We have Mr. Gunaka from the government of Meghalaya, the Meghalaya Basin Authority, Mr. Sanjeev Shankar, architect who's steering the nomination for Living Root Bridges, and Ba December, who's from the community. So I would like to invite the speakers as per the sequence they want to speak on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is December Arkongsdam. I am very happy to participate in this conference. So I thank all my friends and delegates who are present here. Now I will start my singing. That song is a tradition, our traditional song. Da li re rai da li re rang wo de re ah da re rang ra re adai gna rang ka re ada la le wi re rang ah da le wi re rang wo ya la de ala di re awo ho de re ma rang wo de re ala di rang wo de re rai ale de re re ala li rang de re ala igna rang wo de re. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Good morning, everyone. I'm additional project director of a World Bank funded external project called Meghalaya Meghalaya Community-led Landscape Management Project. To those who don't know, Meghalaya is a 6th scheduled state. Most of the resources is owned by the community and the individuals. So any activity without involving community is not going to bear any fruit. So yesterday we were having various sessions where communities' involvement in cultural heritage sites were there. But here you can see our project where it is completely community-driven project. Definitely, Meghalaya also, we had so many challenges like what the other speakers yesterday were mentioning. this project is not actually meant for what we are today. We are here as part of a Living Root Bridge team, but this was not part of the project. The project was on landscape management on other 400 villages. When this, as a part of our innovation component, had a lot of apprehensions when we government started approaching them. There was no clear-cut objective on what we are going to do in this particular component, but as I mentioned earlier, nothing goes forward without involving community, and we took it very intensely, and my colleague Mr. Sanjeev, he and his team had more than 400 interactions, meetings with the communities to bring them on board. Today, they are not just on board. Today, they are leading this entire activity, and we are in the tentative list. Without going much into the details because of shortage of time, I request Sanjeev to go into the further details of this activity. Thank you.
Kublai Shibun, thank you so much. Can I please have the tracker? Okay. So, continuing. I agree with Dr. Shikha Jain. What is the Indian way of looking at a cultural landscape? I do believe that for the first time in many years, UNESCO is going in a direction where it should go. We separate each other too much. We create more boundaries than are necessary. The boundary that you see here are political boundaries. This is a sub-regional conference. Today morning, I had an argument with someone. Later on, I was regretting what constitutes the idea of unity? What constitutes the idea of living? What constitutes the idea of love and respect and hard work? These are the questions which indigenous communities have thought for thousands of years. What is sustainability? We think these words have been coined recently, but we have to agree that these words, the idea of living, the idea of life, the idea of love and respect, these are not new terms. As yesterday the chief guest mentioned, for India and the region, these terms have existed for a very, very long time, including the ideas of conflict, including the idea of conflict resolution. We wanted to bring Bar December on stage and let him speak and give the entire presentation himself. And he has such amazing ideas about what the tribal museum meant yesterday. What were the dancers doing? What was the air hostess doing in the first flight he has ever taken? I think those perspectives on climate change, on poverty, on environmental degradation, on women's health, and on heritage are extremely important for the 21st century and for the next 50 years. So this idea of Meghalaya actually goes back more than 2,000 years. The written documentation, the archaeological evidence is dating back at least 2,000 years. However, the political boundary was never this. In fact, it kept changing for a very, very long time, and that is what kept it preserved. What is Meghalaya and what is the indigenous community? Yesterday, in the Tribal Museum, we saw about the Baiga creation myth. For those from Madhya Pradesh, I want to congratulate you for keeping some of the most beautiful traditions intact. If we don't innovate further, these traditions may vanish. What I want to say is the idli or the samosa or the earring which Dr. Jain is wearing, all of these are radical innovations. The sari, which all of you are wearing, this is a radical innovation. Heritage is not static. It is as innovative as what Elon Musk does. The only difference is in the way we look at these items. How do we look at Ms. Han? How do we look at Ms. Brinda sitting over here? That constitutes cultural landscape. How does the Khasi community look at these terms? There's a creation myth that the indigenous community used to always, forever speak to other creatures, which means we as humans used to speak to earthquakes. We used to speak to roosters, to snakes, to birds. There was no separation. It's the way I spoke to Dr. Jain today morning. That ethos of total, absolute mergence between nature and culture is coming from the indigenous perspective and an absolute understanding of what it means to be alive. They have three principles here. The first is Kamai Yakahok, which means being righteous. If you're not righteous, you may be very polite, but you may not be thinking the right thing. You may get angry, and yet you may have the perfect intent, like I got a little bit annoyed with the limited time duration that we have. But that's totally acceptable. Tib Brew Tib Blai. The idea of knowing yourself is to know divine. What are human beings? We have all the ideas of money, like some of the disturbing questions being asked yesterday. It's not easy to work in a country like India or a context like Asia or Africa, where we have so much of what we are talking about. Tipkur Tipkha, knowing your relationships, is as important. But heritage and working with heritage should not stop with just documentation or talking about the past. We want to contribute two more ideas which we have personally experienced living with the community for the last 10 years, and in the last 5 years, more than 1,000 dialogues. We have lost count of the number of times we argue, we debate, we agree, and we disagree even more. And that is beautiful, because that constitutes being alive. Imlang Salang, collective well-being, and Manong Karyang, which means collective responsibility. When we are working at three levels, the government, the community, and professionals, there will be clashes, there will be frictions, there will be disagreements. And yet, if you can find a common ground, that results in some good progress. This is where we first entered the landscape. What you see and what your eyes are seeing is only perhaps 0.01% of what really is happening here. We have innumerable interactions going on here between humans and the landscape. Even the very act of how you see this, how you create the route, where does the village get settled, how they use the wettest place on earth. Yes, Meghalaya is the wettest place on earth. And what does that do to you? The simple act of walking bare feet, like I am now, becomes an acknowledgement of deep science. Not every human being walks the same, not every foot is the same, not every hand is the same. And yet, they not just survived, they thrived. They create poetry out of the toughest conditions. Out of the 1897 earthquake, they named the entire village after the earthquake, as if the earthquake is their friend, it's their beloved. That constitutes a cultural landscape. What happens in the monsoon? You merge. If I think I'm separate from this building, the fact is quantum physics tells us we are not separate. We are absolutely united, and COVID proved that even more so. This is an image from the monsoons of Meghalaya in a village called Morap. You can see a human being right in the center, taken just when he looked back. In 2022, thanks to many people here in the audience whom we met 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, finally Meghalaya and Jinkinjri, Liushrai, Living Root Bridge Cultural Landscape entered the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Site. We would like to acknowledge each and every indigenous community member, government representative, innumerable professionals, both formally and informally, who have contributed to this. We believe this belongs to humanity. This deserves to be protected. Not just protected, it deserves to be innovated and push the boundaries of every field around us, whether it's botany, archaeology, bridge engineering, anthropology, or cultural landscapes itself. So it has gone currently under criteria 1, 3, and 6, but at the same time, after interacting with Dr. Jain and various people here in the audience, we are also now working on criteria 5, which talks about exceptional land use, at the same time human-environment interaction. In terms of authenticity, we are still working on it, but it's very important to think about Mariang. Mariang is the whole environment around the bridge which deserves to be protected. Not just that, it's the very process of growing this landscape. Whether you call it the landscape, the ecosystem, the site, these are English terms. The fact is the indigenous community, Ba December over here, he calls it Jinking Jiri. From an integrity point of view, the health is extremely important. The riverine habitat, mountain terrain, the landscape further. I want to share just one image out of more than 150 sites which are still being used every day, and these are critical infrastructures. The mind of a person and the radical belief in making this happen is right in front of you. Who can convert a baby plant, a sapling, into this extraordinary structure right in front of you? This is a deep gorge. If you travel in the rain, this is nearly impossible to cross. Please look at the dimensions. For any bridge engineer, this is an unfathomable challenge in the wettest place. About 30.5 meter span, 20.9 meter height from the riverbed. And yet, if all of you close your eyes for 2 seconds, please close your eyes. All right, you can open your eyes. The magic lies in this. It's the simple act of Jingya Day. Jingya Day in the indigenous Khasi language means relationships. The way you are all wearing a sari, Miss Han loves weaving, that is what they have done. They have simply intertwined the roots, and over hundreds of years, it becomes the strongest structure to withstand landslides, earthquakes, and flash floods. The average age of the ficus sapling is 400 to 500 years. However, the story is not just that of the bridge. That is one part of the entire cultural ensemble, landscape, tapestry story. You have the relationship, or Jingya Day, with the forests, with the cloud. You have sacred groves, you have protected forests. That is the genius of the mind. They were thinking thousands of years ahead, thousands of years. You have signs to ward off spirits. In fact, this image, which Shri Janvit Sharma ji recently visited and the ASI immediately sent a team, hasn't been decoded yet. What are they trying to say? What are they trying to do? The way Bar December ended his song, oh, oh, I can't even do it properly, but he is trying to motivate every single farmer in the deep gorges. That's what they do, and that's what we become when we work together as a community. You have markers. You didn't have these signages. You didn't have red lights, green lights, but they knew how to live. They used local materials to the best possible manner to overcome the fear of getting lost in the forest. One has to understand this is a deep forest. This is unfathomable distances they walk for days and for months together. And how did they walk? They walked bare feet. They walked on stones. We did a workshop with geologists, and we found out the type of stone they use is perfectly suited for your feet. When you carry 80 kg load, the stone over the years changes shape to make it comfortable for you. And yet, there are challenges. All of you in the heritage sector here who are working have great commitment to the field, and yet we are all struggling. Why do we struggle? Because the field poses significant challenges. In the case of Northeast India, when we are working with indigenous communities, and I've had the absolute honor of being given the blessing of being in this project for nearly 10 years, it's not easy. How do they see each other? It's very different from how we see. As yesterday my friend from Nagaland mentioned, they don't like accepting money, and yet we are talking about monetization. How do we balance these contradictions? Why do we run away from talking about facts? Where is the bridge between opposites? It's always evolving. There's a constraint of time, as we have today. There's a constraint of geography here. Technologies, commerce, individualism, everything is a challenge. And yet, I want to give us a sign of hope. There are tremendous opportunities. This is a space for learning how to live harmoniously with nature. They have lived for thousands of years, and we are talking about Bhopal having an extraordinary relationship with water. Can we not take a simple step of stopping plastic water bottles? We can. If we just accept, by today afternoon, we can find a way out. So that's my little critique out of love. I don't want to disturb anyone. But it is a model for balanced growth. It's a platform for addressing all contemporary challenges. I want to share a little bit about how we approached this project over 10 years. Words. Words are extremely powerful, and these are the words which helped us survive in a place where we did not know the language. The words here are sacred, time, value, hard work, respect, and trust. We have to trust each other to find solutions. We did more than 400 dialogues. As my colleague Sri Gunankaji said, more than 5,000 participants. Many agreed, many didn't agree. I was earlier finding it very difficult, but we have to accept this is free, prior, informed consent. This is UNESCO World Heritage Site. So it's very important to listen and learn. At the same time, it's important to dissolve boundaries. We don't see each other as government, as community, as professionals anymore. We stay together, we fly together, we eat together, sometimes we miss flights together. So we need to dissolve these boundaries to develop deep empathy and sensitivity to how the other person feels. Someone once told me when I was living in their hut, they said, it's very easy for you to talk about conservation. You have no idea how embarrassed I am about my poverty. I still remember that statement and what it made me feel. At the same time, we learn from global best practices. This is Elinor Ostrom, Nobel Prize winner 2009, economics. And she herself worked with traditionally managed systems. How can we incorporate this into our project? And we did. We created boundaries and rules. We have 26 legally registered cooperatives with 46 villages currently. And each village is innovating. They are tapping into their traditional resource. They are maintaining carrying capacity limits, which we need help on from all of you. And at the same time, they are balancing or creating and communicating a new model for conservation and development. The water tank there does not use concrete. The honey there is registered for FSSAI license and has been tested for exceptional nutritional properties. This is a Ying Mariang or a nature home. I invite each and every one of you to visit, to stay here, and I want to promise you it's very, very, very healthy. The building we are staying in right now is definitely beautiful and extraordinarily crafted. It is not sustainable. I want to be very honest with you. This is not the way we can live for the next 100 years. What do we do after we do this? We decode it as a precise scientist so that governments can make policy decisions. There is no time to stop at just documentation or conservation. We have to become radical and believe in it the way Elon Musk believes in space science. I want to draw that analogy so that all of us are challenged with that analogy. We also document nurseries and all the saplings which are vanishing so that native plants, medicinal plants, plants used for jinkinjri, they are all revived. And then the duty of mapping goes back to the community. Bar December himself has been mapping. First, they draw from a cognitive intelligence, tapping into thousands of years of what they see their village as. And next, they learn GPS and they do it themselves, and it nearly comes 80 to 90% accurate. That's how accurate our approach is now turning out to be when you give power to regular people. And finally, we are using their own knowledge of monitoring and evaluation to make it part of the UNESCO dossier. They look at the whole world through nature. They look at butterflies, the movement of butterflies, and they know if the landscape is healthy or not. At the same time, we marry it with LiDAR. So we are creating a bridge between few thousand years in the past and maybe few hundred years into the future. This person fell in love with the director of Botanical Survey of India, and both of them became friends for life. The person on the right is Dr. Uttam Jain with Golden Star Thongni. Both of them had the common bridge of the bat. That made them friends. These are 40 of the senior-most scientists from the country who came and stayed in a village where we created toilets in 2 days. It had 95% migration. We can't go the usual route of doing roads as a development strategy. We have to challenge that, but we have to work towards facilitating. At the same time, our dear friend on the dais visited us few days ago, and we challenged him too, because we believe through challenges, we develop deep friendships. Late into the night, when he was so tired and exhausted and wanted to return to the hotel, we said, no, please guide us. And Dr. Jain herself was there few minutes ago. So through Domusa, or warm light, we were critiquing everyone and all the work that was done. And This is the final section of this presentation. I'm so sorry to go overboard by a few minutes. And there's a video for those who want to see later. But we are creating a space for learning. What is learning? Every day we are learning. Today morning, tonight, you are all here to learn. This is Shlem Jingtip. It's a space which has been recreated by the communities to preserve, but also innovate and solve problems. All of this information is available online. It's a physical digital learning ecosystem called Mariang.in. So you are all welcome to join us, critique us, help us go further. And at the same time, I want to share an idea or a vision. We are in a sub-regional conference. What if we connect all of this through space science? ISRO has a dedicated satellite interactive terminal. We can have rigorous conversations, debate each other, and tap into resources. We are blessed with being born in a place which has few thousand years of history, still living just few minutes from here. Lastly, we are also part of the state COVID team. COVID was extremely challenging, and we realized we can't just be doing UNESCO World Heritage Site. We have to use our learnings to solve problems. What can heritage do for climate change, poverty, environment, and public health? Meghalaya also has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country. Each village within the cooperative, we talk about maternal health, we talk about infant mortality, sexually transmitted diseases, and mouth and throat cancer.
Sanjeev, I'm sorry to intervene, but I think we can, carry on with the panel discussion.
All right. So this is the last slide. We are just learning from this. And recently, they all visited COP27 Egypt and Nandi for livelihoods. And this is yesterday, by December, in Bhopal. Thank you very much.
Can I make an interjection here?
I think Mr. Janvid Sharma wants to state something.
Because I think he's raising a very important point through an incredibly rich site that we are all witnessing. The video that he has, I think for 2.5 minutes, will actually give us that perspective on what goes into making a bridge. If you could kindly allow him that for 2 minutes.
Of course, I allowed, but I was informed by the organizers.
I'll cut my presentation short by 2 minutes, not
sure.
an issue.
But please, let's have the video.
Just 2 minutes if you can.
शुभ्रा जी, कोई है बताइए वीडियो कैसे बनता है? वीडियो प्ले कर दीजिए. कहाँ है वीडियो से?
So we are waiting for a brief video, but Meghalaya for this presentation. Our next speakers, both Dr. Vishaka, Dr. Om Prakash Mishra will be presenting the relic cultural landscapes, specifically talking about Bhimbetka. So I'll request them to please speak. And it is on their request and because of Mr. Janvit Sharma, we allowed extra time. So their presentation, they said, would be cut short by 2 minutes each.
Sure. Thank you, UNESCO, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, and all in the audience. They are my colleagues, they are my teachers, and they are my students. So I'll just make it short by 2 minutes as suggested and keep it as brief as possible. So the discussion point is the relic landscapes of India as World Heritage Sites, the journey of sensibility to responsibility, because I think over the 50 years we have come a long way. We no longer want to talk about awareness, but talk about responsibility of what we have and how to take it further. It is really not about identification anymore. It is really about solving the problems that we have in hand, which we have been identified over the period of time. So rock shelters of Bhimbetka, without going into the details, because it's already known, it's a World Heritage Site. A lot of information, national, international, is available on every cave painting that is being exposed and interpreted by a lot of the archaeologists across our country. The site is natural, archaeological in nature, and living. What we see is really the 15 caves which is being given an access to by the Archaeological Survey of India out of the 700 discovered by Vakankarji in 1957. It is a natural heritage because the caves take a certain shape and it is amidst the forests which are rich in medicinal plants, biodiversity, and the wildlife which is now slowly going scarce. Archaeological heritage because we have found a human body and the site ranges right from Paleolithic times to the historical period. What we see on the cave paintings is also, interestingly, there are these animals and the life which is being depicted. They say some of them are historical in nature also. So the main purpose of these sites is not really to look into the cultural landscapes of today, but explore them as what would have been the landscape in the past. And what we could find out through the studios which Department of Conservation has done with a lot of inputs from the archaeologists from ASI and the landscape architects is that it was the savanna landscapes where the woods and the grasslands were very important, and that is what is being depicted. The lifestyle is really of hunters and gatherers, and the animals that we see all belong to the savanna landscape category. Bhimbetka is also known for its living culture. There are around 21 villages within the forest. More than the people who are living there, it is important because the community continues to practice few of the cultural practices which depict more or less the rock paintings, which is going very, very small in number. They have their own style to navigate the jungles. They have their sacred places, not easily identifiable by a person who do not belong to their tribe. They depend on the forest produce, there are medicinal plants, and all this is all a part of their life. So over the 50 years that we have seen, the challenges that these relic landscapes are facing is really that the climate is changing. That is what we are grappling across the globe. Water is depleting, there is increased agriculture, forest is shrinking because of the encroachments, fire and cattle grazing. There is change of vegetation, wildlife is disappearing, factories are coming up, highway has its own share of problems. All are there in the periodic reporting and it is easily accessible, and these are the acknowledged problems. What we do not see is the direct impact of all these factors on the cave paintings. They are deteriorating, there is biodeterioration, there is microorganism growth, there are mud nests which are being formed, and there are these salt deposits which are happening on the surfaces. Researchers usually contribute a lot to the knowledge, but for the site like these, many a times the research enthusiast and the media itself becomes a huge problem, because their quest for taking a sample, photographing and getting that clarity into the photography, or many a times quietly chalking it, even after being told not to do so, has become a problem for these caves. The effect of sunlight and temperature because of the woods disappearing is another problem that we have to deal with it. The biggest problem that I have identified through the years of my research is how do we translate the meaning of time to the people who are visiting these kinds of sites. Because when you say it is Paleolithic time, it means nothing to them. When you say 1 lakh years, they don't understand the quantum what the 1 lakh years means. So it is very, very difficult to bring in that consciousness that yes, this is a heritage that we need to preserve more as a records of early habitation in the country. Tourism, everybody seems to be for tourism, but then tourists have their own demands. You need facilitation, you need toilets, which is appropriately required. But in the site like these, where you're not even supposed to walk on these sites because you might just step over some Paleolithic tool, which you cannot identify except there is an expertise which is being created. How do you look at these tourist demands? Over the 50 years, we have seen, tried and experimented towards what can be done of these relic landscapes, apart from having the core and the buffer and trying to protect them. Multiple agencies working together, sometimes coordinating and sometimes not coordinating. How do we come to the age where we understand the responsibility of the future of the country's legacy to global human history? Because the parallels are there across the world where similar kind of rock paintings are there, and we need to keep this heritage very secure for our country, to know that there is this past from where the humans have taken the shape. Is it that all the other sites which are similar to Bhimbetka are not identified? No. There are similar sites still waiting to be recognized, still waiting for the legal protection, still waiting to be documented and explored. But many a times a person is forced to think whether seeking no attention has a better chance of survival. And this is a question that we need to dwell on, because it is not always good to be recognized, because recognition itself destroys. So how do we create a balance between recognizing, documenting, and taking this heritage future? As the earlier presentation, it is a group effort, and that group effort has to come from all as a discipline, from the people who are in the profession to the person who visits it, whether educated or not educated. It is everybody's heritage and we need to protect the legacy. Thank you.
अभी प्रोफेसर विशाखा जी ने जो बात बताई, भीमबेटका के साथ साथ काठोतिया में हम विगत 5 वर्षों से काम कर रहे हैं। गांधी सागर के पास जो चिब्बड़ नाला या चतुर्भुज नाथ नाला है, उस पर भी हम इफ्रो द्वारा रिसर्च करा रहे थे और उसके अच्छे रिजल्ट आए हैं। इस प्रकार के हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में जितने रॉक शेल्टर्स हैं, हाँ ये सही है कि कुछ ऐसी साइट हैं जो कि यूनेस्को की श्रेणी में आना चाहिए, जिसके लिए हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आप लोगों का सहयोग अपेक्षित है। जो भी जानकारी हम इकट्ठा करके दे रहे हैं वो भविष्य में काम आएगी। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dr. Vishakha and Dr. Mishra, for elaborating on the rock art of Bhimbetka and also the potential of these relic landscapes across the entire South Asia and specifically in the Indian context. I will now request our last speaker before we have the panel discussion, ADG ASI, Mr. Janvit Sharma, to talk about this ambitious project Mausam launched by ASI, which also addresses the coastal landscapes.
So while I'm setting my presentation on a lighter vein, Sanjeev, that's the most interesting and novel World Heritage meeting that I've ever had. And 2 days of my intense trekking, walking, climbing up and down the mountains, of course to see incredible bridges, but he kept pushing me, and while I was indeed craving for a bed to comfort my legs and feet, all he was offering me was sweet potatoes to go along with the discussion, and potatoes are my weakness. So I couldn't resist, but that was most incredible experience that I had. Yesterday, in my presentation, there was one slide on Project Mausam, and I had mentioned that I would talk about it in greater detail today. Well, this term, Jaladhipura Yatra, is coined by one of my colleagues who is present here from the World Heritage section, Dr. Gajanan Kachre. This project, well, first of all, to talk about Mausam, obviously we know where this term comes from, but we are largely looking at this in the context of the wind system of the Indian Ocean region, which travels in one direction for 6 months and the other direction for the rest of the months. But it is these monsoon winds which have actually created a network of routes, in the last 3 to 4 millennia, which also influenced the flow of commodities, people, and ideas, facilitated trade and cultural exchange, and it has had an everlasting imprint on the economy of the region, of the society, religion, and culture along the Indian Ocean rim. This project was launched in 2014. In fact, Dr. Shikha Jain was a part of this when this was launched. In 2014 at Doha during the 38th session of the World Heritage Committee meeting. And it was at that point in time envisaged as a transnational and a multidisciplinary project wherein it was envisaged that it would rekindle the long lost ties across the nations of the Indian Ocean world, and that it would also enable us to provide a significant step in recording and celebrating this very important aspect of world history from African, Arab, and Asian perspective, because our perspective is that the way we normally read and hear about it is largely Eurocentric, but it was from within the region we are trying to kind of address this. The geographic extent of this comprises 39 countries from Africa, West Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. I remember discussing this project, in fact, with one of the ambassadors. I think he was ambassador of Vietnam in UNESCO, and he said that this project is so ambitious that it almost covers the quarter of a globe. And bringing everybody together through one project is obviously going to be a huge challenge, but as well as a huge opportunity as well. The framework of the project it's a three-tiered, I would say, framework. It's being driven by Ministry of Culture, but Ministry of External Affairs has also a very important role to play in it. The three organizations under the Ministry of Culture, with Archaeological Survey of India, the IGNCA, and the National Museums, are basically partnering in this whole project, wherein the IGNCA's role was confined to be the knowledge partner and to generate information and data. The Archaeological Survey of India's role was to convert that information or knowledge into preparing the transnational proposals for, obviously, to begin with the tentative list, and then to prepare the nomination dossiers. And the National Museum's role at that point in time was envisaged for having exhibitions. But if you look at Project Mausam has a lot of other, undertones as well, which we'll talk about this, in a while. And then this three-tier, the system that was created. Obviously, in bureaucratic context, you would have a steering committee overseeing the whole project, then you would have the monitoring committee, and then you have the technical committee, those people who are actually on ground working for various aspects related to this, this project. And this methodology was first of all, which is currently what we are doing at the moment, is having a research from the secondary sources, documentation and mapping, and then we go into finding connections within the existing World Heritage properties and also the tentative list properties. And you're looking at many other many aspects such as books, reports, travelogues, manuscripts, etc. on one hand, and then on the other hand, you're looking at the trade and commodity, archaeological sites, antiquities, etc. Various themes that had been proposed at its inception, and we're continuing with the same, even as of now, wherein you're looking at the coastal architecture as cultural landscapes. You're talking about underwater cultural heritage. You're talking about intangible. You're talking about the travel and the routes. You're talking about industrial heritage, shipbuilding, movable artifacts, maritime trade routes, and even oral tradition. So it has an underpinning both towards the tangible as well as the intangible, aspects which are being considered under the project MOSM. And various typologies which are being looked into are the coastal settlements, the cultural landscapes, of course monuments, the routes, the trade and the, through which the trade and culture flourished, the vernacular architecture in this entire region, and the natural and the mixed properties. And these typologies are being supported by prominent attributes, whether this is navigation, the maritime interaction, the trade, the shared heritage that we have in this region, shipbuilding, exchanges that have taken place, the intangible cultural practices, and the networks and the routes that we are largely looking at. The action program that has been devised, all these identified themes, there are many activities and initiatives that have been proposed, and all these conform to some convention or the other of UNESCO, and at the end of the day, the outcome would be, to begin with, the transnational nomination for the UNESCO World Heritage. Because I promised Shikha that I would be reducing on the time, perhaps I may not read every aspect, but what I'm trying to give through this next information through the next 3 or 4 slides is that each attribute, how are we looking at it, what kind of documentary information that we are trying to look at and trying to find information from. So whether it was navigation, whether it is the shipbuilding activity, and this is something which is even continuing till date, how the ship has been represented in art in South Asian context, and there are innumerable archaeological sites and monuments where you, or even antiquities, where you find the representation of the ship. In fact, the slide on the bottom left that you see is from Goa, and there was one particular slide from Puri, maybe Puri, which is I think the next one. You look at the archaeological sites, even going back to the Harappan times. So the Lothal, if you're looking at, again points out the maritime links that we have had with the West Asia. The exchanges in art and architecture, particularly the temple construction tradition that traveled from South Asia towards Southeast Asia. And then the aspects related to the shared communities, where you do find a lot of common ground and references. Coastal heritage and cultural landscape is another aspect that we are looking at, and the trail of monuments, vernacular settlements that are associated along with it. Even the network of islands. There are scores of islands in the Indian Ocean where which talk about or which give us an idea about the interconnectivity of the region, and the islands were sort of milestones or landmarks, or the points where they would sort of dock and rest temporarily. The intangible cultural heritage exchange is also another component that we are looking at. What we have done so far is that we have identified the sites, both coastal and inland. We've done a documentation of that, which are, from our perspective, are linked with this historic, with the trade linkages, and some of them are very prominent archaeological sites that have been excavated recently. We've also looked at the trade aspects and the shipwrecks and the evidences of that, which are available across the region. The network of islands that I talked about, a number of islands that have been identified. In fact, our mission was supposed to go to Socotra Island, which has been, I think the current political condition there, we have postponed it for the time being. But we are planning a series of such, visits to some of these archaeological, potentially archaeological sites and islands. And through the mapping of this, we've tried to chart out the trade routes that have happened. Now, unlike a land route, which is very well defined, and there will be landmarks along that route through which you can look at the navigation aspects, or you look at the orientation. It is the water routes which is perhaps far more challenging, because that's much more amorphous. We've also looked at the statistics, which is related to the World Heritage Sites of the properties related to Project Mawsum. There are 43 transboundary sites, but there are 24 sites which have a connect along the Indian Ocean. 19 sites have the maritime heritage along with it. So you do have a lot of potential that you can see. The Project Mawsum also envisages the cross-conventional approach, which means that all these 5 UNESCO conventions are applicable. So while we might be, as ASI, might be focusing on the World Heritage or the tangible aspects, other agencies can also simultaneously work on different aspects, so whether it is related to the intangible cultural heritage or the promotion of diversity of cultural expression, the Memory of the World program, or even the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. So all these conventions can be applicable for developing proposals under Project Mawsum. Just to give you an idea about how these different conventions can be applicable, these were, I think, 4 or 5 slides indicating that. Lastly, what we have, I just wanted to mention that what we are doing is that we are developing certain tentative list proposals. We've already done 5 or 6 of them. My team who is sitting here, and some of them who couldn't come here, we've worked out 6 or 7 proposals wherein we are highlighting, the connect between these different regions. Now, for example, the ancient trade and cultural sites across Egypt, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. So you have Berenike on one side, certain sites from India, from Sri Lanka, and Thailand. I just thought I'll give you an example of, say, the Mandala Sacred Architecture of India, Indonesia, the Bronze Age Maritime Networks of Indian Ocean comprising India, Bahrain, Oman, and Kuwait, sugar plantation economy and indentured labor, again comprising India, Mauritius, French Réunion, and South Africa. This is just the beginning. As I said, that in times to come, perhaps in coming year or two, we intend to reach out to the partner countries, have a dialogue with the experts from these regions to kind of fine-tune these proposals, because obviously to prepare a tentative list proposal, everybody has to be on board. And hopefully within the next couple of years, we hope to float some of these proposals for the nomination. But we are also planning certain events in this regard, and we would surely invite all of you for these events. I'm so sorry that I had to rush through it, but I was mindful of the time that was allocated to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Janvit Sharma, for that elaborate, vision of this Project Mawsum and the transnational nominations intended there. We will now move forward to the panel discussion. We have 2 panelists with us. I will start with Professor Gamini Ranasinghe, Director General, Central Cultural Fund of Sri Lanka. Professor Ranasinghe, I've heard a lot about the Central Cultural Fund and what all it has achieved in terms of culture for Sri Lanka. I would specifically want your views, being Sri Lanka is in such an important geopolitical location, and since centuries the trade and economy that Mr. Sharma was talking about, Sri Lanka was at the crux of it because one could not move across from the west to the east without crossing the islands. So I would like your views specifically on the potential for cultural landscapes in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, thank you so much, and good morning for everyone. First of all, I would like to talk about the challenge and what is the challenge at the present. So every time we have challenge, and we live in a very competition social environment, so the challenge is normal. And as Sri Lanka also, we are facing so many challenges. Last 2 years, we had to start everything from zero, maybe not zero, maybe minus 100, we start everything. But in recently, we try to change many things, especially related to the cultural landscape. Especially, we are very concerned to the underwater cultural heritage. Now, we completed 113 shipwreck sites around Sri Lanka, including the oldest wooden shipwreck site in the Indian Ocean. It is nearly 2,200 years according to the scientific chronology. In 2 weeks ago, we started exploration in the Godawaya shipwreck, and we collected more results, more evidence about 2,000 years ago. Yes, it is true. We are very important. My country is located very important point in the Indian Ocean. So just within 5 years, we concerned to the protecting underwater heritage. So we received one award 2 weeks ago for our website. You know, the last 2 years we had economic crisis, but so we collected our monies, our own money, and we started to dive in ourselves. And we collected the most of data around Sri Lanka. So I hope within next few years, so many researchers can visit Sri Lanka and do some research related on underwater cultural heritage. Also, we have thousands of tanks inside Sri Lanka, especially in dry zone. So we are concerned to produce as a heritage for the world, and we are trying to nominate as a World Heritage. It's a cascade system as a World Heritage because only Sri Lanka can see in this kind of cascade system. Some cascade included more than 150 tanks. It's automatically it's automatically activating this tank system. No one need to interfere that. So over last 2-3 millenniums, our ancestors faced so many things, maybe war and illness, and the history means the tears, blood, and sorrowful thing, and war, and many things. So we are also in same situation. The history, as archaeologists and as historians, we read over last few millions in South Asia, our ancestors faced so many bad things and difficult times. So we are also in this kind of situation. We have to get rid of this in the deep fit with working together. So at that time, they have to protect their heritage themselves, maybe as one nation, as one country. But fortunately, we are in one village. The world is one village. So we have time and space and also opportunity to share everything. It's knowledge, technology, ideas, and everything. So it is easier than our ancestors to protect our heritage. I think this is the responsible of the generation, because can you see that we all are here more than the 30 plus, the most of them 30 plus. Also, last 2 decades, so many things changed in the world. Everything was valued via money. So that's a wrong point that I recognize as archaeologist. So if you not change, try to start the change at least this point and this moment, our next generation or the future generation will hate us, and because we can't produce any heritage. So if we lost, it's mean lost. So last 2 decades, we lost thousands of heritage sites because of money or because of unplanned development project and many things, even Sri Lanka. I know I have visited several countries in South Asia and the most of places in India. I have seen my own eye how the heritage is going to vanish with the money and unplanned project. Yesterday I mentioned very clearly, so we are very, very few community to working with protecting heritage. So that's the main problem. Most of people, most of our the generation, they don't want to understand the value of the heritage. For example, in Sri Lanka, we are having at least 10 million rupees per day because of the heritage. No one want to come to Sri Lanka, see the concrete building or the new thing. They are coming to see the ancient art and architecture. So I understood, as a Director General, I understood very clearly, if we need to stand with the new economic situation, we have to protect our heritage well. So I am myself, our Secretary of the Ministry also with me. So even our minister, we always trying and we giving our maximum strength to protect our heritage with the new technology and the help of the global knowledge. So I think we can do that because we have technology and everything. So if we stand together and give the hands together, I think, I hope, and I believe we can protect our heritage for the next generation. So the heritage located in India, Nepal, or any South Asia is not belong to that nation. It's belong to all the South Asia, all the nation in the world. So this is the huge responsible to belong to us to protect the heritage. Thank you so much, and let's work together and let's rise together. We can do that. If we can't do that, the next generation never do that. So if there is a problem, there should be a solution. So without reason, nothing happening. So we have to find the reason. And with the reason, we can find the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ranasinghe. You touched upon various important points. You know, underwater archaeology, there is a culture convention of UNESCO that focuses on that, and Sri Lanka is doing commendable work in underwater archaeology, training the archaeologists for that, which is very significant. You also spoke about the protection and conservation, which is a concern for all the South Asian heritage sites, and especially the threat with climate change and new development. So taking this into account, I would like to move forward to the next panelist, Mr. Karma Tenzin from the Department of Culture in Bhutan. And Bhutan, of course, we know has taken a significant step for the protection of cultural landscapes, probably the first nation in South Asia to take such an initiative with support of the World Heritage Center, UNESCO. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Karma Tenzin.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share some of the initiatives that are being undertaken in Bhutan in the cultural landscape aspect. As most of the eminent and distinguished speakers has underscored in their presentation, it's since the beginning of humankind, there existed harmonious interaction between nature and culture. So also the expansion of the concept of cultural heritage, whereby the UNESCO has recognized the inscription of cultural landscape in the World Heritage List, underscores the importance of each state parties to preserve and preserve, conserve, and promote our cultural landscape. So, in fact, the cultural landscape represents the complete story of evolution of humankind with nature, which are expressed in the form of cultural landscape, without which otherwise the story remains incomplete. So in fact, Asia and in particular the Southeast Asia is very fortunate to have still most of the cultural sites and landscapes still intact, well preserved. But however, with the imminent danger from the rapid urbanization and developmental activities, I think it's the right time that we come together to preserve and promote our cultural landscape, which is very, very important for us to link the bridge between the past, present, and the future generation. Like one of the eminent speaker has presented, I think it has, the cultural landscape aspect has the repository of knowledge, and thereby it builds the model for the balanced growth. If I may speak some of the initiatives that are undertaken in Bhutan with the support of World Heritage Center, UNESCO, and UNESCO New Delhi, we have started to, first of all, register most of the important cultural landscapes in the country. In Bhutan, we are fortunate to have most of our cultural sites and landscape still intact and well preserved, although I must say there are lots of challenges that we are facing, and with the realization of these challenges, for instance, in the capital city and some other cities in Bhutan, where with the rapid urbanization and developmental activities, most of the scenic and most beautiful landscape has been in fact destroyed by the developmental activities. So with that realization, we do not want to lose our most important cultural landscape across the country. So we have started the initiative whereby we had registered most of the sites that are of national scale significance, and then with the local community involvement of local community, we initiated the initiative with the local community to preserve and protect those cultural landscape, and as well with the local government, we initiated workshops and stakeholder meetings whereby underscoring the importance for the small country like Bhutan to have its cultural landscape preserved and protected for the future generations. So thereby I would like to conclude here by saying once more, reiterating that we, especially in Asia and Southeast Asia, is fortunate to have most of the cultural landscapes still intact. And like Professor Gamini has mentioned, we all must come together, work together to preserve this for our future generation and posterity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karma Tenzin. I think that is a very critical point. We realize that in South Asia, we have one of the richest diversity in cultural landscapes, looking at, the varied geographical regions and the various people and communities that we have. And in terms of protection, it's really commendable that Bhutan has moved forward with the cultural landscape category being recognized at a national level, which is something that other South Asian countries should also follow suit. And specifically when we are nominating them for World Heritage Sites, there should definitely be a recognition at the national level before, even at the local and the state level, which is very important. I'm not sure how much time we have, but can we take 2 questions from the audience? Okay, thank you. So we have enough time, so we are open to questions from the audience. I can see one hand there. Please introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Can I talk now? Okay. Okay. My name is Maruf Jamil. I'm from Maldives. I would like to raise a point for the project Mausam. The Maldives is a chain of islands that separates, it's right in the center of Indian Ocean. It separates the west and east of Indian Ocean, chain of 2,000 islands. We have survived for more than 3,000 years. But we are very little known. I'm trying to talk about the little known heritage of the Indian Ocean or Project Mausam. But very little is known about Maldives, the history of Maldives. We are known for our tourism only. Being there for 3,000 years with limited resources, we must have a rich history or culture behind us. But we hardly know about those things. And I think when you are tracing the story of Indian Ocean, especially the Project Mausam, the full story cannot be complete without knowing more about Maldives. So I take this opportunity to invite the Project Mausam and more researchers to get involved and learning more about the past of Maldives. So it's not a question, I'm just raising a point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for raising this very important point. I must admit that we are at a nascent stage. We are ourselves deliberating upon what the scope is so vast that even we are taking time to grasp our breath and see where the partnerships can evolve and develop. Sir, with you, I think we would indeed like to say India and Maldives are cooperating with each other on many fronts, but in this aspect also I think we should cooperate with each other. And as you said, that it's not only about your heritage, it's also about the shared heritage that we are talking about. So therefore, we would like to partner with Maldives and try to come up with such proposals where we can work jointly together. When I say jointly means in the Unesco sort of parlance, we are essentially looking at sort of transnational proposals for which we can work together and jointly prepare a tentative list proposal or something like that. So surely your ideas are welcome, but while you are, as you're conscious enough to take a call on your heritage, for which I know that you are and your government is working very sincerely, but herein also we would like to cooperate and work out proposals jointly. In fact, this call is for other states parties who are present here. Sri Lanka is here, and you are here. Any other country with which whom we can develop such proposals, we will be more than happy to be partnering that.
Can I?
Yeah, do you have a different question? Otherwise, I just wanted to respond to this.
I have a different question.
So I just wanted to point out between Maldives and India, I think one important link is the cowrie trade, because before the coins came into the picture, it was these seashells and the trading with cowries. And Maldives is an important resource. You know, till the 14th century, there was an important trade being carried out, you know, across Asia, Europe, and this was a very important, you know, element. So that's just to add to the discussion. Now we'll move to the next question.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. This is Dr. Monica Banerjee. I head a CSR and philanthropic foundation called the Interglobe Foundation. However, I wear a different hat when I'm posing this question to you, all of you, and especially to Mr. Sharma, if he could respond. I think this is going to be a special morning for me after 27 years, because after the moderator put that list of tentative organizations, tentative sites, I could find Majuli under the culture category to be kind of in the category for World Heritage Site. Why I say morning is special, because this is something that from the civil society I know there has been attempts, and exactly this was 1996 when, and my home district was Majuli, Jorhat at that point in time, but I never knew about the ecological and environmental threat that this community in Majuli has been facing until and unless I came to Delhi, and that is when my encounter, and I would say because that was life transforming for me, Sanjay Ghosh was actually making these efforts to make Majuli declare as a World Heritage Site until his abduction and killing by the terrorist group Alpha. But some of the friends kept this momentum alive, and I remember that at his 20th year of disappearance, we were still organizing a festival in Delhi, trying to bring Majuli in the public consciousness. And yet, I would like to understand from all of you, even June is here today, that what takes it this long. I could see the year 2004 when this was put as on the tentative list. What takes it that long for an island so devastated, so much under disaster, not only environmentally, but livelihoods are dying, art is dying, to be put on the World Heritage Site? In 2017, when I had organized this festival, I had even gone to UNESCO, and somewhere I got to know that there could be many hurdles. But I also want to put this, that between government and the UN, can there be a role for the civil society? Because some of us do this work, and yet we were not aware that this is in the tentative list. I mean, where lies the hurdle? Where do we lose the momentum?
I'll request Mr. Janvir Sharma to respond.
There have been 3 attempts of nominating it. If I recall correctly, because now obviously I don't have paper or file in my hand and I'm just speaking out of my memory, I think the first time that it was proposed for nomination, it was referred, and we were supposed to come back with some additional information, some documentation, particularly of the Shatras. When the proposal went again, that proposal was deferred, which means that the Government of India was asked to submit the nomination dossier again. Of late, we have been following it with the state government of Assam, because it's not the monument, it's the cultural landscape. So we are following it up with the state government, but what we are aware of the fact is that now perhaps it is not being considered under the cultural category, it is being considered under the natural category. So technically speaking, first of all, it has to be on the tentative list once again under the natural category, because as per the rules of the operational guidelines, you cannot have a tentative list in one format and then submit the dossier in the another format. So therefore, it has to go on the tentative list once again, considering if it comes under the natural category, and then the dossier is submitted again. And when the dossier is submitted again under the natural category, then obviously the OUV lies in its, the 4 criteria from 7 to 10, whatever the criteria is being chosen in this case, then you propose and present the proposed nomination or the proposed site accordingly. So that is where I think that technically the position is as of now. I hope it answers your questions.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, it's, you know, it was on the tentative list. The challenge here is one is not able to determine, because the experts have various opinion, whether it has the cultural OUV, whether it has the natural outstanding universal value, and it has also been suggested by ICOMOS India that it could probably go on the intangible listing rather than a World Heritage. So that's where the challenge is. I think that needs to be determined before it's taken forward. I could see another hand. Yeah, please take it. Yes, please speak.
Good morning. I am S. Subramanian, Director from the Department of Culture, Government of Kerala. I was listening to the presentation by Sri Janavi Sharma regarding the cultural landscape and the maritime aspects. Though it was very interesting, I would like to bring that in the cultural landscape of the maritime history of South Asia, as a state, Kerala has got very important footprints. Throughout the presentation, I felt that Kerala, with its ports, especially from Kranganur in the south to Tellicherry in the north, somehow did not find a mention in Sri Janavit's presentation. My humble request is to kindly consider to include the contributions of Kerala also in the maritime cultural landscape, especially in Project Mausam being initiated. Thank you.
There are, I think, 30 sites from Kerala which have mentioned in the Project Mausam. Perhaps you would appreciate that this hour-long presentation was squeezed into 10 minutes. So many obviously aspects were left out. But my team, which comprises archaeologists and historians who were at it, and the 7, as I said, the tentative list proposals that we have formulated do have Kerala as an important, sites from Kerala as an important constituent to it. I could share these details separately. I'm not in this forum right now, but I could share it separately with you.
Also, the first national workshop for Mausam, after it was launched at the World Heritage Committee, it was held in Kerala, and the Muziris project was specifically presented there. So the government of India is well aware of the potential that Kerala has.
This question is again for Project Mausam. I'm Raj Basu from Association for Conservation and Tourism, working in northeastern part of India. I would request that monsoons, the rains, which is a major impact, which comes from the Himalayas, should also be considered as a part of this, Project Mausam, because the monsoon, the lifestyle of the people, the culture over there makes an extraordinary, space for the Project Mausam. And going back to Buddha himself, who had, had started with Barsha Bas, the monsoon retreat, which was started, which should be considered into the cultural landscape of Project Mausam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Indeed, what you're saying is pertinent. However, as of now, the Project Mausam, as I think showed in my introductory slide, is actually looking at the Indian Ocean aspects. Of course, so if you just talk about monsoon, then you're covering a whole a wide area or region, or then the parts of the continent. But at the moment, the focus, as it has been envisaged by the government of India, remains on Indian Ocean. But of course, we are looking at inland sites also, which are connected along with them. It's just not that you're looking at the dots along the edge of the ocean. So obviously, there are inland properties as well. But yes, I think you have a point, and perhaps we would look at that as well.
Do we have any more questions? Yeah.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Good morning, and I come from Goa, and I bring greetings on the World Heritage Day to all the delegates as well as the people. I have two questions. One for Mr. Sanjeev Shankar. and the other one for Mr. Sharma. But I think since most questions have been asked to Mr. Sharma, I will start with Sanjeev ji. Sir, you have presented a wonderful project called as, the living bridges that we have. And one of the aspects that I have seen in this presentation that you made was that these bridges come in use when the rivers are inspect. Sir, would you be open to share this, the techniques and the methodology with the other states that are also having this type of rivers? I'm not talking about expansive rivers, but smaller rivers that are there, where this type of trees could be used, not for the present generation, but possibly for the generations to come. That is the thing, is whether you'll be able to share, or you have a team that could visit the other states and share this wonderful knowledge that you have, where we can put our natural resources to use. That is number one. And number two, I'll ask those questions. So first, Sharma ji, like my friend here, Mr. Subramaniam, has said, Kerala is down and Goa is a little up there. And we have been associated with the rains, the trade winds, and the seas for a very long time, from ancient times of Gopakapattan up to the NIO right now going down to the. So does Goa also have a role to play in this? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Sanjeev, I have a very short answer. Yes. We have identified more than 400 archaeological sites, monuments, settlements, historic areas. Goa is a part of it. We can share the details later, as I said.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's a very pertinent question. And in the spirit of the ancestors who grew these jinking tree, I would let my colleague, Ba December Khongstam, answer your question.
Thank you, sir, with your kindly exhibition. So, kindly I request to come at Shlem Jingtip in my village.
So, the very idea of Shlem Jingtip is that is a space to teach, share the growth process of jinking tree. That is one of the many, many other things. So that's a space for learning. We don't use the word school, we don't use university, because the entire mountain, the forest, is a space for learning. The Ficus elastica sapling, which is used, is of course growing in many parts of the world. And I think this experiment deserves to be done. So we are looking forward to that collaboration. Kublai.
Do we have any other questions from the floor? I see a representation from Arunachal Pradesh, if they would like to speak about anything on their cultural landscape before we close the session. So I would just like to thank all my speakers. I think this has been a very good session looking at the various cultural landscapes, and thanks to all the speakers and also to the audience for making it a lively session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shikha Jain ji. And this was a wonderful session on World Heritage and Cultural Landscape. Now I would like to request all the participants to just have a tea break and regather at about 10 minutes. And next session, panelist, moderator and speaker, I would like to request they can check their pen drives so that there is no technical issues. So would like to request you all to have tea, and we will regather at about 11:25 for the next session.
Hello.
Dear Mr. Rand, can you please unmute yourself? We're going for a quick mic test here in the hall. Yes, dear Mr. Rand, can you hear us? Very good morning. Hello? Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning, good,
Good
morning. Can
morning.
you hear us? Yes, yes. Yesterday, actually, we had a technical glitch while connecting online. So, to mitigate that, we are going for a quick test with you. We are audible to you clearly and loudly.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Ran. Shubhra this side from Unesco.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I
Thank
am
you for
clear
this.
and loud to you?
Yes.
Great. We're also hearing you proper fine.
Good,
So,
good.
do you have any slide to show so we can check that? Like if you PPT or something, PowerPoint, we can quickly
Yes.
check the screen once.
Let me open it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to
Can you see
request
okay?
all the participants and guests
Sharon, we can
at
hear
the
you.
corridor side.
Okay. Yes, you are clear and loud. We can see your PPT as well in the screen. So thank you
Yes.
to connect for that trial run. We'll meet maybe in 5 or 6 minutes later.
Okay, shall I disconnect then? Shall I
Yeah,
take it off?
You can keep yourself mute and you can keep the video off time being. You can join back in 5 minutes time.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Bye.
I would like to request all the guests, breakfast arrangements are on the both sides of the corridor. So you can have it and regather as soon as possible. So would like to request all participants, all guests to regather at hall so that we can start with another session. Another session of second day of this conference, which will be on historic cities and historic urban landscapes. And for this, moderator will be Junhee Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi. Speakers with us will be Dr. Rand Epic, who will be joining us virtually. Dr. Rand Epic, Heritage Development Conservation Architect, Madrid. Another speaker will be with us, Mr. Nishant Upadhyay, Principal Architect, Dharatal, India. Mr. Ashish Trambadia, Director, CEO, Ahmedabad, World Heritage City Trust, India. And Mr. Khwaja Tausif Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Cultural Service, Pakistan. He will be also joining us virtually. I would again like to request all the guests, all the delegates to rejoin us at the hall so that we can start with our another session on historic cities and historic urban landscapes. Again, I would like to request all the delegates, all the guests, all the participants to assemble at main hall so that we can start with another session. And for another session, we have moderator with us, Mr. Junhee Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi. Again, I would like to request all the participants, delegates, to join us as soon as possible at the main hall so that we can start with the session. We have our moderator, Junhee Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi. Speakers with us will be Dr. Rand Epic, Heritage Development Conservation Architect, Madrid. He will be joining us virtually. Mr. Nishant Upadhyay, Principal Architect, Dharatal, India. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome Mr. Nishant Upadhyay ji. And we are having with us another speaker, Mr. Ashish Trambadia, Director, CEO, Ahmedabad, World Heritage City Trust, India. Let us have a huge round to welcome Mr. Ashish Trambadia ji. And Mr. Khwaja Tausif Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Cultural Service, Pakistan. He will be joining us virtually. Now handing over the dais to our moderator, Mrs. Junhee Han, Chief of Cultural, UNESCO, New Delhi. Let us have a huge round of applause for her also.
Thank you so much. Can we have those who are joining us through online? Technical team? Yes. Very good. Yeah, we have now. Yes. So, good morning. Can we have participants? Can somebody call the participants?
Participants are requested to join us as soon as possible as we are starting with our session.
I think they don't hear. Somebody should go to outside and to gather them. It's like a sheep. Shubro? I think somebody should go outside. They went, yeah. Should I do it there or here? Oh, no, because I need to move on the, so I have to be there because I need to move on the screen. But then, yes, okay, very good. So this is, no, Shubro, can you give me the, Anshita is bringing people. It's 11:40, I mean 11:40. I will make 7 minutes. It's not only Anshita, I think MP Tourism team should also help Anshita. Tosif and Rant, we are very sorry. We try to get people who are taking tea, but I think it is important that they are with us from the beginning.
Good morning, Junhee. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. No worries.
Yeah. So people start coming, but I think at least a bit more people. So I have a question. So if we project the screen to if we project this one to here, the Tosif and Rant disappear from the screen.
No, they will go side.
They are okay both sides. Yes. No. Oh, okay. Very good. Very good. Like this.
They will manage size.
Okay. Okay. I think. But can we make the people's photo a bit smaller and then bigger? Can you ask me? Okay, so I think maybe we can start. We have a bit more people. Good morning everybody. As you know, Dr. Rante Pitch, who is in Madrid, was supposed to moderate and then the historic urban landscape and historic cities. Unfortunately, he could not come to India for certain reason. So I will replace Dr. Epich. And so should I, have we already introduced all the speakers or not in the meantime? I think she also left, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I will, as a moderator, I will make a very brief introduction on historic urban landscape and also the issues related to cities. What time is it? I will make time management. It's 11:42. So the urban conservation could not be dealt with without addressing the urban governance. So first of all, I will start why cities has become very, very important at the international agenda, and why also all the UN agencies, including Unesco, have established very important city-related programs. So as you see, today's more than 56% of the population lives in the cities, and if you read the slides, and by 2050, it will be almost 70% of the globe will live in the cities. If you see these slides, and then we understand quickly why cities have become so important. I will not go through because slides is very long, and I have only maybe 5 and 6 minutes. So as you see, the cities produce 70% of global economy, but over 60% of global energy consumption, and then they produce 70% of greenhouse gas emission, and they produce 70% of global waste, while cities occupy only 2% of total land of the globe. At UNESCO, therefore, UNESCO is committed, you read it, and then at UNESCO, in culture sector, we have 2 programs related to cities. One is the creative cities. Second is UNESCO recommendation on historic urban landscape. And on this occasion, I would like to apologize for the fact that we had to cancel a short session related to creative cities due to lack of time. We are trying to figure out still that maybe even to sit together with those cities who came to the conference, and between us with Jajpur and Amritsar, there is also Ahmedabad, and etc. So we will come back to you regarding this. And the historic urban landscape is actually an approach and not a doctrine or charter. Therefore, it is quite flexible. And we believe that it is important to be flexible because cities are evolving entity. It is not stagnant. So I mentioned earlier that the issues related to conservation, urban conservation, could not be dealt separately without international agenda and without urban governance. I just placed here the habitat. As you know, UN Habitat is taking place every 20 years, and then decide the common strategy for the next 20 years to come. And then so far, we had 3 UN Habitat so far. And then I just placed also the SDG, 17 SDG, and then as I mentioned yesterday, SDG 11 makes specifically cities, making cities more resilient, more smart, and more green and sustainable. And then, yes, I mentioned already the habitat. And then I come to a bit more technical part, which I will skip. This is not a place where I should mention all these things. But it just shows also the historic urban landscape has not parachuted. There is also long intellectual and then practical, the level debate why or not we should have separate recommendation on cities. So 87, and then yes, yesterday actually I did not mention about Burachata, although I placed it in the screen. Burachata is actually very important in continuation of Narachata. It strongly advocates that the value of heritage, including urban heritage, it's not belonging to materials or certain buildings, but to the society, which created that urban landscape or that heritage. So it was kind of very strong but very asserted statement, privileging that, this is still also very much anthropological approach. So here I placed why historic cities. Actually 50 years ago, this I also mentioned yesterday during my presentation, historic cities were not considered as heritage, and it did not part of heritage category even within the World Heritage Convention officially. I think it's been hardly 50 years that as a category, historic cities and historic towns are part of World Heritage, and then officially the heritage category. Even in Europe, the Loi André-Malraux in 1965 was actually the first legislation in the world which looked at the urban heritage urban landscape. For example, there are two monuments, and then with this monument approach, you cannot cover the area between these two monuments. So this is actually the first legislation in the world which look at this between areas rather than the monument itself. And nowadays, one of the reasons also that the UNESCO adopted this historic urban landscape is also because there are a great number of World Heritage cities, and also the managing the cities has been a great challenge. There is a great number of reports being reported to the World Heritage Committee, and World Heritage Committee felt there was a great need to establish kind of specific guidelines on urban conservation. So I will skip many of the slides. I mean, this just shows what are the factors affecting the urban heritage, and then it's, it's urban conservation. We consider skyline, also roofscape, and then gentrification of phenomena. This is very much, prevailing phenomena for most of the history cities, for example, including World Heritage. If you go through the World Heritage Committee state of conservation, gentrification is also one of the prevailing issues, which is also, which we try to reverse the tendency. So infrastructure, of course, road and bridge, mass tourism is also one of the affecting very harmful element. And then this one, yes, this is also, you don't, no, the slide did not come with me together. What happened? You didn't check. So far it means I didn't.
No, it was changing. Now it's coming. It's a bit delayed.
But the slide, you saw previous slides?
It was changed.
Okay, only this. Okay, so this is very, I think it is important that we know what it is. The tourism issues in Venice, the huge cruise has been permitted to come inside, almost inside of Venice, and you see the cruise size is bigger than monument. So this shows, this photo is quite famous, showing the negative, harmful impact of tourism on cultural heritage. It does not move. I should move in this way? No, it's not moving. Okay, so then, yes, this one, it is very famous case. It's the bridge, the four-wheel lane bridge in Dresden, which triggers actually the deletion of, the Dresden river landscape of Dresden city. And I just said already that HUL, we call it HUL, historic urban landscape, is an evolving concept. It deals with the different layers of a city. For example, in Delhi, you have at least 3 different layers of a city, like the Delhi Sultanate period and Mughal period and the British period, and then later the modern period. And so understanding and integrating the historical layers in urban management process. So basically, understanding the different tissue of a city and then incorporate them, our understanding into the urban planning. So I will not go through all these things. This I like mentioning this. One of the specificity of the historic urban landscape is not hostile to contemporary creation, contrary to the World Heritage Convention. So it very much welcomes the creativity and then contemporary addition. And this is actually Nîmes in south of France. And this is one of the Roman temple dated the 4th century. And next to it, you see one of the contemporary structure, which was built in very much in harmony with this Roman temple. Maybe this shows a bit, yes, so this shows a bit better how it embedded into the old landscape of the city. So full approach in resource driven, I will not go through urbanization issues, and then I will just not go through. Yeah, I will just would highlight. I'm very sorry for our neighboring countries, Sri Lanka and Maldives, because this PPT actually was prepared for another occasion in India. So I actually highlighted the situation of India, how much urban governance and then urban conservation became crucial and important. So I think I will stop here because I gave, in a nutshell, what is the historic cities, historic urban landscape recommendation, and then the urban conservation could not be segregated with the issues related to urban governance. So, no, I think others are not really relevant. So, with this introduction, I would like to, they disappeared. Where? No, in the screen. I'd like to invite Dr. Rante Pitch, who had joined us through internet. It is there, yes. Thank you very much, Rante. We are very, very happy to have you, and thank you very much for connecting us through the internet. Over to you. You have 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. As Junhee said, I'm joining you virtually. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a visa in time. Thank you very much, Junhee Han from UNESCO for inviting me and her staff and organizing this, and of course for Tourism Madhya Pradesh. And I'm really disappointed because I had such a good session last year in Madhya Pradesh in both Orcha and Gwalior. And I got to see some of your amazing sites. I think that to build on what Junhee had to say, conservation of historic settlements or cities is one of the most complex forms of conservation. And you can view this conservation as a spectrum, starting from a single object to archaeological sites, to buildings or large sites to cities. Objects are not living entities, whereas cities are living entities, and you have to deal with the communities that are embedded or use these sites on a daily basis. So it's one of the most difficult things to conserve. Fundamentally different from objects or archaeological sites or monuments, and they're constantly changing. And I think that the approach of conservation came from single monuments or sites, archaeological places, and it does not fit with historic cities. So therefore, the historic urban landscape approach was developed. I think that there are two main problems which lead to an imbalance with historic cities. You have two situations, one with a good economy, with rapid growth and changes, development pressure, and a bad economy, where you have a lack of maintenance or small inappropriate changes or abandonment. And in both cases, you have a loss of tradition and continuity. This is in my own neighborhood in Madrid, where you have this situation where the buildings, which are historic, are no longer large enough for the city, and there's development pressure, and you have uninformed or insensitive alterations. And then you have other situations where the economy is bad. Another situation in rural Spain is there are entire villages which are abandoned, which are for sale for the cost of a flat in Madrid or any other Western city. So you have these two changes. So the historic urban landscape approach was intended to address this situation. And it's an approach rather than a new category. And it recognizes that things must change, that cities cannot be stuck in the past or turned into museums. And the aims are really to enhance the quality of life of those people which live in the communities. And it intends to manage change rather than just preserve the past, and to integrate social concerns, cultural concerns into any changes. And importantly for World Heritage, it's supposed to protect outstanding universal value. It extends the thinking beyond just the historic environment, and it addresses the townscape, ensemble, the views, importantly for historic cities, the bridges, and also the natural environment. It also embodies the intangible and integrates these goals of social and economic development. Junhee mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. It's supposed to incorporate these Sustainable Development Goals. So I thought I would take you, upon the suggestions of Junhee, I thought I would take you outside of South Asia and highlight two case studies where the historic urban landscape has been infused into the management of these two historic cities. The first one is Bukhara in Uzbekistan, where I was just in Uzbekistan a few months ago, and then where I work a lot in Gjirokastra, Albania. So Gjirokastra, Albania is located in Southeast Europe, in Albania, a country of only about 3 million people. And this small community of about 20 or 30,000 people, historic. It's been placed on the World Heritage List with a number of, has a number of problems. There's a loss of population, not only in the larger city, but in the historic neighborhood, because it's difficult to live in some of these historic buildings with the expectations of modern conveniences. There's been a rise in tourism, and then some of the residents are being displaced by services intended to assist in tourism. There's been a deterioration of the historic fabric. This is not news. There's a lack of craftspeople, and there's a lack of professional skills, and they're unprepared for disasters. And importantly, there's been an effort to include heritage impact assessments in any changes. And a number of projects have been implemented by various entities in Albania and incorporating HUL recommendations. So the first is Cultural Heritage Without Borders, a nonprofit I work a lot with in Albania. And they've been conducting for the last 10 years regional restoration camps to build expertise in historic masonry, carpentry, and other skills that are lacking, plastering, etc. There's been a big project by the World Bank to create a system of museums in historic buildings. So it's more of a dispersed museum rather than a concentration of museum in a single building. And this puts into use historic buildings, but it also prevents this creation of a very large building. Which would not be in keeping with the historic urban environment. Here's some images from this project. This project is currently under construction right now and incorporates 9 historic houses with different themes throughout the historic city center. There's been an understanding of the wider context and how Gjirokastra as a World Heritage fits in with that wider context of other World Heritage properties, but also non-World Heritage historic properties. There's been extensive visitor planning. I was involved in some visitor planning for the historic castle, but there's visitor planning also for the wider context and the historic city. Emergency conservation measures sponsored by the World Bank and executed by Proskene and Cultural Heritage Without Borders. Very important. Extensive documentation. What are those values that need to be protected? And what are their physical attributes of those values? Disaster risk studies, including fire prevention, which is the greatest threat to this historic city in Albania. One of my favorite examples, which was executed by CHWB, was the reuse of the historic cisterns underneath each house. Each house had a historic cistern for water use, but this has been repurposed for emergency preparations, and the firemen have been trained. There have been emergency generators, and the water is stored in these cisterns for use in case of a fire. So this is one of my favorite historic urban landscape adaptations. Mobility, there's been a number of mobility studies. Unfortunately, there's been a recent bypass, a highway bypass within the historic city center. And this did not undergo a heritage impact assessment. And this illustrates that even though there's sometimes 2 steps forward, there's often 1 step back. And this, the World Heritage Committee has adopted a resolution that this bypass has to undergo a heritage impact assessment. The second case study outside of South Asia is a place where I just returned from, which is Bukhara in Uzbekistan. And I was asked by UNESCO in Tashkent some years ago to try and infuse the historic urban landscape into the management plan of this World Heritage property. A wonderful city on the Silk Road, wonderful monuments. And the conservation is quite well taken care of for the heritage, the big monumental architecture. But what I worry about are the smaller buildings and the urban fabric that's going in between these monuments. Of course, some of the same problems that are experienced in Gjirokastra, Albania. There's been a very sharp increase in tourism. I was really surprised. My first visit to Bukhara was 10 years ago, and my last visit was just a few months ago. And there's a lot more restaurants, a lot more hotels, and a lot more advertisement. So the historic urban landscape is intended not to prevent tourism, but to help guide the changes and prevent inappropriate changes to historic buildings. Unfortunately, with the tourism, there's a lot of benefits economically in the historic city center, but there's no benefits outside. There's been somewhat of a loss of population, a deterioration of historic fabric, and there's been an increase in inappropriate materials and a lack of guidelines. And I worked with UNESCO Tashkent and with others, ICAS in Samarkand, to create some sort of guidelines. And all of these projects have been in line with the HUL recommendations. One image that I took 10 years ago was this problem of mobility, that you had to come through a number of cars in this parking lot, bus drop-off, that was in front of the historic 15th century market. And I'm really happy and delighted to report that when I was there just a few months ago, a lot of this traffic has been banned, and they've really tried to work on guiding the traffic away, not preventing the traffic near the historic city center, but really trying to guide the traffic away. We're not going to eliminate cars in historic city centers, but we can really help manage those cars and only permit them where they're really necessary. And I was there very early one morning, and I noticed that the delivery trucks delivering merchandise to the historic market, they were permitted to enter the historic city center, but I asked the driver, and he said that they had to leave by a certain hour. So this was a very good development. But I've seen that they're also working outside. There's a World Bank project outside of the historic city center to even address cultural tourists as they come in. The approach from the train station in Kagan is not very pleasant at all. And you have to cross this very big parking lot to arrive at the Emir's palace and to take a taxi or a bus into the city center. And I'm very happy to report that as part of this, the historic urban landscape plan is extending beyond the historic city center to address tourism outside. So these are some guidelines that we developed with UNESCO Tashkent about signage, what was best, acceptable, not acceptable, what was acceptable in terms of lighting. And we had several meetings about not wanting Bukhara to become a Las Vegas, but what is appropriate and what are these guidelines? Street furniture, signage, paving. We did a number of studies for these guidelines. And I think that any heritage property deserves these guidelines. And they're very difficult to create. Of course, taking all the examples, not from other places, but from that place itself in Bukhara. Looking at the craftsmen, what craftsmen were there, how they could be encouraged economically to contribute to the Heritage Center. Adaptive reuse. I was very happy when I visited 10 years ago, this important house inside Bukhara was abandoned. And I'm happy to report that they've really very sensitively integrated a hotel and restaurant with good food. And I'm very happy to report that my work in Kagan, which is just outside of Bukhara, will continue. I've just returned from a visit with the Emir's Palace, which was next to the rail station. And I'm happy to report that the World Bank will be funding conservation of this. And we're looking to include the historic urban landscape approach in Kagan, which is a separate satellite city of Bukhara, and sensitively, adaptively reuse this heritage palace from the late 19th, early 20th century. A beautiful place, and some ideas are that it is a MICE center, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition center, which was its original intention, to welcome royal guests to Bukhara. And some of this work is ongoing, and I have a meeting actually in 2 hours about this project. So to conclude, I wanted to show you two case studies that are working very hard to incorporate the historic urban landscape. And Bukhara and Gjirokastra are unique places, but they have common problems that I think you can relate with in South Asia. And fortunately, there's very good people and very good institutions. And I think that this is the foundation, is really good people that care. And it's nice to see so many people have attended. I've been watching yesterday this conference. There's a lot of ongoing initiatives in both cities. Both cities are developing management plans. Bukhara some years ago, Gjirokastra now is developing a management plan that incorporates HUL. They're recognizing the need for new housing to keep the city alive, creation of mobility plans. There's a focus on essential infrastructure, which cannot be separated from conservation. Both cities are creating architectural and conservation guidelines, and they're understanding the financial barriers and political and organizational challenges. I think that historic cities are very challenging, but the most difficult to manage with change because there's so many competing interests. And there's no easy answers to these imbalances between the past and future and present needs. It's very difficult, but I think through dialogue, it's possible. And I think that the historic urban landscape approach is a wonderful tool that we can thank UNESCO for developing, because it's become somewhat of a popular catchphrase or word that we're incorporating HUL into our management planning. And I think that there's no perfect answer, but the answer lies in a mix of solutions, really with good people and management, with the goal of quality of life, of which the historic environment is an important part, and that results take time. So thank you very much. And I'm really sorry that I could not be there. I really was looking forward to being there and enjoying Bhopal and Madhya Pradesh. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rant, for this wonderful and then very comprehensive presentation. Indeed, I agree, and then about Bukhara, that it is actually very good case studies for our region. I remember I was quite impressed when I got to know about their their project on historic urban landscape. I remember they documented almost 4,000 houses, the traditional houses, which took 5 years. So you see, this shows the scale and then scope of, such a large scale which is needed. But if we want to preserve the character of our cities, and it is kind of necessary. That's why the conserving cities is very complex and very difficult. And I think I also like the way you also mentioned mobility. Some of you also know that we have also working with the city of Jaipur. So most of the historic cities in India, actually, there is a need to have mobility, and then also solid waste management. I think it is also one of the very, very, very important aspect. And as I mentioned in my introduction, the urban conservation could not be segregated with urban governance. So with this note, I move on to next presentation. I think it is also, we now move from the Central Asia to India. As you know, we already informed you several times that we have been working with the Madhya Pradesh government to try to apply this recommendation, the C3 urban landscape, to the Indian context. So Mr. Nishant Upadhyay will share with you what we have gone through over the last 2 years. Of course, with Dr. Rante Pitch as our international expert, and then of course Daratal represented by Nishant, our technical firm, and then with the UNESCO's institutional support, as well as from the Madhya Pradesh government.
Thank you. Is the slide visible? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, if it's still morning, and good afternoon if it's good afternoon. So then we are very happy to present this UNESCO HUL approach project, which we have been undertaking for almost 3 years now, with constant dialogue with Madhya Pradesh government and UNESCO and ourselves. I'm here representing a large team. Of course, UNESCO. Juniji has been very kind in pushing this project and encouraging and guiding the whole process. And Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, which has been very kind in facilitating everything, Mr. Shotriya, Mr. Shukla, and the team, and also Mrs. Gupta and team from the State Archaeology. So we, with the incorporation of all the people and our little team, which included Dr. Epich as well, who just presented, and a large team of conservation architects, urban planner, art historian, anthropologist, legal advisors, and social scientists. So I think just to emphasize on the fact that there was a lot of involvement of different kind of people from different diverse backgrounds coming together to make this happen. The project was launched 2 years ago, and by the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh and the Minister of Tourism as well. And we embarked upon the journey of taking up 2 case studies. One was Gwalior, simply for the reason because Gwalior has a very interesting scale. Gwalior as a city is a historical town with no World Heritage properties right now, with very enthusiastic citizen, very citizen-driven place, and we have some representation there as well. And Orcha, which was already aspiring and still aspires to be a World Heritage cultural landscape, and located in the Madhya Pradesh. So there was already a buzz about it, and they wanted Orcha to become World Heritage as well, and Gwalior also working better and better in heritage culture. And for this, there's a smart city plan, the scheme run by Central Government of India, where they are incorporating a lot of cities within India and enabling them and making them better. So Gwalior was one city, one of the cities. The aims of and objectives at the local context were to apply UNESCO HUL approach in the 2 cities, to incorporate cultural heritage as a catalyst for local sustainable development, to draft development guidelines and recommendation for Orcha and Gwalior, to develop guidebook for application of HUL approach in South Asia, Asian cities, deriving from the learnings, to establish interdepartmental communication for better long-term management of cultural heritage, to undertake capacity building of local urban local bodies, and incorporating cultural heritage as a tool for sustainable development in the mainstream development strategy and policy. I'm introducing the phases and the methodology of the project. We launched the project with a very interesting ceremony as well, which created a lot of awareness. So I think project launches are very, very important, and that enabled a lot of cooperation from a lot of stakeholders as well. Then we collected the secondary data, which actually were data presented and given by the urban local bodies. So we requested the representative of the cities and the historical town to present their own data and own it. We facilitated that process. Then we also gathered primary data, which was observations made by experts and our team together. Then there was a discussion and analysis on the data as well, which we presented. And there was a lot of involvement of civil societies, local stakeholders, and ULBs coming together to discuss on the same platform about the two settlements. That enabled a lot of information dissemination, as one of the questions was raised in the morning session. Then the recommendations were drafted. They were again presented. Again, all the stakeholders were consulted upon. Their feedback was incorporated. And finally, we have been able to give them a final recommendation. In the process to educate them and also to educate all the stakeholders involved and make them aware about the process, we were also able to release a brochure both in Hindi and English, which can be downloaded from our website as well. In my humble opinion, it allowed us to translate an international approach and charter in a local language. And I think that is a very important part of involving really grassroots people who work on the site. So, we had that. And the outcomes which we got out of was recommendation and guidelines for Orchha, recommendation and guidelines for Gwalior. And we hope to continue to kind of develop a template which enables the application of HUL on all South Asian cities. We also anticipated and we expect these outcomes of the larger project, which is having better strategies for cultural heritage comprising of innovative finance with high leverage capacity, business models, and governance arrangement, investment opportunities, because HUL opens up new investment opportunities and market opportunities in cultural heritage and creative economy sector through the international agencies like World Bank, as Rand presented, both the cases where World Bank has been a very kind donor as well. The economic growth, deployment of new technologies, techniques, and expertise, enhancing industrial competitiveness and contributing to economic growth, new skills and jobs. Adaptive reuse, which is a large part of the project as well, where we encourage cities to be live. We don't want ruins. We say that people should live and use those ruins in a very, very innovative way so that the living culture of the city is not lost. In a nutshell, what we are trying to say, please develop your city, but don't lose the historical character. That's what we are trying to aim here. So, and finally, of course, that how SDGs of the city, there's a SDG strategy vision of the city level, national level, how they all can be aligned with the development. The data collection and site surveys, what we undertook was we did a basic mapping, a lot of documentation of the historic code to establish the attributes of the historical settlements, historical references and archival data, legal administrative framework around heritage conservation and urban development, establishing architectural typology and urban morphology of the areas which are of historical interest, challenges of heritage conservation at local level, including a lot of public participation, mapping of the conflict points for heritage conservation and urban infrastructure. So trying to address the real problems, getting to them. Coming to Orchha, Orchha is, I have a very biased opinion about this beautiful settlement. All of you who have not been there, please go there. Orchha is a beautiful medieval town situated at the border of, in Madhya Pradesh, situated bordering Uttar Pradesh as well. And it's a medieval town, and it has beautiful architecture. The best part about this place is the landscape, how it incubates all that culture within a kind of a bowl sort of valley, and there's a river flowing next to it. There are historical gardens. There is intangible heritage. There's a lot of rituals, a lot of ceremonies associated with it. So, and of course, built heritage, beautiful built heritage. So all of them are being very interestingly being maintained by the State Archaeology Department of Madhya Pradesh and MP Tourism. So architectural heritage-wise, Orchha is very interesting. They have vernacular architecture, a lot of houses which are still preserved there as well. The planning as well is conserved. And they have fortification, which is very, very rare. Almost there are double level of fortification in Orchha, which is still conserved, so which is still in a good state, which is a very rare phenomena to happen in medieval towns after a lot of development. And then there is urban infrastructure, so they are growing with their own parking issues. The economy and livelihood, we understood how it grows around religious tourism, pilgrimage as well as the tourism industry. And then locally, people grow crops as well. Then cultural and public spaces we mapped, and the culture and the interesting attribute of ecology and culture, how there are amazing varieties of flora which are incubated within these historical settlements. Whenever we talk about flora, I think we just had these beautiful presentations from Meghalaya, and we can understand that trees are sacred places. They are the one where all this faith originated, pagan worshipping originated, and I think the nature worshipping, and they still stand like that, being called Kalp Vriksha and henceforth. So there's a lot of significance of those places, and as the Bara Charter, as Juniji talked about it, it talks about the significance of the cultural places and not only the building. Just to show you, I'm not expecting to read that, but there was a big amount of data we requested from different stakeholders. So these are the number of stakeholders we got involved in a very, very small settlement. And coming to Gwalior, Gwalior was a tier 2 city, which it pushed us to take one step further. We had to divide Gwalior in 3 zones, which was as per the chronological historical morphology, and we undertook that study. And what was guided, why Gwalior was also part of the study, is because the vision statement of Gwalior Smart City says, comprehensively transform Gwalior through promotion of heritage and cultural assets to create new economic opportunities and reinforce its strength in education, health, and trade. I think it's a very, very comprehensive vision statement where they take heritage as a main agenda in their Smart City plan, which was a very largely funded central government scheme. So here we can see Gwalior, the main square of Gwalior, rather very, very busy. And the cultural heritage, the built heritage and intangible, the urban infrastructure, quality of life, environment, creative industries, and urban morphology all coming together within the historical settlements. We undertook a lot of documentation. You can see we used advanced documentation scheme techniques, laser scanning, and aerial drone photogrammetry. In the process, we were also able to train a lot of local stakeholders who were guardians of the sites and telling them how to operate some equipment. So that also, and then there was a lot of public engagement in understanding the folklores, the stories, and the social significance of places as well. The architectural heritage is, obviously there's Gwalior Fort, and Moti Mahal, which is one of their kind. And the urban infrastructure-wise, they are growing into direction of having more parking spaces, declogging, and henceforth. This is very interesting because we took up urban fabric of Gwalior and we studied it, and each areas were taken up so that to understand where does gullies become roads, where does tertiary road becomes primary road or secondary road. So this is very important because if you don't understand the urban morphology of a town, you cannot address the main issues around urban mobility, livelihood. And of course, to understand what were the main livelihood, the public spaces and culture, which really intermingle in Gwalior all the time. And then we conducted a very large public survey, both in Orchha and Gwalior, around 700 interviews in Gwalior and similar sampling in Orchha as well, where we came up with the attributes, what people associate as the attributes. So that helped us to make a vision statement for the cities. We had a workshop around the vision statement as well, that how does the city see itself? What do people want from the city? And they came up with challenges and they came up with the opportunities as well, which we kind of took into consideration while making the recommendations. As part of the secondary data collection, we also tried to understand how the legal framework trickles down. What are the enabling schemes? What are the existing laws? As our legal expert, Dr. Harsh Pathak, always says, that India has enough laws and enough legal system. The idea is how to interpret it in the right way to actually come to the good conclusion and the right thing to do. So instead of saying that we need new laws, we try to work within the existing legal system as well. Then the same thing as it was even a longer list, and I think I'm very thankful to all the stakeholders who are kind enough to bear with us to deliver all this data to us. Then ultimately coming to the recommendation for Orchha, our first recommendation was protection of view sheds in Orchha, because Orchha is largely about viewing angles. So we mapped the whole city as per the view sheds, and here you can see some exaggerated sections to showcase, and we consulted the local community about it as well, and we recommended certain areas should not be touched or henceforth. Similarly for HIA, the other thing what we did was there were a lot of development on projects ongoing in Orcha, so we conducted a very interesting tool which is Heritage Impact Assessment. The guidelines have been formed by ICOMOS, International Council of Monuments and Sites, which is an advisory body to UNESCO, and UNESCO itself to understand what is the bad impact or positive impact or any impact, like somebody was talking about environmental impact assessment. So we are talking about historical impact assessment here. And there were 4 projects which we undertook. We had a shortage of time that was on the request of the government. And one was this North Bridge, which was cutting into the fortification for tourism facilities, because the older bridge was a little derelict and they were a little unsure about the stability. We recommended not to have it, but rather repair the older bridge and work with around pedestrianization as well.
Nishan, sorry, maybe we have to hurry a bit.
Sure. Thank you. And so then we also saw the impact of the bridge, and we actually visually simulated the impacts to showcase. This is the second bridge, which unfortunately has been constructed even with a negative recommendation, large bridge which reaches Orcha from the fringes of the other environmental area. And then we also worked on a proposed highway which was cutting through Orcha, which again I'm coming to know is going to be executed. So we tried to tell the authorities, but there are positive forces and then there are negative forces. As Ren said, you take step ahead and then you take step back, but I think the idea is to keep striving about it. Then we talked about not to have a stadium. They had a proposal of a large stadium in Orcha, which totally spoiled the sanctity of the place. So we totally said stadium is impossible, and they have already considered that. So what my point is, this visual simulation helped a lot in making people understand what, and then we gave them a lighting strategy to not to put the whole place on kind of fire, but rather just mute it and have a beautiful lighting. So that was formulated into these mobility plan, which also included for Gwalior reviving the heritage train, the single track, the short gauge, and then we also came up with an action plan which was short term, medium term, and long term. These are a few of the last slides. Then what we did, we took all the reflections what we had. We worked at the city development plan, existing city development plan and master plan of Orcha and Gwalior, and Gwalior particularly. And we said that these recommendations can be simply plugged in section number this, clause number this. So that these recommendations does not just remain a recommendation, but rather get implemented. So once you are making it part of a master plan, I think you enable. So as an implementation strategy, this was a very important step, and it was actually led by MP Tourism. We were asked to take that up, so I think it cannot be better than that. Then they also asked us for Orcha a lot of, we came up with conservation measures, environmental and social protection, disaster risk, and of course the conservation management plan in CDP. And that led us to make guidelines, architectural guidelines for Gwalior and Orcha, where we took up case studies and showcased that how neighborhood with historical characteristics and what are their attributes, what are the typical architectural features, and how at 4 levels, restoration and maintenance, alteration and additions to existing building, new construction, streetscape management. And for that, we said recommended, not recommended, recommended, not recommended. So different projections and examples so that the stakeholders really get a feel of it. That, okay, they have a visual thing to see, and this is recommended and this is not recommended. And similarly for windows, for clear stories, and henceforth. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this sort of presentation. Now we will move to India's first World Heritage City, which is in Ahmedabad, inscribed on the list 2016, if I remember correctly. 17 correctly. So, Ashish. 16 was Nalanda.
Thank you so much, and a very warm wishes for the World Heritage Day, all of you. Very excited to share our learnings. The PPT is not on the screen. Display. Good? No, I think. Oops. I need help. Shubhra? ये तो शुरू है गए full screen. Still see there. Sure. Yes, sir. Yeah? All right. Okay. So, starting from 15th century, we have the development of Ahmedabad going on, and say 1411, the foundation of the city was laid as per the historic text. So now we are in 600 plus years of sustainable growth. Of course, continuing with our heritage. Some updates from today itself. Citizen takes a lot of pride, and number of organizations, institutions, NGOs, they are taking pride celebrating the World Heritage Day today. One of the news articles today morning says there was a street parliament in Khadia. This is pre-independence period, so there was people-led initiatives about movements, about Indian heritage, Indian freedom struggle and situations that were happening. On the topmost right-hand side, you can see the news article which says moving bus exhibition from Mumbai has come to Ahmedabad. So there is also a little bit of sharing of knowledge. So celebrations do help take pride in our heritage. To give a brief introduction of what are the criteria under which Ahmedabad was selected as the first World Heritage City of India. Criteria 2, as an important interchange of human values. When I said the city was started being constructed or being developed in 15th century, when the capital from Patan to Ahmedabad was being shifted, a new style of architecture was given birth. The local craftsmen, the local traditional skills were deployed to build a city based on Islamic principles and the new philosophies of the new rulers of that time. So there was a very, very unique interchange of these two styles, the contemporary architecture of Gujarat of that period and the new requirements of this new capital city which was there. So in a way, in 15th century, there was a new identity which was created. Second part is also the continuation of this urban settlement. So the outstanding example of a traditional settlement pattern which still lives today. So it sounds very nice, but it's also, as Mr. Epic and also Nishant partly mentioned, quite difficult because it's a living city. It's not something which is only a monument or a group of monuments. So there is life, there is always a constant change being happen. This is the inscribed property and the buffer zone. Next to it, it is part of our master plan as well since the time of submission, and the master plan was adopted in 2019 in the form of centralized development control regulations. So this has got a valid recognition in our legislations right now. Looking at the urban landscape, you can see the darkest center. This is the 15th century city, and today the city has outgrown almost 100 times. So from 5 square kilometers, it is now 500 square kilometers. And a lot of nature and the landscape which was taken care in this growth. So there are little urban villages, there are places which have been covered. Every time we do a new town planning scheme, we consider the natural flora, fauna, and also features, the topographical features that we have. The central river is the river Sabarmati, which even today is a very living and very auspicious for us. What you can see on the left-hand side is the development of the city fortification. So this is the 15th century boundaries, which are also the boundaries of the World Heritage Site, which had those, in the second image, those dark spots, which are the 15th century monuments that we have today. and which are sites of cultural importance, and also some of them are city gates and urban fabric of the city. What in the third image that you see is the connection between these institutions, and I think this is still the pattern of circulation in the walled city. So that kind of urban footprint is retained in almost the same manner. A brief overview, we starting from 1961, the recognition apart from the national monuments, the monuments that we have, the brown spots that I'd shown you in the image. In 1961, we had a census of vernacular buildings in timber architecture in Ahmedabad. Later on, number of studies, and I think in 2011, we decided we'll go for a tentative listing. We submitted the application through central government for the tentatively listing inclusion, and around 6 years of working, and in 2017 we made it into a World Heritage list. Later on, being the municipal corporation in the center lead position, we thought we will start in a manner in which we will incorporate people. So the Ahmedabad World Heritage City Trust, AWHC Trust, was established in 2017, and since then we are working on this Heritage Conservation Plan, which is now as a draft stage and under the approval of the municipal corporation level. The Heritage Conservation Committee has already seen the second version of draft. The main attributes as the value 2, interchange of human values, you've got 28 nationally protected monuments within these 5 square kilometers, 1 state protected monument also. So we have all the 3 tiers of heritage management agencies, the Archaeological Survey of India, the state government, the State Department of Archaeology of Gujarat, and municipal or local level heritage that is there. Here the monuments more or less are all about sandstone architecture, built in sandstone and lime construction, sometimes traditional brick masonry construction. In 1996, we came up with the idea of a heritage cell, which creates the awareness about local heritage, which are not protected, unprotected heritage. And number of initiatives were taken. That time it was one of the first in the ULB level where there was a formal department. It was more like heritage walk and some awareness programs. Later on, it led into systematic listing, restoration projects, community engagement programs, formal memorandum of understanding with ASI, and also playing an advisory role for conservation restoration efforts for the other or privately owned, sometimes publicly owned buildings and sites. Sorry. Regarding the value number 5, the traditional human settlement pattern, one of the dense or very high density areas when you compare the maps of the cities of the world. Ahmedabad is one of the very, very high density, very narrow street network that we have, but it also has its own values. When it was built in 15th century, heat was one of the major problems. So most of the streets were kept narrow so that it can be shaded all the time. And I think this also gave a very unique character to the old city, including the closed neighborhoods that we call poles, which are self-sustained neighborhoods which are gated societies. May not be a straight linear format. It may be in a branched format, but we'll have single entry and exit. We'll have a common security gate. We'll have a common open space in the center, may have a religious place also inside it, and some small infrastructure like community information board or a little bird feeder, a community well, and sometimes other features like trees. Looking at the density, we don't have much trees inside. So out of all these, we did this systematic listing, as I mentioned, and then we zoomed down to this 2,243 private buildings, which are today in the list of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, and there are 449 institutional buildings as well, including the civic buildings, including institutions, including temples, mosques, churches, a Jewish synagogue, a Parsi, a Gyari, and so on. So I think this includes a number of communities and representation of almost all the layers of history. starting from 15th century, as I mentioned, the sandstone architecture of Ahmedabad, which has got very different kind of architectural features adopted from both the cultures, Indo-Islamic. The Mughal period construction also later on, which added a flavor in lime plaster and decorative parts of the architecture of the city. The Maratha period, where we had got influence from the south, from Maharashtra, the Gaikwad period, and the British period also, which is available in abundance in the list of heritage buildings of the municipal corporation. Apart from this, are small residential buildings, starting say 20 square meter plot to 200 square meter plot, sometimes a little larger, has got exquisite wooden architecture. So wooden frame construction is one of the very unique character of the Ahmedabad city. To manage all this, we have got strategic partnerships with ASI, with the universities, with NGOs, with the professional bodies like GIHEAD and also the GICEA today, which is the Builders Association and also the Architects and Civil Engineers Association. WRI Embark also have worked with us, and Citizen-led City Heritage Center, or now being renamed as Ahmedabad Heritage Foundation, which is a citizen-led NGO. So these are the partnerships that we have. As an outcome, one of the previous project, early projects, where there is a monument, there is a surrounding, monument belongs to ASI, surrounding belongs to AMC, we did an MOU and developed this place. So what you can see in the surrounding and in the monument is developed during this MOU, which matches, which gels with each other. Of course, ignore the poster that is there in the picture. It was part of some celebration. But people enjoy this kind of development. So next was the development of Badra Plaza project. So the restoration of the fortification was carried out by Archaeological Survey of India, whereas the surrounding development was done by the municipal corporation. So that was the partnership, including buildings and sculpture that we have in the center of Shet Chinubai. Recently, we have got a lot of interest from the CSR partners who are willing to contribute for heritage management on their own. This is one of the recent projects done in Dhalni Pole, where an urban streetscape was given a new kind of pavement. This is not only a pavement installation project, also the choice making which was done by consulting people, how we want to organize our parking, how we want to make kind of use of our public open space, because streets are not straight, as I said, they are narrowing, they are widening. So what are these opportunity places and how to identify them? Obviously the choice was made with color of pavement, so that there is a kind of memory in people's mind that only the red part is the driving part, rest of it will be used for the residents, for the locals. Of course, the identity including sewage covers, fire range extenders were introduced, new signage design, the lamppost design was done as a part of this project. The civic infrastructure was done by the municipal corporation. The aesthetic part of this was done by the CSR partners. They also willingly supported repainting of the buildings in the same color scheme that they had using the CSR funding. So generally the approach was they would not be contributing to privately owned heritage. This was a breakthrough here. Recently also, this was last year, we have inaugurated the Lokmanya Tilak Garden, earlier named as Victoria Garden, the single most central open space in the historic city. This was restored, restored as in landscape restored, and now open for public. It has become a very nice evening spot for the citizen of Walled City. Some of the views. As we discuss the difficulties of the private owners of heritage buildings, Ahmedabad also has implemented incentive-based legislations. So there is a protection given to the listed buildings. There is a systematic grading of them, and according to the grades, you have to maintain your heritage values. Apart from that, you are allowed most of the things, but provided that you go for a permission process. Once you go through that, you are also entitled to certain financial incentives. These incentives in Ahmedabad model are given as a transferable or tradable development rights. So, if it is a heritage building which has got grade 1 or grade 2A, 50% of your retained built up, your FSI retained built up, will be given to you as a certificate of tradable development rights. So that much development you can do outside the wall city. As I showed in the previous slides, the density of this wall city is very high. Overall scale of development of the city is also very high, but we cannot have multi-storied buildings in the old city. So we are not allowing them. Instead, we are giving them development rights in the other parts of the city. This is a very direct financial mechanism which is available, but if the owners are not willing to build themselves, they can also trade this certificate. So which provides a subsidy for restoration, provides subsidy for sustenance. It is not mandatory to produce bills of your restoration to avail the TDR. So looking at your own capacity and also the condition of your building, if you are following the regulations for the listed heritage buildings, you are entitled for this kind of incentives. So these incentives and the beneficiaries list is available. The trading of the benefits or the rights is done by the owners themselves, so government does not really intervene in the financial transactions, and sometimes the value of this TDR is higher because the validity period for the certificate is about 10 years. So once you restore your building, you have 10 years to encash in installments or in parts or at one go whenever you wish, looking at your financial situations. Some of the other initiatives, we have started a registration for artisans of different skill sets which are majorly used in the historic buildings of Ahmedabad. Some of them are still continuing, some of them we need to revive because timber work, because the stone work which is available in abundance in Ahmedabad, lime plasters and stucco work is slowly being forgotten. So we have started this registration, which is an ongoing registration. There is no deadline. Any good artists, and even from your cities, if you want to recommend, they are being registered at the Ahmedabad World Heritage City Trust. For the enthusiasts who are working on creating souvenirs in businesses of small artifacts or souvenirs to be sold, we have created a catalog, and there will be new versions of this catalog also available. So these are ongoing initiatives. We have got a mobile application. I'll give you a brief introduction. Of course, all the celebrations, including the World Heritage Day, the World Heritage Week, Foundation of Ahmedabad City, Foundation of Gujarat State, and so on. I think I will not go into the details. We also have an open-ended policy for internship with the City Trust. We do a number of capacity building drives, including people. Recently, we had restored one old school building which was now not in use. So we are using this space as a craft corner, and this is not really an exhibition or museum. This is more like creating awareness for the people themselves. What are your daily objects that you use are part of your build or part of your culture which the world will be happy to see. Your fabric, your utensils, your equipments, your kitchen equipments, the way you do the drawings on your walls, those kind of things on your left. We also do a number of poetry and celebrations inside our chalk areas, and that has revived a lot of interest. One of such program is also being organized today, late evening in the old city. One of the outputs, last year, exactly 365 days before, we had Srimati Ilaben Bhatt, most of you would be knowing. She is the founder of Self-Employed Women's Association, which is one of the largest women empowerment organization. And in last year, she was sitting with us in one of the poetry recital program, and she says, she was speaking that as a child, I have lived in this house right in front of her, and they did participate in the Gandhiji's movement of throwing out all the imported fabrics. So, विदेशी कपड़ों के जलाने की जो होली थी, वो यहाँ इस चौक में हुई थी. She was sharing her memories. This is one of the value additions that you come across, and there are so many such tales and memories that keeps the interest in heritage alive. for the awareness and also the information sharing, we have got a mobile application which is GPS based. So it is geo-referenced also. If you are nearby a monument or a site, the mobile application will pop on the screen and say you are nearby this monument, and this is the information about it. There'll be audio guides, video guides for that monument. Some of them have 360-degree views also. Most of the structures that we have here are, as I said, institutionalized. They are based on some of the uses. Sometimes they may not be available, but these are virtually available for you to view. At the same time, the mobile application gives us data of what was the footfall, what was the site where tourists spent more time. So recently, CDC at Jali is one of the most visited sites. So this is a two-way information sharing. Obviously, for a city like that, you don't go for, say, very huge tourist inflow. This is not a tourism city as of now. I'm not saying it is completely not. Yes, there is a lot of heritage interest, but the most compatible ways to explore Ahmedabad is by walking. Early morning or late evening, you can do bicycle trips, and this is being promoted more and more in our future endeavors. So right now, our parking lots, our BRTS bus stations are being connected to shared bicycle. You use a shared bus. As you come out on the bus stop, you hire a bike, you visit your places, come back, take the bus, and get back to your vehicles. So this will be the future mode of transportation and mobility inside the old city.
Ashish, very sorry, can we start wrapping up?
Sure. I think heritage tourism policy everybody knows in this room, so I don't need to elaborate further. For the restoration permission, we have made a single window system so that they get all that permission process is done carefully, including the documentation that is being provided for free for them. So the base drawings are provided. All the owners have to showcase is what they want to change or what they want to make new in their building, depending on the grades, whether they are allowed or not. We are also working on a guideline that Nishant has just mentioned, which is a visual guideline. There is a regulation in place, which is a very generic. So there is a specific case in which particular scenario what you are supposed to do, including some of the measures for emergency management. There are special requirements, of course, for a dense city like that, and the ownership which is being taken by the people themselves. So this is one of the collapsed houses in 1980s, and the people decided that they don't want to lose the memory of the poet Dalpat Ram. Today it has become a memorial space, highly celebrated. Some of the visuals which are self-speaking. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashish. From Orucha and Gwalior, we moved to Ahmedabad, and then now from Ahmedabad, we are happy to move to Lahore. Lahore, as you may know, is not also World Heritage City. However, it has two sites in the list, although they are clubbed together into one single inscription, Fort of Lahore and then Shalimar Garden. We are very happy to have today the Mr. Khawaja Tosif Ahmed, who is Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Cultural Service for Pakistan. They have been working in the world city of Lahore for, I think, almost from 2015. So we will have a very detailed and then comprehensive the presentation from the urban regeneration project. They have been working in close cooperation with various international agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to be in this event and to listen all the experts and speakers. I'm sure one day we'll have opportunity to sit together either in India or Pakistan and talk about these things. Can you see my presentation screen?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. It must be your lunchtime close by, so I will try to be very quick. That's the city of Lahore, metropolitan. The border that you see is the ring road around the city. And you can see a brown patch on the top, on the left-hand side. That's northwest, I would say. That's the walled city of Lahore. The yellow bar is the colonial period Lahore, and somewhere here should be the Ravi, very close. It used to flow very close to the city, but now over the years it has little moved away. Initially, the city is growing towards south now. New Lahore is towards south and a little bit towards east. But initially, historically, it was on the northern tip that you can see. Just to look at the walled city, how it looks like from a drone. We know it's from 15th century, and the walled city is 2.5 square kilometers area, but with a population of 200,000, which are this is the resident population. Daytime population is almost twice the people who come in or out for the business, and the building stock is around 22,500. And this big part that you could see on the lower part of the screen is the Lahore Fort, and on the right hand side you could see the Badshahi Mosque. In between is Huzuri Bagh. Some views from the city. That's the architecture that we could, if we walk through the walled city, we could see these such buildings and many bazaars. For this conservation, this urban regeneration, the partnership was between Walled City of Lahore Authority, which is a department of Government of Punjab, and Aga Khan Trust for Culture. Then there were small donors, various embassies, development agencies, US Embassy, German Embassy, Norwegian Embassy, which keep on coming with their contributions. But primarily the major partnership is between AKTC and Walled City Authority. The intervention started in 2007. That was when AKTC decided to come here with the request of World Bank. A strategy, a publication was made on Lahore, which is around 1,000 pages. And it was decided, let's do a demonstration project, a mahalla project, some houses to be restored, some infrastructure to be developed, and then this may be replicated. After the Mohalla project, there was this Shahi Guzargah, a royal trail. That's the trail between the Lahore Fort and the Delhi Gate, where the royals would take when they would arrive to Lahore. They would enter the city from Delhi Gate and walk through this trail, through this path up to the fort. So this Shahi Guzargah was restored. And along this royal trail, as we call it, package 1 and package 2, some infrastructure was developed. Municipal services mainly, they were changed. New municipal services were laid. Electricity, sewerage, water, gas, everything was buried. And then some monuments were conserved. For example, Shahi Hammam, which is a public bath in Lahore, and Wazir Khan Mosque, which is an ongoing project still, and Lahore Fort, which is again an ongoing project. Demonstration project, it was a pilot initiative, as I said, for 2 years. This is how the streets and houses look like before taking up. And that's how they have been changed. It's a community, a real sense community participated project, because 30% contribution came from the community. They stayed in their houses after conservation, but they participated 30% of the financial resources. Now these streets have become a hub for the tourists. The Shahi Guzargah, for example, on the left you could see before how it looked like, these electric wires and these houses and streets. And on the right is after completion. Same here, the Sam Shahi Guzarda, you could see these businesses, these kiosks and khokas and small shops which were renovated, which were conserved and brought to a good facade. Then this monument of Shahi Hammam, which is 17th century period, Mughal period bathhouse. It was completed in 2015 and it has received the UNESCO Award of Merit. William Dalrymple came to see, and he updated on Twitter that this is probably one of the best conservation efforts he has seen in South Asia. That's how it looks from outside. On the left, you could see before, and on the right, after. We went down almost 8 feet from the road level to go to the historical foundations. From inside, that's the central hall of this public bath. And then you could see the tourists coming and school children coming. Let's go to Wazir Khan Mosque, which is a second important mosque in Lahore after the Badshai Mosque. The embellishments that you see, the decorative elements that you see, it's indeed a textbook case of if one wants to learn the decorations, surface decorations, various kinds of surface decorations, we'll know about them more in the coming slides. On the left-hand side, you could see that this courtyard of the mosque, this was encroached by kiosks again, and then the workshops and all that, and it was at the road level. Then it was decided to take it down by nearly 10 feet. On the right-hand side, you could see a staircase which takes you down, so the level was dropped, so that a buffer could be created and it could be isolated from the neighboring businesses and areas. This is how it was like. These are hujras of the mosque in the same courtyard, and this is how they look like now. Now with the current use, these hujras have been taken over by various heritage-related businesses, like calligraphers are there, like the painters are there, and many souvenir shops and all that. That's how it looked like before. And that's the current form. This is the northern facade. On the left-hand side, you could see again this is nearly 700 such shops and kiosks were removed. And again, a buffer was created. You could see the ground level dropped by nearly 10 feet in the second picture in the middle. And the hujras have been brought back into life. And these hujras again are now being used by the craftspeople. These are houses which were just standing next to the mosque, and these are the British era houses. 4 houses on the front you could see. These have been conserved, and these are being used now again there's an adopted reuse proposal of changing them into a restaurant. On the left-hand side, these houses are still occupied by the residents. A little insight into the decorative work. You could see the glazed tile work and frescoes. And this is how it has actually changed the fate of this area, because the same courtyard is now being used for various events, Qawwali nights and story nights and Independence Day events, and actually this is the Pakistan Independence Day celebration. Now we move to Lahore Fort. As we know, it's a World Heritage Site since 1981. The gate that you can see here is Alamgiri Gate. That's the mosque. just next to the fort, and in between is the Hazuri Bagh. On the right-hand side, you could see the Sikh Samadhi, Ranjit Singh Samadhi. This is this fort was not developed by one emperor, or it was not developed by in one effort. It was a progressive work done by various Mughal emperors. You could see Akbar's quadrangle, Jahangir's, Shah Jahan's quadrangle. Mostly the Shahpur's quadrangle, mostly work was done by Shah Jahan. And we could see Diwan-e-Aam, and this basically, where you see number 17, this is the Upper Gate, and this is how the fort was connected to the walled city. So people would, as I mentioned, the Royal Trail ends at Gate 17. You can see the journey. People would enter from gate number 17, and then there is Diwan-e-Aam. This is where the emperor would meet the public. And you could see a road inside. This is basically colonial period intervention. There was an armory set up by British, and they had to take the cannons and all over there, so they built up this road. It's not original. On the 20, on the right-hand side, you could see this Alamgiri gate that you saw in the beginning. And these are the various faiths which show their presence inside the fort. There's a Hindu temple, Lo's temple, who is said to be the founder of Lahore. We could see Christian paintings in certain monuments. We could see a Sikh temple inside the fort. And there are more than one mosque already there. These are some decorative elements again. We could see Sheesh Mahal mirror work and Pietradora and waterworks. When KTC took it over, these are the steps which were taken to start conservation of the fort. It's a very typical process. Everybody should know it: architectural documentation and studies and investigations, structural analysis, drainage studies, and all that. And one major thing that was done under this intervention, if you could see, there is a road towards the left of the mosque, which was lying there and which was bringing the traffic very close to the fort and the mosque. The government agreed to move it away. So this has actually become an ensemble now. You could see this Pakistan monument, Minar-e-Pakistan, and now actually the roads, the traffic is far, far away from this World Heritage Site, at least on this site. That's the picture wall. This is the facade of the fort. This is one of the reasons that this site went into the World Heritage List. This is basically the 3,000 panels of mosaic and fresco and brick imitation and filigree and all that. It's the largest mural in the world, roughly 100,000 square feet surface area. But it was badly damaged because of the drainage issues, and over the time the water was, because of bad maintenance or whatever, the water was diverted from inside the fort on this wall to flow, so it damaged all the decorations. I mentioned the decorative elements of these walls: fresco, mosaic, marble, terracotta, filigree. This is how it looked like when we took over. You could clearly see the damage. That's what the problem was: drainage. The drainage was, historically, drainage was towards inside of every quadrangle, collected there and then take it to the river. But over the years, because of the upkeep, the way the upkeep was being done, the water was moved out. You see these red arrows. All the water from the fort was flowing on this picture wall underneath, and then it was flowing out. This actually disturbed and damaged the wall a lot. And this is what was happening inside the quadrangles, ponding, especially during the monsoon. And the effects, as I mentioned, you can clearly see the water damage. Then when the MOU was signed, a lot of studies were done at KTC on its own. Then once we were done with the investigative work and we knew what to do about it, then an MOU was signed with the government in 2017. A prototype was done, and this MOU has this picture wall, this summer palace, which is the basement of the Sheesh Mahal, and the royal kitchen. These three elements were included, and this is how it looks like now. It's nearly 75% complete. You could see the gate, you could see the pre and post restoration pictures. So panel by panel, every panel is separately designed by a team of experts, which are fine artists, which are chemists, which are archaeologists, architects, and engineers. 5 people sit together for each panel, decide and look into the historical evidence, decide on the corrective or the conservation measures, and then decide how to go about it. This is how it looks like now. This was in the picture taken last month.
Tosif, can we
A little
start
close look
wrapping
into
up?
the work.
Yeah.
Glazed tiles, brickwork, now you can see, how the panels look like, and one can clearly see that not everything has been reconstructed, but wherever the evidence was found and whatever looked appropriate to reconstruct and restore to experts, that was done. Now we move to Royal Kitchen. Royal Kitchen on the left-hand side, you could see before. This was an abandoned place, but then it was taken over, and you could see top is before conservation and underneath is the post-conservation. This is the courtyard of the Royal Kitchen, which is again being used for various corporate events and various musical events and sometimes even private functions. War City Authority also does a tourism package around it. On the History by Night or something, they do a touristic activity. A little look at the gate. This is the gate of one of the gates of the fort. Sheesh Mahal is a very complex conservation project, but we have just started. Design is in process. We are going to start with a prototype soon. That should take a few months, and once the prototype is done and it's reviewed by a panel of consultants and experts, then we'll decide to. But just to look at the Sheesh Mahal decorations. If you on the left-hand side, on the ceiling, you could clearly see the damage, and the mirrors are falling. And on the same picture on the left-hand side top, there will be a prototype done soon, which it should start in next week or so.
We are very sorry. We have to wrap up quite soon. Thank you so much.
Okay. Just last 2 minutes. This is the Nolakha Pavilion I would like to show. This is how we received it, and this is how it looks like now. And other ongoing projects we have. Our palace is happening. We are trying to set up a museum here. And the small conservation projects, Low Temple, Zanana Mosque, pavilions, Sikh Pavilion, and all that. And that's how the tourism has gone. It has gone to 5 million tourists per year, and is growing and increasing. That's a tourist package by the Wall City, History by Night. And that's a night tourism, for the night tourism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I must share that, when I visited the project site in 2017, actually, I think at the time with your predecessor, I was quite impressed and to see how much the urban regeneration benefited local communities, actually. So the curation of this session is actually, we started with, rant introduction, which gave you a bit glimpse. And then we moved to our project Orcha and then Gwalior, where we shared the methodology and then strategy, how to better understand historic towns. And then from research and planning point of view. And after which we went down to Ahmedabad, where we focused how a large areas could have been, is managed actually. So in terms of governance and management. And then we went down to a very specific urban regeneration project, where we wanted to focus the benefit of local community, but also the protection of cultural heritage. I sincerely regret that we were not able to feature our neighboring countries, cities. I also have been able to visit once Kandy, which is wonderful historic towns, and Nepal and Bangladesh. Although I have not been there yet in your countries, I know there should be large number of cases we can share. We hope that to catch up on the next occasion. So we have no panel discussion under this session because we wanted to open immediately and then to get various, the responses and question, and then so now the floor is open to all of you. If you have any question to panelists, and then of course our speakers, Brant and then Tosif, with us. So any question? Can we bring, yes, yeah, thank you, Benita. Benita, you have the, yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah. Question to Nishantji. There in Gwalior, there is a stretch of a heritage railway line from the Gaikwads. But it is, I think, heavily, the urban pressures have almost overtaken the stretch of line. Is there any portion at all which is under your plan? And can it be, a part of the tourism charm of the city?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Actually, when we were going through the plan, urban mobility was one big issue which came out of Gwalior in any case. And the small gauge train, which was earlier very beautifully going through Gwalior, connecting Shivpuri and Gwalior and in a very sustainable way as well. It was definitely a discussion which came up, and we have mapped a stretch which can be revived as well. There are authorities, of the city authorities also we discuss with them, and I think this is something we can definitely take up if you would like. We also tried to look for the original engines and stores, so we have some information about that, so we would be very, very happy.
Any further questions? Can somebody bring mic?
Hi, very interesting presentation. This is a question to Rand. You've been talking about urban development and everything. We have the presentation for Ahmedabad and other Gwalior and other cities. I know the cases in places where people own the heritage house, but they have also purchased a place in the same city in a nice, fabulous building, and they tend to love to stay in those buildings as against this. Nothing wrong against it, but my question is that how do you address the human aspiration? Humans aspire to actually go modern at times, go back at times, and it's contradictory in certain situations as against the preservation because they aspire and they question that I would like to go for this, even if it is bad, but I live to experience my life, at least something. Have you thought anything on that?
I understand your question and statement perfectly, because I live in a historic home and I suffer from some of those same issues. I think that in the past, with a historic property, a home, there was a tendency to try to freeze it in place and not adaptively reuse it with modern conveniences. But I think that that's what the HUL approach counters. And I believe that modern amenities, we have raised our standard of living and our quality of life, and these modern amenities help us very much, such as running water, electricity, air conditioning. And it's wrong to say, no, these elements cannot be put into a historic building, but how do we sensitively incorporate them? One example that I had in my presentation, I didn't touch on it, but it was air conditioners. Instead of placing the air conditioner in the historic window on the historic street, you place it somewhere more sensitively, maybe in the roof or in the courtyard or behind. It's wrong to say no to air conditioning, but it's right to say yes in an insensitive installation. I perfectly understand your question, and it's something I deal with all the time in my historic home.
Any further
And it can be done. Takes a little more thought and a little more effort and patience, but historic buildings can be adapted to modern uses.
There is no more question. I can't see very well. Yes, there are two. Yes, Rima, and then there is another.
This is actually more a suggestion to everyone. We've been hearing excellent presentations, and today about historic urban landscapes. There are challenges, right? There are ways, there are methodologies, and we are finding possible solutions. There's a step forward, step back, all of it. And then there are the steps which are taken, which are the step forwards. So the 1, 2, 3, which sounds simple when I say it like this, but it's a challenge. Can we have case studies like these brought out by, as part of the sub-regional conference and made available for everyone else to look at, to learn from the challenges that you people who are presenting the cases are facing, deal with them in our own areas. And as I said, possible solutions, because a solution you might make can work in X situation. There might be another situation that the community throws up, or the government wants to follow in another situation. And then the end results are, we see they're positive. So how do we keep that positivity going? It's more a suggestion. Thank you, Juni, for the chance.
Thank you, Rima. And I think another question, backside of Rima.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you for the excellent presentations. And my question is to Ashish. See, Ahmedabad has built its, conservation plans, and wherever you have arrived today, over several decades now. So the work started several decades back, and I think one of the questions which at that time was being addressed was the question of funding for private residences, restoration of private residences. And I think the French government at that time had tied up with the bank where they stood guarantee for the loan that the bank was going to give to individuals. And I just was wondering whether it really took off, because they were facing a lot of problem at that time, and we were trying to do the same, repeat the same model in Ujjain. And where there are several, there's a whole lane where the private residences were struggling for funding. And I think a little guidance in that area would go a long way, because there are these wooden houses, at least in Ujjain I saw a whole lot of wooden houses, and where restoration efforts failed because the private houses couldn't get funding for restoration. Yeah, thank you.
That's, I think, a very contextual question. So, yes, of course, this was one of the very important catalyst initially to have soft loans. So, basically, the interest component of the loan was taken care by French government initially. And later on, this HUDCO still has the policy to give restoration loans, which is not the case in most of the private or nationalized banks, because most of the banks will be actually investing or giving loans for the buildings which are new. Anything which is more than 20-25 years old, banks would be little skeptical about giving loans. So HUDCO still gives that kind of loans. The reason why we shifted from the loan model to the transferable development rights model was because this incentive which was being provided as an interest component, what happens is it all goes down to how much is being spent, who are the final beneficiary, are basically also the agencies, and the owners also will have the burden of the loan for next few years. So the interest component was taken care, but you still have to take care of the capital cost that you are investing in restoration. Here it's a direct financial incentive. So this is in addition. The availability of loan is still there. Now the problems with historic areas, sometimes the ownership is not very clear. To establish the entitlement for loan, you'll have to have the ownerships very clear, and sometimes there is a shared ownership. Sometimes the transfers of ownership from grandfathers to grandchildren is not done in a proper manner. It will take time. Also the issues of rent control acts, certain part of the buildings might not be accessible because of certain reasons, and these are some of the deterrents which were keeping people away from taking or going in the loan model. Both the models are available in Ahmedabad. It was very effective also. Right now what is happening is those homeowners who doesn't have any financial capacity, what they do is, because they have a future entitlement for the transferable development rights, those who are restoration service providers will come in an agreement with them. You will restore a house and certain part of your finance will be taken from your transferable development rights. So there is a possibility of negotiations, and the rights of the benefits still remains in the hands of the owners. I hope this clarifies.
Thank you so much. I think we should close. I'd like to invite, for further questions, you may address directly our expert, although you may not be able to address directly Rant and then Tosif. We can wrap up the session. Somebody wanted to say something? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for the speakers, including Rant and Tosif in the other side. And
thank you.
You know, as you said, please don't hesitate to address your question to Rant and Nishant during lunchtime or tea break. I'd like to make a short announcement. The Madhya Pradesh, the government, they have prepared excellent exhibition stall backside of the courtyard. So we very much would like to encourage you to have a look and then to go there and then also interact with the artist. There is maybe Vivekji you would like to maybe invite and explain a bit more. So another before just wait before I finish. So second announcement is that because we are 1 hour behind the schedule, if you allow, we may wish to skip one session which is meant to have a group discussion and free talk. As I said, the group discussion and free talk, we would like to encourage you to take advantage of lunchtime and then tea break. So we will resume the session, the next session, which is World Heritage and Climate Change, in 1 hour, which is 2:35. Please come back to the meeting room by 2:35 p.m. and after which we will move directly to the adoption of the Bhopal vision statement, which we would like to propose you, all of you, to adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Juhi Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO New Delhi, and our speakers. Now we are breaking session for our lunch, as ma'am said. And for the 45 minutes, we will be having the lunch session. And I would like to request all the guests to do visit exhibition, because this exhibition is especially for you. And in this, you can see live stalls also, in which Mati Kala stall is there. And you can meet weavers also, where you can see how the weavers make Maheshwari, the famous cloth of Madhya Pradesh. And today lunch is also special because this year is Millets Year, and wonderful dishes are waiting for you. Kodu Methi Bhat, Millets Indra Ahar, and Jwar Bajra Roti. As Madhya Pradesh is famous for fox bajra, so you can enjoy millet dishes here. And do visit exhibition, because these exhibition stalls are waiting for you, and it is based on responsible tourism and various things you can find out. So request to all the dignified guests, do visit exhibition and enjoy lunch, and we will be waiting for you after 45 minutes so that we can start again with the sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Just want to brief about exhibition. In exhibition, you can see Gond painting, that is famous in Madhya Pradesh, traditional painting Gond, and live counters of Mati Kala, in which you can enjoy that Mati Kala art. And weavers are also there, those who are working on Maheshwari cloth, how it is weaved, you can see, and various information on safe tourism for women, Project Humsafar, Project Clean Destinations, homestays, skill development and training. You can gain information while visiting to exhibition. Thank you so much. One more important information is there. Those who are having flight at 9, they can take their dinners at 6:30 at Winds and Waves and skip the part of visiting Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, so that they can check in on time and board their flights at 9.
Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Test. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, hello, mic check. Test. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, mic check. Test. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, hello, mic check. Test. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. ठीक है? Hello, hello, mic check. Test.
विशाल आया क्या?
Hope so you have enjoyed exhibition and various stalls at corridor in which one selfie counter is there. And virtually you can visit different places of Madhya Pradesh, wonderful counter is there. And live counters of exhibition in which Matikala Maheshwari textile, how it is prepared, it is wonderfully shown. And within 5 minutes, we are going to start our another session. So would like to request everyone to gather at hall. Again, I would like to request all the delegates to gather at hall so that we can start with the session. That is our last session, World Heritage and Climate Change and Intangible Cultural Heritage. Hope so you have enjoyed millet foods and wonderful exhibition by MPT, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, based on responsible tourism. Wonderful selfie points are organized for you. Soon we are going to start our next session, so request to all the delegates to gather here at hall so that we can start with another session, that is World Heritage in Climate Change and Intangible Cultural Heritage. I would like to share the names. Moderator will be Dr. Gautam Talukdar, Category 2, Center of UNESCO, Wildlife Institute of India. And speakers with us will be Mr. Munis Pandit, expert in coral stone conservation, India. Professor Dr. Vishakha Kawathekar, Department of Conservation, SPA, Bhopal. So we are having another session, and we are having our moderator with us, Dr. Gautam Talukdar, Category 2, Center of UNESCO, Wildlife Institute of India. Sir, would like to welcome you on dais. Dr. Gautam, sir, let us have a huge round of applause to welcome our moderator, World Heritage in Climate Change and Intangible Cultural Heritage. And sir will be moderating this session, Dr. Gautam Talukdar, Category 2, Center of UNESCO, Wildlife Institute of India. And would like to invite our speakers to Mr. Munis Pandit, expert in coral stone conservation, India. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome Mr. Munis Pandit. And our another speaker, Professor Dr. Vishakha Kawathekar, Department of Conservation, SPA, Bhopal. Let us have a huge round to welcome Professor Dr. Vishakha, ma'am. Now handing over the dais to moderator Dr. Gautam ji.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and good afternoon to you all, the August gathering present here. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and talk to you in front of you along with my two panelist speakers. The topic is quite interesting. It's about climate change, it's about world heritage, it's about intangible heritage. And though the climate change is a very broad topic, it needs to touch upon all these aspects. What I'll try to do in this session is give you an overview of the current state of climate change and then pinpoint the interventions that the World Heritage World Heritage, or for that matter, heritage can actually do in combating climate change. I realize that a session after lunch becomes very difficult, and therefore I have got something planned for you before we actually start off the session. So I request all of you to please stand up so that we can, release ourselves of the laziness that we are currently in. So can we all stand up, please? Yeah, of course. So, raise your hand. Down, up, down, fast, up, down. Sit down. Thank you. I think we have the attention now. So quickly, we all are aware about climate change, and there are various extreme events like floods, droughts, heat wave, fire, which impact heritage. You know, we know the impacts of climate change. And it's not just heritage, but it also affects, you know, phenology, resource availability, disease emergence. In fact, the last COVID pandemic was also attributed somewhere, you know, to climate change also. Though it was mentioned as a zoonotic disease, but there was some aspect of climate change. There are rain shifts which happen, there are species which go extinct, and we know that technology alone cannot solve our problems. We need to shift to sustainable lifestyles. I think Mr. Shankar in the morning session mentioned, you know, this building is probably unsustainable, but I am more of the opinion that these things are more contextual. So probably even the hut in Meghalaya, which was shown as sustainable, if you take it into a desert, out of context, it becomes quite unsustainable because you will not get those grasses there. But moving ahead, the story so far is effects of ecosystem degradation and conversion on biodiversity and climate have driven ambitious targets for ecosystem restoration at a global level. And the United Nations has declared this decade as the decade on ecosystem restoration. Very, very important point. And large-scale restoration is the only way to actually combat climate change, not just sustainable technologies. And we are aware of the Paris Agreement also, which is accorded or ratified by about 137 countries. They have also highlighted their restoration plans, and the idea here is that we have to limit the temperature of the globe to around 1.5 degrees. Most of the countries want it to be 2 degrees, but the ideal thing is 1.5, beyond which it may go, there would be a lot of extinctions that are going to happen. And the current strategies that we have is that most goals would be very useful if they are coupled with retaining natural ecosystems, landscape approaches that integrate conservation, restoration, and improved use of agricultural lands. So we need to even see how agricultural lands could be converted into agroforestry. That is one of the very important things. And restoration of these 30% of converted lands in priority areas would mitigate about 70 to 75% of current extinction depth, while sequestering lots of carbon, about 500 gigatons of carbon, equivalent to about 50% of all the carbon dioxide increase that has happened post-industrial revolution. Now, area itself would be ineffective to combat everything, and there are tremendous synergies which need to come even from different international agreements that are in place. Typically, we talk about 3 Rio Conventions, that is the Convention on Biological Diversity, the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, and the third is UNCCD, that is United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. So these 3 conventions are supposed to be, alleviating the climate change, or, keep the ecosystems of the earth in balance. However, till date, most of these conventions worked independently. They did not synergize, they did not talk to each other. And now conventions have started talking to each other. And in fact, I am very happy to say that even the World Heritage Convention, because of which we are here today, is trying to synergize the climate change aspect into the convention. There is already an ad hoc group which has been formed by the World Heritage Committee so as to have a policy level guidance that incorporates climate change fully into the World Heritage Convention. So with this, I leave you to this slide. The red areas that are there, they are all areas which need to be restored. The top 10-15% of the areas which need to be restored, and you can see the entire Asia is actually red. And the way I see this session is going to help us is we have two presenters here, one who will talk about impact of climate change on heritage, and the other presenter would talk about how you can be resilient to climate change, both relating to heritage. I believe heritage will help us in taking those baby steps forward so that we can revive our tradition, heritage, and combat climate change. Thank you all. So I now invite the speaker, Dr. Vishakha, to start her presentation.
Sure.
Yeah. So one of the biggest challenges that we are going to face because of the climate change is the real water. And people are speaking about it, and we already have many cities across the globe which have seen the day zero coming very fast. Now, day zero in most of the cities would mean that there is no longer water for drinking or usable purpose. It is a very given fact that 97 to 98% of the water belongs to the ocean, which is not usable, and it is only 1% of the entire water content across the globe that is for drinking purpose. So let's see into how can the ancient systems of water management actually prepare us to face the climate change, because I think there has to be a link between what we have to what we should have, and that link is very important. Just to pull in the statistics, water is going to get more and more difficult. Plastic bottles also might not help after a few days, because the way we are growing, we are going to very soon double ourselves, but the water is going to remain the same. Now, if that doesn't ring the bells, then the other area in which we have to really work hard is the groundwater level. If the ground level water evaporates, then the cities also start sinking. And Mexico is one city where you can see that really happening. Therefore, recharging your groundwater is also very crucial. Growing further, the problems are also not that it is only the climate change that is affecting us. Yes, it is the population growth, the way we are urbanizing, and urbanizing also means our dependence on many things. Our dependence on washing machines, our dependency on tap water, even the pumped water that is going into the field. Now, having water available at a doorstep is a facility, but the way we are wasting it through leakages is another biggest problem which the world is grappling with, and here we have to make a lot and lots of effort. One more area where people have started calling water as liquid petrol. So it is going to be as expensive as that, and there is going to be a competition in that scenario too. We did not want to actually give credit to all our water problems to climate change, but gradually the studies are establishing that there is a very close link between water evaporating and water getting available, and climate is playing a very crucial part. Water has always been a seed of civilization. All civilizations were initially river valley civilizations. That is why where there was water, civilizations have come up. Right from primitive man to an urbanized, colonized settlements of Indus Valley civilization to Egyptian civilizations. All these civilizations, if they have disappeared, it has been because of the environmental problems and environmental change. It was not only because of the politics and the kingships for which we were fighting. So if we have to survive today, then still we have to understand that our natural resources are the main resources for which we have to struggle, fight, and conserve. If everything was lost, then the question comes, has our knowledge also lost with the lost civilizations? I do not think so, because many things have remained which is known to be the common knowledge. Whether they are medicines, whether there is housing, whether there is dance, there is music, or our knowledge about the environment. Few things have remained, not maybe 100%, everything has remained. So what prevailed as common knowledge now has to be taken as the traditional knowledge which is there in the society, and we have to understand that traditional knowledge cannot be addressed as time standalones. They are all connected to each other, and therefore when we talk about traditional knowledge, we talk about traditional knowledge systems, because this knowledge actually anchors itself in a system. There are many constructions which have stood the test of the time, and some things have just continued, and maybe they are the good examples for which we should look for. It is also a fact that what our ancestors could build with natural materials, we are not being able to build, because our anchorage on cement is so heavy that the technical aspects of the knowledge systems have faded, and lots of research is required to understand that if we have to build in the same way, we need to go back to our roots to see how people have found solutions. Harappan city planning is something which is known to all. I'll come back to it. There are these engineering marvels in the form of kunds and baulis that are still there. We also have certain baulis which are extremely decorated, and we have the great Anicut, which is one of the most startling example of what the Cholas could have achieved in that century. So, if you look at it, it seems as if it's just another lake or a river flowing by through the bridge. But what it actually does is it diverts the water from the river into a canal, from a canal into a lake, which is then controlled by the sluice gate, and it is used for irrigation and water supply. And this is the modern picture of what Bhakra Nangal Dam water looks or is diverted in Tohana Canal in Haryana. So we haven't done too much different. It's just that our modern materials are there, and we are trying to achieve a lot of things through modernity. So there is this difficulty in accepting the knowledge, because we've always looked at past and present, and that is the major problem with all the traditional knowledge that we have. As one of the speakers was stating in the earlier presentations, we have to understand that traditional knowledge does not work in isolation. It carries forward itself from past to present, and it is always evolving. So if we have to evolve, then we have to understand that the traditional knowledge will also keep itself evolving. So use of modern materials alone should not stop us from making a judgment, because maybe the material is changing, but the knowledge is passing on. So we'll have to stop by and think, where do we anchor our attention? The bridging of gap lies in the research and then the implementation of the research. And I'm going to show you traditional knowledge of water management system across the country, where I'm just going to highlight one examples with the assurance that they exist in more or less every state of the country, because our department had done the research work through the Students Pan India, but today is a presentation, so I'm going to show you some basic concepts and the basic water systems that are existing in the country. Water. Water has to primarily be understood in two forms. If we talk to the professionals in agriculture and other fields, then they understand the physical movement of water, which is surface and groundwater resources, and virtual water movement, which they think that it is anchored into the agricultural produce, which is then transferred to the areas where there is less water. We are not going to talk about the virtual water movement today, but we will talk about the physical movement of water and how through traditional knowledge this water efficiency is being achieved. Primarily, if we look at the physical movement of water, then irrigation and water supply networks have been the strength. We have transformed the river waters into the canals through aqueducts. We have respected the rivers and the way they are flowing by always respecting the confluence points or the sangams with the temples there, so we add that sacredness. We have built lakes, we have built check dams, and we have built kunds and baulis to tap the groundwater apart from the wells. This example is of the World Heritage Site of Dholavira, and Dholavira also got its nomination. One of the reasons was because of the water systems and the check dams which were there. This system was very advanced. It had underground water systems and water channels. From the water channels, it went into the tanks maybe of the homes, and the water channels sometimes were as high, or we can call the aqueducts to be of 7 feet high. But from now onwards, these are not identified as heritage structures, but these are the water systems that are remaining across India, and we'll look at some examples. This example is Charadu of Himachal Pradesh. We have a stream flowing, we always give it a point, and then it becomes a point of collection. Many a times, kunds have these, and they have sacred connotations to it, because the faces could be of a cow, so we call it a gomukh. So there has been this intertwingling between the culture and the system, where we have tapped the stream, maybe of the groundwater or the flowing water, and that is how we have collected. This is a diagram of Johad, which explains the entire system of how the water is collected. So from the mountains to the lakes to the cups between the mountains, we have collected water, and many a times all you required was a dam, and therefore that is how the Johad becomes. Now these are very common across the country, and most of the kunds in Mathura would also follow these patterns. These are the zincs of Jammu Kashmir, again similar to Johad, and Doba, which is in Jharkhand. So all they do is, whenever possible, you are collecting the water, you are creating the dams so that the water stays there. This was a very simple system followed in the tradition to collect water in the first go, whether it was for irrigation or for drinking purposes. The Bhoj Dam is very, very famous because that one dam created two sides, and then on one side we have the Bada Talab, on the second side we have the lower lake, but it also had to have a Pukta Pul, so that there was another secondary dam which was to be constructed, and now we have two beautiful lakes of Bhopal, which I'm pretty sure you have seen while coming across. So this one dam, everybody said that it is the largest man-made talab, and I thought that really people would have excavated it. What I later realized was they could dam it in such a way that now large quantities of waters are retained by the city. Erie system is also very famous. If you go down south, you will find this system. As I said, from the river, the Anicut diverted the water got into the canals went and created another talabs, and they had sluice gate to monitor how much water is being transported from there. So Erie system is also very, very famous. These are very, very simple systems, not depending on electricity or pumps, but something which is deep rooted in our tradition and is used in our everyday lives. This used the hydraulic power, you can say in scientific terms, but it is as simple as having a weight, pulling the bucket in the water, pulling it out, and the water used to spill into the channel and the fields get feeded. So this is the LART irrigation, and mostly everybody must have encountered with it. This is another system which is highlighted, is from Jammu and Kashmir, but this is also very commonly seen in Maharashtra. Aroghata is what it is being said. So you have this whole chain of buckets on the pulley, and as the pulley goes by, the water comes out. Many a times they are also being driven by animals. Again, they feed the canals, and from there you can collect the water. In Assam, there are these canals which are running, which are called as dong. And there is another very interesting system of water in Arunachal Pradesh. But here now, you need a level difference, because from the upper farm, the water would go into the lower farm. Once you could pull out these planks, and the water could freely flow in. So there is this whole mechanism which is there in the tradition, which can be used for feeding into the other things. This is a very, very simple, again from Kerala, which is called as kattas. It is nothing but a dam which is being built with the gates in between. So you pull out the gates, not only the water flows by, but also the accumulation of mud and sand would also flow by, keeping the whole water system healthy. This is very commonly used even in the current modern agricultural practices. The parts of Jhagua more or less follows the same system, but now they are not small dams, but they have a height. So larger water is being restored. These are the aqueducts of Kanyakumari, and you can see how water is being taken from one place to another. Taking you to Nagaland, Meghalaya, there is this bamboo system. The water would run through the bamboos. You have holes in the bamboos, so along the way it irrigates. This is also used by the current irrigation. In Marathi, they call it as Thibak Sinchan Yojana. Drop by drop, it goes on feeding water to your plantations. The next is Jhabo water system of Nagaland, and I must tell you, when I went to Raigad, I also found the same system. So now you have terraces being built, you have these dams which are there, or a little higher height on which you can accumulate water. You can use it for agriculture or various other purposes, as being shown in this diagram. So you have water used in agriculture. There are also very ancient dams which are there, which cannot be attributed only to the colonials, but dams which are there before the colonials arrive. Another very, very interesting system of water is surangams. Now they are nothing but you trying to reach to the groundwater which is there in the hills, or maybe there is a source inside. Now they do not have a walkway like you have in Karej or Kanat, but they have these tubular wells which are again connected by a shaft, and through the shaft the water is being collected into the storage tank, and then you use it. Those surangams are more or less functioning the same way, but not as large as the kanats in Bidar. This is the Khuni Bhandara. All know it is in Burhanpur in Madhya Pradesh. Again, you have these vertical shafts and the horizontal shaft. You are trying to reach to the groundwater and then collecting water from there. These are large aqueducts, and you can walk through them. The Karej system of Bidar, which is being constructed in India in the 14th century, 14th century by the Bahmanis, actually has its inspiration, from Iran. Because there it is a complete ecosystem which runs around the Karej, and even the quantum of water that can be used by everyone is rationed. So you have this Karej system of Bidar in Deccan, and from there, from the point of collection, then your water can be collected. Just to give you a view that these are the qanats of Iran, but they are called as Karej in Bidar. There is also Varsadi Pani Tanka in Gujarat. Now, the same system where there is a water flowing across the city, but you have wells in the houses, and from there you take the water. So the system is more or less the same, but it takes in various shapes and forms as you go along. There are these small wells is assumed to be circular. Many places they could be square. And a small detailing like this in Rajasthan can actually ensure that you do not only draw water from the wells, but all the garbage stands into these kind of connections and the water gets into the well. Time up? Okay. So I'll just run through. So these are another smaller examples. A Baudi is supposed to be large, but this is a small one. Can get into well with lot of steps. Could be step wells like that of in Telangana, or it could be as large as Chand Baudi in Rajasthan or Rani Ki Vav in Gujarat. Wherever was groundwater, people had to reach there, and this was one of the methods of reaching to the groundwater. These kinds of tanks and ponds are very common. Majuli, someone mentioned, the whole life of the residents of Majuli runs around the water system where there is a constant interchange of land-water interface, as well as there is this freshwater lake in Manipur called as Loktak Lake, where the land also keeps on floating. So these are also some of the very unique phenomena. The whole culture of a place revolves around the waters, whether it is in Kerala, the backwaters, whether it is the ghat of Varanasi or a ghat on any river across the country, which is also a part of being a religion, because we all know that water is worshipped as Mother Goddess, as Goddess. We have Ugam sthans of rivers being worshipped as temple tanks. The Buddhist landscape, for every Buddhist landscape, a water feature was integral. This is a picture of Radha Kund. Water structures were there. So it is not only about having water, but there are rituals and festivals which are organized around the water structures. Water was extensively used for defense. It was used as a system because amidst the ocean in the Janjira fort, you still have this large water body. It was used for simple purposes like grinding your wheat. So there is the Panchakki of Aurangabad. Very complex and beautiful structures that are there in India, which are all belonging to water. Water was used as an element of beauty and aesthetics. We have seen these experiments. We knew water structure to become a place of performance, whether it is this or one in the Fatehpur Sikri, integral to rituals and festivals, and also the moksha. If you want to attain moksha, still you have to light a lamp in the waters of the river Ganga. So water has been an integral part of our lives, whether it was for drinking water, whether it is for irrigation or for cultural purposes. What is now required is that we build a strong knowledge base for its dissemination and anchor our research into these unknown typologies which we do not explore or see them as heritage, but we should still document them because they are integral part of our tradition. People say localization is important. We have a global problem, but unless we harness them in this localization scenario, we will not be prepared even to handle the climate change. There are these n number of water bodies around every city. Now most of them becoming the dump yards, neglected. We need to start looking at them more carefully than trying to build new. At the end, if we all make an effort, only then we can save the humans across the world, leave apart India. Thank you so much for all your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Vishakha. I now request Mr. Monish Pandit to kindly take the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, a very happy World Heritage Days to everyone. And I think this is the last presentation perhaps for the whole workshop, so I'll try to keep it short. And this particular presentation, I would first make a disclaimer that a lot of help was provided by Mr. Maroof from Maldives. We worked together for this particular project, and he is also here today. So basically, we are looking into climate change and its impact on living cultural heritage. And we'll introduce you to the basic, as we have talked about, Maldives came into discussions throughout the day. It's a very important country in terms of Indian Ocean and the trade, if we look into historically. And this particular thing somehow has not yet been brought into the picture of larger canvas. And though it was part of Arab trade and all other trade routes which we talk about through Indian Ocean, and Maldivians since ages developed this skill of being a very good navigators, purely because of the kind of atolls and the formation of islands they have. And because of which, what I learned when we were doing this research on the in Maldives, that any outside ship when used to reach in the territory of Maldives, the captain of the ship used to be a Maldivian for that ship to cross the territory of Maldives. That's how the navigation within this particular area used to become difficult sometimes. And they knew exactly the territory, their own territory and their waters. Historically, it is Maldives, again, as in the morning it was said, it has its history to millennia back. But the very recent archaeological evidences which we can find that it was also a Buddhist settlement for many centuries. And after that, around 1153, the king of Maldives embraced Islam, and then the propagation of Islamic architecture or Islamic faith progressed in the country. And we have mosques coming up all over the country from 1150s onward. And this is still continuing, though the traditional mosque system, which I'm going to talk about here, continued till, I believe, 18th century or so. And very important fact of that is these mosques, as whenever we make any religious structure or a building, we try to look for a permanency of that, and that's where the coral stone mosques of a very specific category came into picture. If you look into the traditional architecture of Maldives, it's not a stone architecture, it is purely a wooden architecture with thatch roofs and things like that. But for the mosques, the plinths of the mosque, the walls of the mosque were made in the coral stone, and there are different kinds of stones which were used in making these mosques, and I'll come over to that. I was involved in kind of a research which led us to formation of a kind of a World Heritage Site nomination or developing its OUV. So the whole research was part of how we got into this particular subject. So around 25 mosques now. Earlier we were counting it as 21. Maruf corrected me yesterday that there are now 25 mosques which are documented to the last level. And these mosques, we can say that can be divided roughly into three categories. The one is the viligas, which is the coral sandstone mosques. The other is the hiriga, which is the coral stone mosques. And the third was the thaliga, which is the, what we say, rubble coral stones. So basically what happens is the coral stones, the sandstone is, which is at the beach level. You'll get this coral sandstone which is at the beach. The hiriga is a very condensed, dense coral stone which are which generally will get in the lagoon areas. This is what, this is what we have as a sandstone. This is considered as a lower quality stone, and there were mosques which were made by these because this is the only stone available at those places. But this is what we see as a hiriga, and this is a very kind of a stone, and which is a coral stone, but it's available in big blocks. And this is what was used for cutting and making mosques out of it. A very interesting process of that, and these mosques were not like the way bricks were laid to make a building, but it was more like a carpentry. The stone sheets were cut and joined together like you do in a wood carpentry. And the basic reason for these particular things coming up is that's how, if you could see here. So this coral stone was used as an interlocking joinery. Primarily the reason for this was that the people who made these mosques were primarily the carpenters, and they used to make their boats, ships, and the kind of carpentry they used to make their boats and ships. They use the same kind of techniques and tools to make it the structures of the mosques. If you see here, that's the interpretation of the woodwork they used to do got translated into the coral stone also. Now, this particular coral stone, which we call, the locally is being called hiriga, why we are focusing on that, has a lot of belief systems attached with it. It is considered as one of the purest form of the stone, and that's the kind of traditional practices were involved with it, allowed this stone to be used on a very specific scenarios and not for anything or everything. So you may have marble stone, and if you can afford, you can make your room with that particular marble. Or if you have, you can make a temple also, and you can make your house also with the similar marble. But in this particular case, this is a kind of a sacred stone that sacredness was given. And when we talk about in the belief system, anything which you feel that is precious, needs to be used for longevity, is given a kind of a sacredness so that you use it more intelligently. So this particular stone was used only for the construction of the mosques, the tombs, and the wells. Yeah. So these are the, sorry, I don't know why it. So even the tomb structures were made by this, and the wells. So apart from that, there were no building construction elements we could identify which were done by these coral stones even in the palace buildings. We were able to investigate the two palace buildings in Malé, but in Malé as well as in another island. But the use of this particular coral stone was very much limited for the sacred purpose. And that brings up the existence of art and craft related to this, which is primarily patronized. And this is how the joinery used to happen for the coral stone buildings. So these are thin coral slabs kept one over the other, and a lot of, in many of the mosques which were patronized by the royals had carvings, and most of these carvings had a kind of a meanings attached to it. There were like these, I don't know, at the bottom corner, you have a kind of a doorways carved in the mosques on all the three sides, and with the key they have all were basically have a physical manifestations of their belief systems, their symbolisms, and this is how these patterns were emerged in these particular mosques. The other part of these particular coral stone mosques was the planning, and that again is not just the planning was done as a single kind of a plan that you make everywhere. It is based on the population of those islands. It is planned in a way that corresponds to the needs of the people. At the same time, the appropriate use of the materials. Most of these mosques were not just the mosque, but the complete complex. They were in many of the islands we visited, they were, the actual source of fresh water was only available from the mosque or its neighborhoods. The wells which they used to cover with this particular stone itself. And that's where we can understand that in the middle of the sea, if you're having a source of fresh water, how precious you will consider that. The other important building material was wood, and this is how the roofs of these particular mosques were made. They don't have a single element or slab roof kind of a stuff. It is every part of the wood is used in the roofing. Nothing is left for the wastage, and that's where a lot of composite roof structures, what we call, has come up. But at the same time, it will take you somewhere, some references of these central domes, which you will see. This is one, this is another mosque, that's a central dome of the mosque. Though from the outside you have a thatch roof, which is a sloping one, but this is from the interior photographs. And this is a sketch by Maruf of one of the roofs. So maybe there is a resemblance to mandala, you may call it, but at the same time, these all had a very deep symbolic meaning, religious meanings, which actually continued propagation of this architectural style over the centuries. So if I talk about in Maldives, the construction of coral stone and the kind of wood construction which was happening, which is also having a lacquer work, it started with, but we have evidences from the 12th century onwards, but they all have kind of what we can say influences from Malabar and Ceylon, but at the same time, over the 300 years, the techniques and the craftsmanship remained isolated and in its purest form in Maldives, whereas in the other places from where these aspirations has come up, those techniques and materials and the art forms have totally changed. So this is that continuity of tradition which we say that over centuries continued within the small island chain and was patronized by the royals and the locals there. And this is how we'll see. And at the same time, what is happening is the craftsmanship is not something which is very specific to the buildings. It is again is coming up from the shipbuilding, and this is how the doors of these mosques are. And if you could see the doors of the ships, the chambers in the ships during that time, it's a catenary structure which is very much popular there. And at the same also, it's not just the shape of the door, but the actual mechanism of the door. These are the sliding doors. So though at the ship, you need these sliding doors to save the space, but here also that same thing has been carried forward. So this particular research which we did with the help of Unesco New Delhi and the government of Maldives, it actually has reached to a good conclusions by now. And 5 mosques which are in the Coral Stone, Hirika Mosque, were shortlisted for the serial nomination for the World Heritage Site. So Ihavandu, the Friday Mosque of Medu, the Malay Hukurumiski, Friday Mosque of Femfushi and Istu Mosque. These 5 mosques were identified, which actually carried the whole time frame of 400 years, the continuity of the skill set, the belief systems which these people used to follow and still following, and all these things which are, the existence of these mosques is primarily because of the kind of belief systems the society has attached with it, continued over the period. I'm just finishing it with another couple of 2 slides or 3 more. So I just come down very quickly on the climate change part. Few things which are happening and which are quite alarming, that what we observed that the coral reef is getting damaged because of the changing temperatures and climate change, and because of that there are stronger waves which are coming towards the islands, and these mosques are actually situated on the edge of the island, very close to the shores. So we are seeing coastal erosions happening here. At the same time, there are issues of flooding, but also there is displacement of communities, which is being foreseen, that the communities will start moving towards selected islands only. And this all is not only a physical movement or a movement of people only, but a lot of belief systems and cultural practices which were attached with that. As I was discussing with Maruf, he was explaining that there is a tradition of changing sands of the mosque every year, or just before Eid, that means every twice a year. And that practice actually used to help a lot in controlling algae growth and things like that on the stones. But since these practices are now being reducing because not enough people are there on those islands, or that you are finding this blackness of the stones happening, or deterioration happening in the cultural practices also. So I think I just leave it with you with all these notes. This is the kind of condition which these mosques are now facing, like termite attacks, which for 400 years there were no termite attacks happening on these buildings because of the traditional practices ensured maintenance of the mosque. And now because of the changing weather and the kind of climate which allows termites to grow faster is happening. These are some shots from the experts visiting these from particular mosques, trying to understand the condition of these mosques, again from the perspective of how the deterioration can be regulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monish, for the wonderful presentation. If we have time, we can throw the floor open for a couple of questions. Any questions? Okay. Since this is the last session and it's logical that people want to get over with it, no questions. I'll try to summarize. First with Mr. Monish, the wonderful presentation that he gave on coral stones and the challenges due to climate change the coral stone mosques are facing, and not just the mosques, the communities as well. And this is the typical example of excess water, And the other presentation by Dr. Vishakha, it is more about the scary scenario of water shortages. We all saw the map. The entire country was, in red color, where you would have acute water shortages, and lovely examples of how we could, be resilient to these water shortages if we take into consideration our traditional knowledge and heritage. Many examples showed specifically for canals and like Kattas, Apatani, lined, unlined canals, aqueducts, bamboos, Zabo water systems, wells, dams, Araghatta, a lot of examples actually that we can showcase not just within India but also to the entire globe. And I take the word globalization from her specifically, and we need to work towards that. And before I conclude, I want to share an experience specifically that I have had with water. Everybody must have heard about a place called Haridwar, including the foreigners who are here. It's a religious place. Most of the people who go there and take a holy dip in the water, it's primarily the canal in which they take the holy dip. Practically more than 95% of the water is diverted from the Haridwar, from the Ganga river to the Haridwar or Bhimgoda barrage, which means that there is practically no water in the river per se. The river is almost dead. It's only, further downstream, there are more channels which come in and the river is revived, Ganga is revived. But most of the water is getting diverted into canals and the natural systems are losing out. The other thing specifically with respect to canals is with the changing set of materials for building canals, what is now happening is more and more canals are being concretized, they are being lined, which means the traditional canal systems which were there, they had the option of the groundwater seeping in to the ground actually. Whatever was flowing, because they were earthen canals, they could gradually seep in and the ground aquifers would be recharged. With the current lining of canals, and in fact, there are huge World Bank projects which are being funded where we line canals everywhere so that there is more water use efficiency, which means there is less water seepage and more water to be distributed across to different places so that people can use, but it kind of causes the fine balance between the aquifer and the surface water that is there to be disturbed, and which in the long run is detrimental. So the knowledge we already have in our traditional systems, the idea is globalization. With that, I close the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Gautam Talukdar sir. What an energetic start you have given, and thanks to speakers. Now I would like to invite for the next session, Bhopal Vision Statement Adoption. Our moderators will be Mr. Janvis Sharma, ADG ASI, and Ms. Junhi Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO New Delhi. And with that, I would like to invite our session moderators to Rimi Huja, Shikha Jain ji, Supratim Basu ji, and Gautam ji. Would like to invite you all. Let us have a huge round of applause for moderators with us. Mr. Janvis Sharma ji, Ms. Junhi Han, Ms. Rima Huja, Ms. Shikha Jain, Supratim Basu ji, and Mr. Gautam ji. And this session will be on Bhopal Vision Statement Adoption. Again, I would like to request Ms. Junhi Han ma'am to join us on stage. Mr. Janvis Sharma ji, ADG ASI, Ms. Rima Huja, Ms. Shikha Jain ji, Supratim Basu ji, Gautam ji. And this will be the special session on Bhopal Vision Statement Adoption. Bhopal is delighted to have all the delegates from different corners of the world, especially South Asia. And again, I would like to welcome you all, and moving ahead with the session on Bhopal Vision Statement, we will be having moderators. We are having our moderators, Ms. Junihan, Mr. Janvish Sharma, Mr. Rima Huja, Mr. Shikha Jain, Mr. Supratim Basu, and Mr. Gautam. Let us have a huge round of applause. We have our moderators with us with a session, Bhopal Vision Statement Adoption, and would like to hand over the mic. So we are just taking a short break of 5 minutes, and we will resume this session after 5 minutes, that is 3:45. So you can relax down and then join the session. So again, I would like to request all the delegates to join so that we can start our session. We are having our moderators with us on dais, and the session will be on Bhopal Vision Statement Adoption. Again, would like to welcome our moderators, Mr. Janveer Sharma ji, ADG ASI, Ms. Juni Han, Ms. Rima Huja, Mr. Shikha Jain, Mr. Supratim Basuji, and Mr. Gautam ji. Let us have a huge round of applause, and would again like to request all the delegates to join as soon as possible. We are starting with our session. Handing over the dais to our moderators.
Thank you very much. Well, before we begin actually discussing the vision statement, I would first once again like to thank the state government of Madhya Pradesh and the UNESCO Delhi office for this excellent organization of this two-day conference. As I had mentioned yesterday in my opening remarks, that this is something which is extremely important in the context of South Asia, that we revisit the World Heritage Convention. We see how we have journeyed in the last 50 years and what lies ahead of us. Over the last 2 days, we've had an opportunity of listening to some of the excellent presentations and speakers who came and expressed and presented and expressed their ideas and opinions. We also had an opportunity, though unfortunately it was not as much as we would have liked to, and we are mindful of the fact that we are skipping the open house session, but formally, informally, we've had an opportunity of interacting with each other, knowing each other, and concerns that have been shared informally amongst us all. So I think it was very encouraging for all of us to be here, to be able to listen to the ideas and try to work out a way forward. Now coming to the UNESCO's parlance and the modus operandi, if I may say so, every such important event ends up by adopting a declaration or a vision statement. So obviously it is pertinent that the two-day deliberations that have happened, the presentations, and of course the moderators played a critical role in helping us develop that declaration or the vision statement. The draft vision statement is ready. What we are going to do over the next, I don't know how much time do we have, but I presume an hour or so, that we would be reading out this statement. This is an open house. We have the representatives of the state governments. We have the international South Asian delegation who is present here. Archaeological Survey of India is present here. School of Planning and Architecture Bhopal is present here. Everyone is here. You know, when we read the declaration, and it will also flash on the screen for all of you, please feel free to remark or comment any editorial comment that you may wish to make, or if you think that something is missing, you may need to add, please feel free to do so. Because at the end of the day, the purpose of this session would be to adopt the declaration, and it will be on the UNESCO's website tomorrow. So it is with that kind of seriousness of purpose, I think we should be now looking at the draft which the UNESCO Delhi office has prepared, along with the moderators who have also given their inputs based on the sessions that have happened, the presentations and the ideas that came out of each of the sessions. And I think this goes out to the moderators also. Then when we are reading out the statement, should you have anything to add or comment on, please feel free to do so, because at the end of the day, when we adopt this is not only for us, but it is for in the entire South Asian context. So it has that sense of responsibility. So that is what I would like to say as introductory remarks. May I request Ms. Han to, if you wish to add something on it?
Introduction was just as we should have, so nothing to add.
Thank you. So in that case, may I request you to kindly flash the declaration on the screen? What we would do is, we would go para by para, and I don't have a hammer here, of course, but we would adopt para by para, and then in the end, the entire declaration would be adopted. Would that be agreeable to you, Ms. Han? Thank you. Okay. I would read along with it. So as I said, that if anybody wishes to comment on it, please feel free to do so. Any editorial changes that you think require to be done, we would be simultaneously doing that. So first, the preamble. We, the participants, one, of course, is for the next year. The governments, civil society, academics, cultural institutions, and corporate foundations from Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka gathered in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India on the occasion of the Sub-Regional Conference on World Heritage marking the 50th anniversary of the Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, the next 50, wish to acknowledge the generous hospitality of the state government of Madhya Pradesh, I think Madhya, the spelling has to correct, and the institutional leadership of UNESCO New Delhi for providing a forum to reflect on the achievements, present issues, and ways forward for the future of the World Heritage Convention for South Asian countries. Could you please tell us where the last line?
Last line of the first para, the future of the World Heritage Convention.
If you could do the track changes in it so that we know what are the changes that have been made. So if you could add
yeah. I think we need to, instead of countries, we need to say state parties. South Asian state parties. I think that was one other moderator had suggested this.
Parties with an S.
So we go on to the second paragraph. We recall the theme of the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, World Heritage Sustainable Development on Local Communities, and reaffirm that the relationship between World Heritage and local communities is indeed at the heart of the convention. I see somebody raising his hands there. I don't know whether the mics, if somebody has a mic here and can be, I think we would need to, we would require 2-3 mics so that they can be in different parts of the hall.
Sir, in the first paragraph, I'm not sure of the grammar, but I feel rather than gathered, may we write having gathered in Bhopal. First para, line 3. That sounds more appealing.
Having gathered.
What is the change you want in gathered?
No, I want having to be added in the line, ahead of gathered.
Having.
Yeah, ahead of gathered.
But I think since we will adopt today, I mean, right now, it is, we use, I mean, I think normally in this format. So, and then I would like to propose that in 1 hour, very limited session we have here, I'd like to rather focus on the content. And then obviously, as Mr. Sharma mentioned, any grammars or tense, that kind of things, please allow us to edit it later.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you are confident enough that grammar and inverted commas doesn't matter on the website of the UNICEF, I have no issues with it. But such an institution where we should not worry about the grammar, I don't see it that good. It's just a suggestion, ma'am. Thank you.
Your point is taken. What I think Ms. Han is trying to say is that this will, obviously, this will be edited. But because we have the limited time for the timing, of course we will correct it here also, that's not an issue. But because we have a limited time, if the focus is more on content.
Your choice, sir, your choice.
So let's go with that.
In para 2, we'll have to move up.
We have to, sorry?
We reaffirm that the relationship between World Heritage, natural cultural landscapes and local communities. We are missing out the sensorial part of the natural landscapes culturally.
No, the World Heritage would include everything. The World Heritage is an overarching term.
Thank you.
That would include cultural, natural, mixed, cultural landscapes, roots. It would be inclusive. It's an all-inclusive term, actually.
Okay, thank you.
I think we move on to the third paragraph now. We acknowledge the significance of the theme adopted for this 50th anniversary, the next 50, taking into account the enormous challenges confronting World Heritage properties associated with development pressures, conflicts, human-made and natural disasters, as well as climate change. As I said, that one can see that there is a comma here and there which needs to be corrected, that we will obviously do that. But broadly, if the content is fine with everyone. Can't hear.
सर थर्ड लाइन में मध्य प्रदेश का स्पेलिंग
I'm sorry.
सर कर दिया एडिट कर दिया
Achha. So I think we can move on to the fourth paragraph, while titling Achievements of 50 Years of the World Heritage Convention. We recognize that the World Heritage Convention, with its 194 state parties, I think it should be states parties, is one of the most potent tools for conservation, with a shared vision combining the protection of the cultural and natural heritage of outstanding universal value in one single instrument, comma, but also for achieving 2030 Sustainable Development Goals.
I think in the final draft, we would use the convention as it is, convention for the protection of cultural and natural heritage.
So the full name of the convention. We move on to the next paragraph. We acknowledge the significant contribution of the convention to social cohesion, comma, dialogue, comma, tolerance, comma, cultural diversity, comma, and peace through its emphasis on the common and shared importance of World Heritage for all of humankind and for the promotion of international cooperation for its safeguarding. I see none, so we move forward. We move forward to the next title, the next 50 and the role of World Heritage. The first point in that, we are conscious of the enormous challenges our planet is facing to ensure its sustainability, comma, which would take into consideration the has to be omitted, the broader picture of human progress beyond material well-being.
Next 50 seems to be a little ambiguous. Either it has to be years or next 50 has to be in inverted commas.
Okay, we'll take note of that. I think the next 50 is the part of the title of this.
Yeah. So it has to be in inverted commas.
So we will do that. Next point. We acknowledge the growing urbanization of South Asian countries, and that this is placing an enormous strain on historic urban settlements. I see a hand raising there, please.
A very quick point, historic urban settlements, and because railway cultural sites are linear routes and not settlements or monuments. So perhaps if you could add a word here, historic urban settlements and linear cultural landscapes or something like that, which indicates the unique quality of railway sites.
I have a feeling that the cultural landscapes have been dealt with separately in this. So maybe your point might get addressed there. But if it hasn't been addressed even then we will definitely come back to your suggestion.
Thank you. A bit of special attention requested to the linear nature of railway sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We move on to the next point. We recognize that climate change is a unique challenge to the cultural and natural heritage of South Asian countries, given our geography, topography, and historical settlement patterns based around water. Right, we move on. We acknowledge South Asia Pacific region has many natural wonders. However, their inscription as World Heritage Sites is skewed with respect to cultural sites, despite the strong nature-culture linkage in the region. I see a hand being raised here, please, if the mic could be given. If you could please use the mic.
Yeah. No, the Pacific P was small. Now they've corrected. Thank you.
But do we, I mean, is there any reason why we have moved to the Asia Pacific region from South Asia? Because it's a sub-regional conference, no? Yes. That's a region. Did we do South Asia here?
That from South Asia we've moved on to Asia Pacific region. So that's much broader now in context. So should we focus ourselves only to the South Asian region?
In case we would share some common heritage or common landscape, it was just open, as you know, it was very open, the draft. So, I mean, we can decide.
No, so what are we deciding? Are we focusing only on South Asia, or should we add, or?
Sorry, Julie, we couldn't hear very clearly what's your... She said we are opening it to a wider area, you know, because there would be shared heritage even with Asia Pacific, the wider Asia region also.
Can I make if we want to make it wider, can we mention that we acknowledge Asia, the sub-region for what it is, and Asia Pacific? Can we make it both?
So are you suggesting, if I may paraphrase what you're saying, we acknowledge, then we say South Asia as well as Asia Pacific. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's right. So it makes it larger.
Excuse me, but how can we as a group talk about Asia Pacific? I mean, how can we recognize there's a limitation to the people who have gathered here, and this is what the preamble is based on, the people who have gathered here. How can we recognize Asia Pacific region?
No, I think what we can do is, what I would suggest is if we say it, we acknowledge Asia Pacific region inclusive of South Asia or including South Asia, because it covers Asia Pacific is a wider term.
True, but the group here.
Yeah, that's fine. But, there are World Heritage documents and there are statistics based on which, we also did speak about the 40th convention, but we accept it and we extract some things from the UNESCO documents that are already there.
Similarly, I think we spoke about Spain, so why not talk about the entire world, including the European heritage?
I'll leave it to Juni.
What we did speak about and we adopted by not objecting to it, that should be what it is, not something that can just get interjected about.
We are, as per UNESCO, there are 6 accepted regions. And
that I understand. What we did not speak about, but what we did not hear.
Wait. But we are part of it. South Asia is part of the Asia Pacific region.
Also part of the world.
Wait a second. I think let's not have this kind of a discussion.
I think we just have to get the sense of the sentence. It's about what did we conclude? Is this going for the Asia Pacific or for South Asia?
That's the sentence. If you go through the entire sentence, it talks about the skewing of the sites in it.
True.
So we have to understand the context and then say.
I think,
What was concluding has to come from that.
This point, what is the scope, whether it is the South Asia or Asia Pacific or even go beyond that. Now, I mean, sorry, we may debate on this forever, but may I take a liberty of proposing that for the purpose of this document, Ms. Han, if we keep our focus on South Asia, that is what I would propose. The reason being that the last 2 days deliberation obviously focused on South Asia. So I think one of the panelists perhaps spoke about it. But if there is a unanimity here in the hall, perhaps we could say that we acknowledge that the South Asian region. And then, of course, the rest continues. Would that be agreeable to everyone here? Because that is what we have discussed,
I think that is
predominantly
fine,
in the last 2 days.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Can we just add sub-region instead of region when we are saying South Asian sub-region? That satisfies your UNESCO requirement also for because region from UNESCO point of view is Asia Pacific.
Just to mention that if we were talking about the Asia Pacific, then perhaps at that point in time we could say the sub-region. But because now we are focusing only on South Asia, and the declaration is about in the South Asian context, herein perhaps we can say South Asian region, and I don't think we would be erroneous in that, would we?
No, I think Asia Pacific is the region, South Asia sub-region, but I think to avoid controversy, let's just say we acknowledge South Asia has. Delete region or sub-region both. That's what we are doing in other paras.
Can we see the text, please? So now the text reads, we acknowledge South Asia has many natural wonders. However, their inscription as World Heritage Sites is skewed with respect to cultural sites despite the strong nature-culture linkage in this region. So I hope this satisfies everyone's concerns here, and we are correct in terms of the geographical entity that we are putting here. Well, I see none, so I think we should move on. The next point, we recognize natural heritage should be promoted at all levels of community. It is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving natural resources due to the strong nature-culture linkage in Asia-Pacific region. I think this region thing we will now rectify. Then all the
Sorry, I just want to specify here because, because we have Dr. Gautam Talukdar, he's UNESCO C2C for Asia-Pacific region. India is the only natural heritage, C2C in the entire Asia-Pacific region. So we need to definitely include this.
Well, what you're saying, if we need to include it here in this point, then the previous point again then has to come back to ASPAC.
Ideally, I mean, we are part of that, so.
I think, Dr. Jain, there is perhaps a unanimity that perhaps the text focuses, of course what you're saying is correct, but perhaps this text focuses on the South Asian context only. So from that point of view, I'll repeat the sentence again. We recognize natural heritage should be promoted at all levels of community. It is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving natural resources due to the strong nature-culture linkage in, now we'll say, South Asia, then all the scientific evidence listed, ultimately fulfilling the objectives of SDG, CBD, UNFCCC, UNCCC, etc.
Are you okay with that, Dr.
Talukdar? Because I think it should, especially natural heritage, you know, there would be boundaries which would go beyond the South Asia of natural heritage.
I do understand it. The only reason I'm accepting to go with the South Asian part is we do not have any representatives from Pacific. And what happens is, I assume that at some point of time there would be a sub-regional conference for the Pacific region.
At such a time, we need to show that our declaration was broader than, you know, what we would. We can say South Asia extending to Asia Pacific region.
Yes.
I mean, you are C2C UNESCO, so you can, for Asia Pacific.
UNESCO itself is here, which speaks for the entire world, like the other gentlemen.
So we already have, that's why the term World Heritage is there. As per UNESCO framework, you have UNESCO World Heritage, then it has 6 regions. We are part of Asia Pacific region. Within that, the sub-region we are talking about is South Asia. So all 3 should be there.
May I?
Whenever this sub-region goes to UNESCO for any document, we are not counted as a sub-region. We are always taken as Asia Pacific.
May I suggest? In this particular, can the line read as, it is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving natural resources due to the strong nature-culture linkage in the entire Asia Pacific, including South Asia?
See, my impression is that we need to have the uniformity. And one part of the declaration, if we talk about South Asia, in another part we are talking about Asia Pacific, we are opening up a Pandora's box, and there's going to be confusion. Because then you have West Asia, you have Central Asia, you have Southeast Asia, you have many aspects of Asia. I think my understanding, and I would also stick with this line, that given our sub-regional conference which focused on South Asia, even though the ramifications are larger, that perhaps the declaration focuses on South Asia alone, because then we are correct on all counts. We are ticking all the right boxes.
My submission, I think your own presentation on Mausam went beyond South Asia.
Of course, because Mausam had a different connotation to it.
So we did discuss a wider region.
Yeah, because in that you included Africa also. But as I said, that let's, for the time being, or Ms. Juni, if you are the ultimate judge here, whether you would want the focus only on South Asia or whether you want a larger picture to be presented here, but then the text has to be modified accordingly throughout the document, because one section cannot talk about South Asia and the rest talking about Asia Pacific. Then we have to have consistency.
So is there a possibility of adding a line right in the beginning saying we acknowledge South Asia as being part of the larger Asia Pacific region?
So, excuse me, sir. So what you said, I really endorse it and I vindicate it. The centrality of this meet is South Asian. So we cannot diffuse with it. Wherever we have to write South Asia, we have to write South Asia only. South Asia Pacific is a bigger thing that we can take care of later. जैसे आपने कहा South Asia ही better रहेगा sir, क्योंकि हम उसी के all members हैं. Thank you, sir.
Maybe go to the preamble just once more and see the first line.
Wait a second, I think Judy wants to say something.
Yes, I was saying that this specific paragraph, Asia Pacific region has many natural wonders. It has a connotation to natural heritage site, actually, so national park, and then however their inscription as World Heritage Site is good with, I feel this paragraph may not be essential, while we may refer later part that we refer to natural heritage or biodiversity and etc. without mentioning any region. So that is my feeling. And despite the strong nature culture linkage in this region, actually this nature culture strong linkage, I mean, there are in every, other continent also, other region. So we should, I feel we should rearrange. If we want to keep this part, we should rearrange to fit into this Bhopal Declaration. Can we discuss a bit later once we go through thoroughly, so that we know what is coming after?
So what you're saying is that the two paragraphs, if you could just highlight it, please. The two paragraphs that we discussed, we put it on abeyance, and we explored the possibility later on whether we should keep it here or whether we should remove it altogether if we think that it is not, it is redundant or not serving any purpose. So we skip these 2 points and we move on to the next point. But before I make a next point, may I please request that in case, we say that, okay, this particular point is sort of agreed or adopted, and then we move on to the next point, could I please request then at that point in time we should not go back to the previous point, because if we start doing this back and forth, we will end up taking a lot of time, and unless and until somebody is hosting a dinner here for all of us, then certainly I wouldn't mind, but otherwise we have a finite time with us. Pardon? Can I request that we move on, but we will come back. If you think that there is a need to revisit the preamble again, let's go through the text and then we come back to the preamble once again.
Right.
Should you feel the
please.
need of it?
And Mr. Sharma, in light of what Ms. Han just said, if you just, the second in South Asia, if you just remove those 3 words here. Because we are already talking in the previous one, and here you just say natural heritage should be promoted at all levels of community. It is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving natural resources due to the strong nature-culture linkage than all the scientific evidence listed, ultimately fulfilling the objectives of SDG, CBD, blah, blah, blah.
So basically,
In
you're
South
proposing
Asia
that in Asia-Pacific region, that bit is omitted, and
No,
rest of the
I'm
statement
going
continues.
by what it says here now on the screen. That after nature-cultural linkage, we omit the specificity of the area here in this paragraph and combine it with the previous one.
No, could you read what you're saying now, if you could?
And also the in can be removed.
No. Please
We recognize.
So
go to
you
the
say
first one.
we recognize
Yeah.
natural heritage should be promoted at all levels of community. It is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving natural resources due to the strong nature-culture linkage. So that bit is fine with you.
Yes.
And then what you're suggesting, the change?
Then we just carry on from there, comma, then all the scientific evidence listed.
If you can delete in South Asia.
Not mention the area here.
So
the second
we
line.
just remove the in South Asian region, and rest of the sentence continues.
Yeah.
That is what you're saying. Would that be agreeable to everyone?
Yeah, I think that makes matter. It
And
makes
would
sense.
that be fine with you as well, if we remove them? Okay, so if that is what is agreeable to everyone, we'll freeze it here.
Yes.
Great, thank you. The next point, we acknowledge the role of civil society and the importance of enabling all members of civil society to be actively engaged in safeguarding our world heritage, comma, protecting the environment, comma, and sustainable development. We recognize that improved participation of civil society depends upon, comma, inter alia, comma, strengthening access to information and building civil society capacity and an enabling environment. Slightly longish paragraph, but I would request you to speak in mic because one wouldn't be able to hear clearly. Yeah.
I would also like to highlight that when you say about civil society, because somewhere up there you mentioned specifically corporate foundations, academic institutions, so on and so forth. So why not again invoke those very institutions here? Because corporate foundations would not really come within the ambit of civil society. And there is a contribution that corporate foundations are making. So if corporate foundations could be
So how would you suggest us the formation of the paragraph here? What
civil society, comma, corporate foundations, and no, so it's there, but I'm saying the role of that specific paragraph that we are discussing right now. I'm saying because these specific institutions are highlighted here. So when you are talking about acknowledging the role of civil society, why not make it specific that you also acknowledge corporate foundations? Because by only putting civil society, you are not, corporate foundations do not get into the ambit of civil society. We know that private, state, and civil society are three distinct entities. Though the lines are blurred.
If what you're saying that you should incorporate the cooperates,
the corporate foundations, yes.
Then one could also argue, why are we leaving out the governments?
Yeah, no,
because
I think, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry to intervene, but I just wanted to say that we, like you mentioned, we adopt in the preamble, it's all of us adopting, so that's why it's different. When we are mentioning civil society here, it's specific to the UNESCO C for communities. So either you can change it to communities, but that's
then,
what the civil society.
Yeah, but then ma'am, I have a point here. In that case, you are already putting community up there. This paragraph that you discuss is all about community. But if you're specifically again bringing the role of civil society, then you might as also bring the specific institutions that you mentioned there. Or else you don't then acknowledge just the role of civil society.
So maybe we have this question for Mrs. Juni Han, can we replace it with communities?
I think a good replacement of local communities would be wonderful over here, because we haven't spoken about that in the preamble.
So perhaps if we replace the word, as Dr. Jain has pointed out, this expression civil society, if we replace it with the word communities, because it's one of the 5 C's of UNESCO as well. So, so then if we read it, we acknowledge that the role of the communities and the importance of enabling all the civil society is repeating here. So then we could say enabling all its members to be actively engaged in safeguarding, and then the rest of the paragraph continues. So wherever the word civil society is there in this particular paragraph, we replace it with communities.
Shouldn't then communities come under quotation
I suppose
mark?
that is very well accepted, because in the preamble we have the other names. So communities would be perfect here. Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll I think fine tune this sentence, because there is this word civil society or now replaced with community is coming 4 or 5 times. So we would do that little bit of editing later on, so that that it reads correctly. But anyways, having said that, replacing it with the word communities here, would that be agreeable to everyone, so that we can move to the next paragraph? Great, thank you very much. We move on to the next paragraph. We recognize that the traditional knowledge, innovations, the practices of indigenous peoples and local communities make an essential contribution to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, and their wider application can support social well-being and sustainable livelihoods, full stop. Unless such a sustainable development perspective is integrated in the management of a World Heritage property, it will be difficult in the long run to ensure the conservation of its outstanding universal value.
I just wanted to point out that in the previous paragraph, at couple of places, civil society needs to be replaced with communities. If you please scroll up a little bit in the previous paragraph. Yeah. So here is civil society in the line 3 and line 4, which probably you need to replace with communities.
Yes, so we will change that.
Okay,
We will make that change.
Okay, all right.
It's, I'm also mindful of the time. That's the only reason. As I said, that sometimes, the discussions like these carry on for a very long time. So it was only to save time that I said. But definitely the word civil society would be replaced by the word communities. And that this word, which is also getting repeated again and again, we will do the necessary editing to make it crisper than what it is right now. So that is what we will do.
Just for your memory.
So the next paragraph, which I read out, I see one hand being raised there.
Please, can you use the mic, please?
Can you please use the mic?
Hello. Yeah. Can we change the word conservation with sustenance of OUV last year?
Conservation is actually the right word here, actually.
Because its conservation is an attempt to retain something. Sustenance remains.
I think, is that Manish? Okay. I think Manish, as per UNESCO terms, we can either use conservation or safeguarding for OUV.
Yeah.
So safeguarding will be better then.
Thank you.
Safeguarding will be better.
Thank you for raising this point. Okay, if I may propose it this way, that you remove the word conservation off altogether, and then the last part could read, it will be difficult in the long run to ensure its outstanding universal value. So we remove in between. So what we are trying to say is conveyed in this also. So we can remove that bit here. So in order to ensure the conservation of that bit is removed, and then its outstanding universal value stays.
Another suggestion, if that's accepted, can we also include, can we scroll up a little bit? Can we also include where we say practices of indigenous people and local communities which respect basic human rights, make an essential contribution to the conservation? Because there are certain practices which are problematic.
Which point are you saying?
In the third line, where we recognize the traditional knowledge, innovation and practices of indigenous people and local communities which respect basic human rights, make an essential contribution to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Because there are certain practices which do not always, and we should not recognize them.
I still, to be very honest, haven't understood. I would request you to be a little louder.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is...
This paragraph you're saying?
This is the same paragraph which is highlighted right now.
Yeah.
We recognize that the traditional knowledge, innovations and practices of indigenous peoples and local community which respect basic human rights, make an essential contribution to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, and their wider application can support social well-being and sustainable livelihoods.
You want to add human rights here?
Yes, because there are certain indigenous practices which are in infringement with basic human rights. We cannot endorse them.
Is that what you would want?
Yeah, I think the concept of human rights, in different cultures is different, and South Asia is very specific, so it is better to avoid this term, I feel.
I think I would also go by this, because the implications of that could be once again manifold. So perhaps for this statement, we could possibly avoid that.
Okay.
In the same paragraph, the last line, second last line,
yes,
where we are saying that the perspective is integrated in the management of a World Heritage property.
Yeah.
While we are talking in the beginning about the practices of indigenous people, local communities, doesn't management of World Heritage property restricts to a built-in property only, wherein the indigenous, local communities, their practices, there are a lot of intangible elements also associated. Should we add something which adds the intangible element of the management?
But the practices of indigenous people, the practices is in fact intangible.
Yeah, so I'm talking about we are saying is integrated in the management of World Heritage property. Why
No, so-
only World Heritage property?
So
Management of the...
if I've understood you correctly, are you trying to say, if I rephrase this line and we say that we recognize that the traditional knowledge, innovation, and what is there something that you want to say here? Intangible practices or something?
No, out here it's fine, absolutely.
So the practices of indigenous people and local communities. So what is it that you are
No,
proposing?
nothing in that line. So those lines are absolutely fine. There we are talking about the intangible. I'm just talking about the second last line. We are saying unless such sustainable development practices is integrated in the management of a World Heritage property.
So you're saying that the word perspective is changed with practice?
What I'm saying is that on the top, we are talking about the intangible part also. While in this line, we are restricting ourselves to the management of World Heritage property. We are talking about the management of not just the World Heritage property, but also of the communities which we have mentioned above about the ICH, basically.
No, so I may request you when you make a point like this, if you could also tell us where in this paragraph, what is the change that you're wishing to propose?
So I would like if some word can be added where we are writing management of a World Heritage property and something like of a communities also. So your management of the property, when we say property, we are talking about the management of a built-in.
No, when we use the expression management of a World Heritage property, that actually means that you're not only looking at the property, but you're looking at, say, the buffer, you're looking at the aspects, multiple aspects
That's
actually
okay.
related to the communities, visitors, everything gets included in that.
If that is includes, that's fine.
That's my impression. Again, if anybody wants
I don't
to...
read it
We
like
can
this.
actually remove the word property and just keep World Heritage.
Oh yes, then it's fine, yeah, because World
It becomes
Heritage
perfect
anyway.
actually.
Property.
In fact, World Heritage or World Heritage property would mean the same. I mean, this is implicit here.
May I? Yes.
Please.
So actually the basic spirit of this paragraph is calling for a holistic and comprehensive approach, mainly built heritage here, world heritage here primarily, but of course it naturally goes beyond. Because we call for respect and then taking into account intangible value when dealing with the world heritage property, World Heritage sites, meaning property is actually the jargon within the World Heritage Committee. The word is not, official word is not sites, it's properties. So, but I think both sides, we talk about the same thing, but we use different language. So I'd like to reassure you that this whole paragraph is calling for holistic, comprehensive, and approach. So I hope this is, now with the removal of world property, maybe if it is acceptable, better I think we could remove.
And, just one more question on this. When you're talking about the indigenous people and the local communities and the practices of indigenous people and local community, would that be allowed in World Heritage sites? Sometimes they put the gold on the walls and this and that, which has not been allowed. Or even at Sanchi when people come and pray to that. So is that acceptable? When you are including the practices of indigenous people and local communities, and then you are kind of talking about the management of the World Heritage. Are you talking about all kinds of practices, or are you talking about only construction practices? Or
it mentions sustainable. Because the sustainable term covers sustainable practices is what is accepted.
But you know, like in Sanchi, there are so many pilgrims, but they're not allowed to kind of pray within in the temples. Would that be allowed? Is there no contradiction in this?
Yeah, Sanchi is an archaeological site. You know, we are talking about this indigenous communities and living heritage, but whatever practices are sustainable, and India is known for its, or South Asia, for its living heritage sites. So obviously rituals and practices have to be encouraged. But what we are saying is use of sustainable materials or whatever the way it can be written.
Just a second.
A small suggestion, instead of just writing World Heritage, can we say living World Heritage or something of that nature?
So if you can be a little louder, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, what I was saying is, instead of writing only World Heritage, if we say living World Heritage, because again the problem is World Heritage property could be archaeological, it could be living heritage site, it could be anything. So instead of if we differentiate that archaeological sites are separate from the living heritage sites, then this whole paragraph will fit in.
No, but I don't think this point focuses only on the living world heritage. I think this point basically covers world heritage, but you have associations with any world heritage properties which could be direct or indirect. It could be the communities who are living in the buffer areas as well. So they are not, obviously the site may not be living in nature, but then there are communities, there are people who are living around, and they obviously it is them also that we are trying to address in this paragraph. So we would, I think, in the fairness of the things, this term world heritage once again is all encompassing, includes living as well as non-living world heritage sites. But the context is wider here. That is what we are trying to say. Any other point? I see a hand being raised here.
Good afternoon. I'm representing Kalka Shimla.
Please speak louder.
I'm representing Kalka Shimla Railway, part of the mountain railways of India, along with my
I'm afraid,
colleagues.
please speak louder because none of us are able to hear you.
In this vision statement, I feel that we need to have a specific mention of railway heritage sites as well, which are living and functional industrial heritage sites. And with your permission, I would like to submit that on behalf of the three mountain railways, the Kalka Shimla Railway, the Nilgiri Mountain, and the Darjeeling Himalayan, which is the oldest one, if this context can be included in the document, as I'll read. That transportation modes, especially the Indian railways, are a crucial link to connect heritage sites with tourism, resources, communities, and the larger world existing outside the site itself. In the case of heritage railways, the train itself is a heritage, presenting a unique complexity for conservation and site management, especially with reference to the next 5 years of UNESCO WHC, World Heritage Convention goals, should focus on better and more comprehensive guidelines for comprehensive understanding of the railway heritage.
May I please intervene here? So, I think whenever a declaration of this nature is made, usually they are not typology specific. These are generic in nature, which is all encompassing. It is applicable on all aspects of, or all typologies of world heritage. Be it an archaeological site, be it a monument, be it a historic city, be it a industrial heritage, of which obviously all the three railways are under that category, the cultural landscapes, everything. So basically, it's a larger umbrella of world heritage, which includes the industrial heritage as well. And under industrial heritage, of course, the railways, all three railways, and for that matter, the station as well in Mumbai. Everything is inclusive in that. But the declarations cannot be a typology-specific declaration.
We'll accept your wisdom on that. Your
it's not the wisdom here, but this is how generally the documents are.
And just conclude with one small point.
Ma'am, can I?
We'll just accept your wisdom on the final language, but the syntax that is important is that in the nature and the culture linkage, the act of engineering or the industrial heritage of it is the missing link, which many documents miss in UNESCO. I speak with a very limited understanding of 2 to 3 years. You all are collective wisdom of, I don't know, decades. But between nature and culture, the role of engineering and the role of industrial heritage is often missed. And there, that's the point from where I speak.
Given what you're saying, would you be comfortable if we add one word and we start the paragraph by saying we recognize that the traditional knowledge, comma, the technological innovations.
Absolutely.
So the word technological
And
would
industrial
sum up,
heritage,
would sort of have everything in it.
That's why I said I leave it to your larger wisdom. Just add it somewhere.
No, it's not about individuals' wisdom here. It's that we would want the document to be perfected as much as it possibly can. So the word technological innovations would perhaps be all-encompassing for your concerns that your team and yourself are raising.
It would be a great beginning, yes. It would be a great beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, here by making it technological innovations, we are altering the meaning. So it can be, we recognize that the traditional knowledge, comma, technologies, comma, innovations,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
practices.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Sir, I have a small submission here.
Yes, please.
So whenever we are talking about indigenous people, local communities and sustainable development, is it possible to add without cultural appropriation? Because there are tendencies by the dominant culture and communities to take advantage of other communities' craft, art or whatever representation without acknowledging and without giving due credit.
Thank you for raising this point, but may I request you, how do I edit the sentence? Because that is, at the end of the day, I need. So if you could tell me where exactly I need to add or modify whatever that I need to do, definitely we would look into it.
Like unless such a sustainable development perspective without cultural appropriation, like that. I think
Without
that is
cultural
appropriation.
appropriation. Any views of the panel here? Anyone from the panel?
I think the point on the cultural appropriation is more of a process or methodology that is being used, no? So
No, so the point that she's raising, which is obviously a valid one, how do we integrate it? The wording is something that we could look into. How do we word it? So if we're agreeing that this point is critical, needs to be addressed, then how do we word it is something that we could then look into. She's, I think, saying, she's trying to, a small editorial thing that she said, unless such a sustainable development perspective, and then therein she's adding without cultural appropriation, and then coming back is integrated.
May I say something? If we say we recognize and acknowledge, would that be adequate?
Yes.
We recognize and acknowledge that the traditional knowledge, technologies, innovation and practices of indigenous people and local communities make an essential contribution to the conservation and sustainable.
Right, that point is there. But coming back to this thing.
no, it's done, no? Acknowledge. So you're talking about cultural appropriation.
Okay.
So it's a very...
Simply saying that we acknowledge.
Would that take care of your concerns?
Not exactly, but it's okay. Because cultural appropriation is nowadays, when like government bodies, NGOs, whoever doing like such sustainable development in the indigenous people and local communities, they are doing this. This is a practice now. So we need to curb that activity, actually.
No, but even curbing that can't. I got distracted. There's a spelling mistake in your typo of technologies. It needs an N. But I think the point you're making here is you want to bring in not having cultural appropriation. We are just at a loss of exactly where you would like to place it. Because acknowledging is one thing.
So,
it should be there. And we are talking of local communities, and that applies not necessarily just to indigenous people, it is to anyone who's local to wherever we are talking about.
so may I
can
make
say,
a submission,
unless,
sir? May I make a humble submission, sir? It's
sorry.
me, sir, it's me.
Yes, I can see you.
I just want you to make a humble submission. Is it mandatory that this statement has to be got endorsed by the group? If it is not mandatory, I would request you, sir, let you, the panel itself, take your time and discuss it in a very confident mood where you can take care of these grammatical and other mistakes and leave it for now and take care of other things. Because the more we dig in, the digger we go. There will be no end to it, I am sure.
No, there will be
just
a
a second, sir. It's just a submission, a suggestion, which can be taken care by the honorable panel.
Well, thank you very much for raising this point, but I think the intention behind sharing this document.
We do appreciate that, sir.
No. We could have easily said that, look, five of us are sitting here, we're typing something, and we'll put it up in the public domain tomorrow onwards. And then, of course, there will be a concern that it has not been consulted widely. Of course, amongst this group only who is present here, who has been a part of the deliberations. So the idea it has always been, even if you follow other, UNESCO meetings or the World Heritage Committee meetings or wherever that it might be, this is a modus operandi that is followed wherein any such document, if it has to, come out in public domain, it is widely consulted. Perhaps the point that you're trying to raise is this issue of time, that there is a lack of time.
And I'm afraid to say that we're not making a good headway.
Pardon?
We're not making any headway into it.
In terms of what?
In terms of getting this statement rectified by all of us. I mean, there are consistently, we are trying to dig into it more and more, and then you initially said you are short of time. So even if it is 10 p.m., I'm sure we will not be able to make it. So it was just a suggestion. I may be horribly wrong. I take my words back, sir. But I just went out to my feelings.
No, it is not about anybody who is right or wrong. That is not the intention. But as I said, that it is still important from our side to be inclusive, to be transparent, and to read it out. And as I said, yes, I agree, it will take time. It is not something that can be sorted out in half an hour or an hour. But I think we are patient enough. And, but it is important for us to get this feedback. Yes, I did make a point earlier that the minor grammatical mistakes here and there, whether there's an error in terms of the, comma, or whatever it is, we will certainly iron that out. Obviously, it can't go in public domain with all these discrepancies.
Mr. Sharma, being a teacher, may I suggest one simple way of doing these things? Please read out it till end, and then you ask anyone to, if there are any suggestions on content, not on grammar, and then I would say that all of you are...
My dear teacher friend, I think normally we go para by para by para by para.
So, but then you please say everyone that please don't interrupt, read out.
Yeah, I think we were doing fine. I would just request to get back to the para and continue. Coming to the cultural appropriateness and the acknowledgement, I just wanted to suggest, there are two places where we can put it. One is on the third line, when we say, and their wider application, sustainable use of biodiversity and their wider application, acknowledge, like something like that. Acknowledging their wider application, yeah. Or
but then
contribution to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and acknowledging their wider application. Or we can do it in the end where we say is integrated and acknowledged in the management of a World Heritage. Yeah.
I think the letter is better. Is integrated and acknowledged in the management of the World Heritage property.
Recognizing is something, but
Yeah.
acknowledging is giving the due.
What I was saying is we recognize, we are already recognizing the whole paragraph. It's one single paragraph.
Yeah, that's fine. The acknowledged coming because of the cultural appropriateness.
Okay.
So I'll repeat the paragraph again. It says, we recognize that the traditional knowledge, technologies, innovations, and practices of indigenous peoples and local communities makes an essential contribution to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, and their wider application can support social well-being and sustainable livelihoods. Unless such a sustainable development perspective is integrated and acknowledged in the management of a World Heritage, it will be difficult in the long run to ensure its outstanding universal value. So that is how now the paragraph reads.
Sorry, just one more point. This idea of interpretation, if that can be included, where we are saying and their wider application and interpretation can support social well-being and sustainable livelihoods. Because nowhere we have addressed how these are interpreted.
No, sorry, wait a second. Where are you saying that it should be integrated?
The third line, where we're saying, I'm starting with the second line. Essential contribution to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and their wider application and interpretation can support social well-being. That's it.
Right. I think we can make that
I think, sorry,
here.
again the word interpretation can come also in the previous point, if you can look into it eventually, because again we are talking about a lot of things, but also the interpretation of all the cultural heritage being a part of the protection manual.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for raising this. Thank you. Right. So this is now the structure of this paragraph. I have a feeling that we all are okay with this now. So if we are, thank you very much. Now we move on to the next point. Well, this is under the title, A Call for Action. For 50 years, the World Heritage Convention has embodied global ideals and ethics of conservation, while continuing to emphasize the importance of protecting a selection of outstanding sites important for all of humankind. A holistic approach is necessary to include wider dimensions arising from new emerging challenges that threaten the foundation of our societies. I see no hands being raised, so perhaps we are all fine with it. Thank you. I think we are all fine with this paragraph. The next para, or rather set of paras, are under the title Local Community. We reiterate the important role of communities, including local communities and indigenous peoples, in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, in accordance with one of the 5 strategic objectives, the 5th C, adopted in 2007, and the Strategic Action Plan 2012-2022. Well, this is merely a reference to the documents that are being referred to here. Well, we can, I think, move ahead from this. Next point.
Probably we can remove the strategic action plan because it's...
yeah, it's in the past.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the strategic action plan 2012-22 is what we can remove. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chan. The next point, in this context, we recall the Article 5 of the Convention, recommending the states parties to give heritage a role in the life of the community. In fact, there is an inverted comma here. I wonder where does this inverted comma begin? That is something that we need to check. Thereby stating that the concerns and aspirations of communities must be taken into account in the conservation and management efforts of the World Heritage. I see none. Somebody. Can you please speak in mic? Can't hear you.
I think these two can be combined in one, this local community, para 1 and para 2. Because here also we are saying aspirations of communities must be taken into account in the conservation and management efforts of the World Heritage. Whereas in the previous para also we are saying the same thing. We reiterate the important role of communities and...
I think if I may submit, there we are making a specific reference to the 2007, and here we are focusing on Article 5. So it's better for it to stay separate.
There are two different entities. And in fact here, I think if I'm correct in my understanding, which I think you've also pointed out, that the inverted commas begins before give. So after the bold, this is where perhaps the inverted commas come. And Article 5 of the convention, ठीक है. I think we should move on from here. The next point, only through strengthened relationships between people and heritage will, inverted commas begin, sustainable development, it has to be double inverted comma here, be possible and attainable, full stop. I again see no reactions on it. So thank you very much. We will move on. The next one perhaps is quite critical. Under the paragraph World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism, we believe that properly planned and responsibly managed cultural heritage tourism must involve participatory governance with diverse cultures, rights holders, and stakeholders, which can be a powerful vehicle for the preservation of cultural heritage and sustainable development and local communities' empowerment. Responsible tourism promotes and creates cultural heritage awareness, provides opportunities for personal and community well-being and resilience, and builds respect for the diversity of other cultures. Well, there's a stunned silence in the hall, so I presume we are fine with this long statement as well. I see none. Well, thank you very much. We move on. The second paragraph.
Sorry. A small point.
Yeah, Manish.
Yeah, in this, where it has gone. Okay. If we are saying that we believe that properly planned and responsible managed cultural heritage tourism, if it is already properly planned and responsibly managed, then why we are adding all these things? Can we say that
No. We are saying that properly planned and responsibly managed cultural tourism must involve. So the must is the key here.
Agreed, but can we say it like we believe that cultural heritage tourism must be properly planned and responsibly managed, involving participatory governance and everything?
But we're saying the same thing.
No.
No, but yeah. Manisha, you're convinced or you're not convinced? No, because we have to move on also.
Only thing what I'm saying is, when we are already saying it, that our cultural heritage tourism is already responsible and properly managed. So instead of that, if we say that the cultural heritage tourism must be properly planned and responsibly managed, involving participatory governance.
But I think it is trying to say the same thing.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
If you want to have a properly planned tourism, that it should have or it must have a participatory governance. So,
Sir, it sounds a little bit of an oxymoron. Once you say that it's properly planned, then there is no scope for must. Sir, what sir is saying, If you are adding a must, it means there is some dearth, there is some lack. And when you have some lacking of, that means then it's not properly. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It is akin to saying that, look, if I have in order to achieve the perfect condition, I must do this. I think the flavor of the sentence is something on those lines. That if this is the best practice I have, or this is the best practice I should have, in order to achieve, I should do these things. That is what this is trying to say. So in a way, it is saying the same thing as you're saying. It's not that you and I are speaking different languages, but we are conveying the same meaning. At least that's the impression I have.
It's an oxymoron. It's what I should say. You are saying, I am the perfect man, still I should do this. And when you intend to do something else, that means you are not a perfect man. This is what I think you are saying.
Can we add, we believe...
Properly word has to be subtracted, or else we must not add must.
Excuse me, can we add for properly planned and responsibly managed cultural heritage tourism, we must have. Instead of saying that, if we can say for properly managed, we believe that for properly managed, planned and responsibly managed cultural heritage tourism, we must involve participatory governance with that.
But again, I beg your pardon, but I think we are trying to say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I still haven't understood. Is it that the expression that you're proposing is a better expression than what is written here?
A little explanatory, that's all.
So you're saying that we believe that
for
properly planned and responsibly managed cultural tourism,
we must involve.
Then we is twice. We're saying the same thing.
Okay.
We're saying the same thing.
Okay, Janvij, I think it is correct.
I think it's fine. We should move on.
I'm okay, right.
I think collectively, at least nobody here is
So
worried about.
We go on to the next paragraph.
Yeah, one thing that I would like to add is, should we use term over tourism to protect? Over tourism term should be introduced here to protect the World Heritage Sites. Over tourism term.
Over tourism?
Yes. In responsible tourism, this term is being used for some sites. I think we should think on this term.
No, but yeah.
I mean,
since we are trying to use the expression responsible tourism, which means that we are trying to ensure that it is not over tourismed or whatever it is. So, which means that at some point in time we would try to have an optimal number, have a carrying capacity, but that's what responsible tourism is all about.
Yes, but I think this term should be used for protecting the World Heritage for over tourism.
Sorry?
I think this over tourism term should be used in this paragraph.
I think over tourism, officially, this is not kind of official language we use. Over tourism, exactly something we have to avoid. We must strive to avoid actually that over tourism. So we use the word like carrying capacity. We should encourage the management body, for example, to establish kind of a carrying capacity in terms of people numbers and equipment, vehicle, all these kind of things. I don't think.
Yes, in fact, responsible tourism takes care of the carrying capacity.
Exactly, it
and
covers it all.
so it covers it all.
Exactly.
Responsible tourism is a term that is covering number of footfalls, carrying capacity, the whole thing. What you are implying of over tourism is not a word that is being used because it.
I think we can move on from here. We can go to the second paragraph. In this regard, we affirm that benefits derived from well-protected cultural and natural heritage should be equitably distributed to communities to foster their sustainable development. Full stop. In this regard, the empowerment of communities and appreciation of cultural diversities by visitors should be considered as one of the most important basic principles for I think should be removed, for sustainable tourism. Is there any comment? I think somebody was saying something. Madam, I think you were trying to say something. Mike, please.
Like we have removed our, similarly to foster, now it's right.
So foster, and you're saying there is, yeah. I see no hands being raised, so I think we can move on from here. Thank you very much. Next point, we strongly advocate that cultural heritage tourism stakeholders place the protection of cultural heritage and community rights at the heart of cultural heritage tourism policy and projects by providing principles that will inform responsible and sustainable tourism planning and management, community resilience, and adaptation. There has to be a full stop after that. Again, I hear silence, sorry. I don't see silence, I hear silence. Should we move on, please? I think we can. Once again, thank you very much. We move on to the next title, Cultural Landscape. The first para in this, we acknowledge the rich repository of cultural landscapes in South Asia with its diverse geography, centuries-old history, traditions, and the word that I should remove, and the wide range of indigenous communities.
So just on the grammar, centuries-old histories, multiple histories.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can move on to the next paragraph. Thank you. We agree to address the gap in recognition of cultural landscape in South Asia, and we intend to move forward in a more inclusive, community-led recognition of cultural landscape on the list. On the list. What list are we referring to here?
This comes from Shika.
Shika, what list are we referring to?
In the nominations.
So can we make the reference of that list?
We can, I mean, on World Heritage. I think in World Heritage we can just say.
So on the World Heritage, but should we also all add the sites on the tentative list? We can remove
list and just say in World Heritage. You know.
No, but then the tentative list also. The sites which are on the tentative list. Right. So this point could be applicable there as well.
Tentative list.
So then we reword it slightly, community-led recognition of cultural landscapes on the World Heritage and the tentative list.
Yeah. And I think cultural landscapes would have an S everywhere.
The first line of this para, again, it will be cultural landscapes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any comments on this, please? Yes, ma'am.
Again, if you're pointing to the tentative list at all over here, you're covering cultural landscape, and in the next para, I see you're covering historical urban landscape. But we are leaving out industrial heritage. Sorry to harp on the point, but yesterday we had a discussion that OUVs are very narrowly defined, and we need to be more inclusive right here in this. So somewhere in this entire document, again in your wisdom, wherever you feel it is correct, please add references to industrial heritage, the fact that you have railway sites which are linear in nature, and that engineering is a link between nature and culture. Okay. And one last point, because it's a Bhopal vision document, and I think we started with the chief guest saying Sanatan hi Puratan hai, right? Perhaps a translation of this vision document into Hindi, not for official submission, for sharing with participants might be in order. Nishant Upadhyay, I believe, shared a very nice Hindi translation of working documents. I don't say submitted because Hindi is not the official language, just making a point that perhaps a translation of this finalized document in the Indian language, considering that you are meeting in Bhopal, might be in order. Thanks.
Point noted, yes. This document, once agreed by all and once fine-tuned and corrected and all, perhaps we will request the UNESCO Delhi office to have it translated into Hindi. Well, it's India, not only Madhya Pradesh. So it should be bilingual. If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Han, I think I was told by our permanent representative of India in UNESCO, I think parts of our World Heritage Center website is also in Hindi now. I was told actually. So maybe this declaration, once translated into Hindi, could also be there in that.
Yes, actually, yes. India has kindly offered technical assistance to translate part of the World Heritage the Center's webpage in Hindi. Of course, I think we should definitely increase the availability of such the statement in local language. Here, of course, not only Hindi. If we have to do it Hindi, I feel that we have to do equally in all other languages, like Sinhalese. I mean, in Sri Lanka, for example, there is a Sinhalese and then Tamil also, and then in Maldives, and then Nepal and Bangladesh also. So we will definitely look into that possibility. Thank you.
And I think what ma'am has just said, actually, if we can just add 2-3 lines about the linear heritage.
So I just wanted to suggest on where we can add it. I think because we have not got into typology, as Mr. Janvit Sharma said, we are not doing that for cultural heritage. They are recognized categories, but since cultural landscape is different, when we are saying, you know, we acknowledge the South Asia, the diversity, after that we can mention that these include, we call it industrial landscapes. We say these include archaeological landscapes, institutional landscapes, industrial landscapes, and many more. So it covers, you know, lots.
What's an institutional landscape?
Like it could be a, you know, university complex.
Oh, that way.
Yeah. So there are, I mean, anything, any segment interacts with the landscape. So there are several categories, and especially for, we have sacred landscapes in India, in South Asia, the sacred landscapes are the most important.
But the expression cultural landscape, and as you
it covers
informed
all
us in your presentation that it has these 3 or 4 types, where you said it was formal landscapes and informal, and so where does this fit into that? Because
So
cultural landscape is a very, it's a technical term.
Yeah, so we are, I mean, even as I can tell you, International Scientific Committee of Cultural Landscape is right now defining it as per various regions and local cultures across the world, because it requires that kind of a thing. In UNESCO convention, when it was adopted, these were the 4 categories, but of course they are due for revision whenever there is feedback. At the same time, the cultural landscapes that, you know, what I mentioned, archaeological, relict, or, you know, institutional or industrial, these come more under typologies. And the categories, the subcategories are associative, man-made, organic, relict, or continuing.
So if we would want to add the landscape induced by industrial heritage, how do we add it here? I mean, that's my question.
So that's what I'm saying. These include, and there are publications including, you know, one edited, you know, by Moe, which was part of UNESCO New Delhi publication, which includes all these, you know, the South Asian perspective. It's a cultural landscape on Asia Pacific, and it covers these various kinds of, you know, biocultural landscapes, archaeological landscapes, institutional landscapes, military landscapes, industrial landscapes.
Excuse me, if I may come in. So where we are now looking at cultural landscape, title, next line begins we acknowledge, the next line begins we agree. We agreed to address the gap in recognition of cultural landscapes in South Asia, including, and then all the ones you've mentioned. And I'm saying this because I'm a member of the National Scientific Committee on Industrial Heritage, even though UNESCO is now going through the process of the international thing. But we can't just focus on one aspect because it's all too intermingled. So Shikha, if here we can put where it says,
So what do we add here? Including?
Archaeological landscapes, comma.
So archaeological, comma,
Institutional landscapes. Then comma, military landscapes. Comma, industrial landscapes. Comma, sacred landscapes.
And then we say etc.
Yeah, I mean, etc. is not in use these days. And the like, yeah, maybe.
Okay, and the like. And the like, comma, and then the rest of the sentence continues. Madam, with that, take care of your concerns. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Geological landscapes.
Geological.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Geological, if it's not human intervention, it goes into natural heritage.
But we can include it here. I think it can be.
But it won't be counted under cultural landscapes, no? Cultural landscape is human and nature. There's a criteria for geological in the natural heritage. So the geological formation is natural. That's why it's recognized under a natural heritage.
But you said and the like. So everything that we have.
Mike, can't hear you. I would request anybody who's speaking, please use the mic. We can't.
As we have already identified each aspect, archaeological landscape, institutional landscape, sacred landscape, then that's why I tell geological landscape.
No, the point that is being made is that when we talk about the geological landscapes, that fall under the ambit of natural properties, and it's not cultural properties.
Yeah.
That is why, unless and until the geology has some human intervention to it, then it becomes cultural landscapes. So, in a way, it is addressing the terminology that you wish to use here. It is addressing that terminology. Okay. Unless until there is an example you can quote that you're saying something as geological landscape, but it has a human imprint on it.
As yesterday in Sri Lanka, I have seen the pink quartzite landscaping they are proposing for tentative listing.
But that would be natural.
This is natural.
But the word etc. or and the like would actually include it in this case also.
Okay.
But thanks for raising this point here. Anything else, or should we move on, please? Thank you very much. Next para, titling Historic Urban Landscape, Historic Cities and Sustainable Development. We acknowledge that historic urban environments contribute to the quality of life by providing a sense of place and belonging, creating intergenerational connections and opportunities for social cohesion, thus building stronger communities. I hear stunned silence, so I think we can move on. Thank you. The second paragraph, we recognize the need for conservation and the revitalization of historic urban areas in balance with sustainable development, and that the preservation of the physical environment, all of its tangible and intangible qualities. I think we need to then connect the rest of the paragraph. If rehabilitation is carefully planned and well implemented, it can greatly leverage the cultural and natural heritage of urban areas and historic city centers for people-centered sustainable development and considerably increase the quality of life. I see no reactions once again. Well, I think then we can move on with this as well. Thank you. Next paragraph. We realize that historic urban environments must not become museums, comma, but an approach must be adopted that sees and interprets the city as a continuum in time and space. I think we can agree with this. So all these three paragraphs then get adopted. Last, the World Heritage in Climate Change and Traditional Knowledge / intangible cultural heritage. We recognize intangible cultural heritage is enabled by the traditional knowledge systems. I think we can agree with this. The second para, we acknowledge the existence of the traditional knowledge systems tailored to specific climatic, social and cultural environments. If you could please use the mic.
I'm saying the previous paragraph. Can we just ponder on the previous paragraph a little bit?
Which one?
The urban.
You want us to go back?
Yep, sorry, because to understand this took a little time. I'm still not clear about, when you say we realize the historic urban environments must not become museums, so what is exactly the interpretation or the implication for that?
Means that these are not monuments, these are living entities. These are very dynamic in nature. That is what it means.
Okay, and the focus on urban, so why do we have this focus on urban? Sorry if I'm sounding like a lay person, but I just wanted to understand heritage and this entire thing about the focus on urban vis-a-vis rural.
It is in the context of the HUL approach that we were talking about, and there was a full session on that yesterday. So these sets of recommendations, if I'm correct, and the panel may correct me if I'm not, these sets of recommendations are emanating out of the presentations that were made. And therefore, the moderator of that panel has actually given us these recommendations. So it's again specific to a particular approach, which is a sort of a universally accepted approach that has been adopted. It is the HUL approach that we talked about. It's in context of that.
Point taken on but just this last point, one of the side conversations, a case study was made about a peri-urban area. Now, I don't know if that gets included because these are areas which is neither rural nor urban, but then just to make a specific example, for example, the Kumbhalgarh Hill Fort, the area out there is a peri-urban area, not an urban settlement. So wouldn't those kind of settlements be included?
They would be a part of it. They would also be included in this. So here in the urban, when we're using this urban, the expression urban, it is not in the context of the mega cities that we are looking at. It is also in the context of semi-urban areas. Perhaps yes, rural, extremely rural areas, or if there are small hamlets in forest or whatever, perhaps this is not valid there. But semi-urban areas are also inclusive or can be considered under this approach.
So just to clarify, Kumbhalgarh is actually a military landscape, and inside you have a Bhil village, that's been there for centuries. So it can't be in the historic urban landscape. It's largely for historic cities and settlements that this is mentioned. But I did have, on the last point, of course, I just feel that rather than saying that they are not museums, we should somewhere say that, about South Asia and its living cities, historic cities.
May I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe actually this last paragraph comes from Dr. Rante Epich, who was supposed to be moderator. But by this way, urban environment must not become museum. I think he means that urban heritage cannot be frozen because city evolve and it must evolve for the well-being of people's life. So maybe we can rephrase saying that must not be frozen? If you may consider.
May I make a suggestion here? We realize that historic urban environments are dynamic, and an approach must be adopted that sees and interprets urban environments as a continuum in time and space.
So should we then modify it even slightly? When you said we realize that historic urban environments are dynamic, which is obviously correct, then we would qualify it further and say, and are not frozen.
Must evolve.
Should
not be frozen. Must evolve.
Now we are picking at
No,
words.
it means the same thing.
And an approach must be adopted that's what it is not. Sees and interprets
then
urban
this,
areas.
This are dynamic, and we can remove. No, and of course we keep.
An
And an approach.
Yeah, museum is gone.
Yeah.
And then the second city may or may not, then you can again repeat urban environments, historic urban. Approach must be adopted that sees and interprets historic urban environments as a continuum in time and space.
Yeah,
Then I
reads
think we
much
have
better.
dealt
Reads
with
much better.
everyone's.
Well, thank you very much for raising this point, please. Thank you. Are you trying to say something, madam?
There's a repetition in the last sentence. That is, we realize that the historic urban environments are dynamic and approach must be adopted that sees and interprets historic urban environment.
Yeah, we can replace it by using them. Them.
Yes,
Yeah, better.
heritage theme or
Yeah.
something like that.
Can we, when they are dynamic, can we also add that they are dynamic but historic? And the approach must be adopted
No, it is saying,
to
in the
see-
beginning it is saying historic urban environment, so it is qualifying there, that it is historic. And even though it is historic, it is still dynamic in nature. It is qualifying that.
Or we can say are yet dynamic. Or they are historic environment, yet they are dynamic. So, somewhere the recognition of the historicity of this
it is
urban
there.
environment.
Actually, the word fourth word there, we realize that historic urban environments are dynamic. So we are already talking about the history.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. No, I think this sort of completes it. We come back to the next para, but the second line. We acknowledge the existence of the traditional knowledge systems tailored to specific climatic, social, and cultural environments. Traditional knowledge gives valuable insights on how to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. I think everybody agrees with it. So we can, yes.
The first line, sir.
Pardon?
The first line, we acknowledge the existence of the traditional knowledge systems. Then I think we should put are tailored to specific climate, social and cultural environments. Otherwise, you don't have to put full stop, you have to follow it with something else. Okay. Just kindly read it once.
No, we acknowledge the existence of the traditional knowledge systems. Then you're saying?
Are tailored to.
You're right. Yes, are tailored. Are tailored to specific climatic, social, and cultural environments. Of traditional knowledge systems are tailored to, are tailored. Yeah, rest is fine. Tailored to specific climatic. Traditional knowledge gives valuable insights on. Yeah.
System that are
Sorry, what are you saying?
So, just a minute.
Systems that are tailored.
Another suggestion is the existence of the traditional knowledge systems is specific to climate, social and cultural environments.
Please say it again.
We
We acknowledge, a little louder please, if you don't mind.
We acknowledge the existence of traditional knowledge systems which are specific to climate, social and cultural environments.
Again saying the same thing, aren't we?
No, that are tailored, not tailored. Tailored should be removed.
Why should it be removed? If
tailored is what? I mean, tailored is like they are created. Then we are talking about the traditional system, which are naturally grown.
Yeah, evolved,
naturally
evolving.
So they are not tailored. So that's why tailored should be removed, and then that are specific to climate, which are specific to the climate, social and cultural environments.
Which are specific to.
Yeah.
So I read the sentence what you're saying. We acknowledge the existence of the traditional knowledge systems which are specific to
climate,
climatic, social and cultural environments.
That's it.
And after a full stop, traditional knowledge should not be repeated. We can put it. And it gives.
No, but that's the next line. Sorry, I don't know who's speaking. Sorry, I don't know who spoke just now. Oh, you spoke. Okay.
If you make this paragraph in continuum, once you have said traditional knowledge in the first line.
If you're saying it is to be read in continuum, then there should not be full stop. Then we say social and cultural environments, and it gives invaluable.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? But that makes the sentence a little longer.
Okay. Even after full stop, okay. It's not that big an error, please, sir.
No, it's not an error in any case. Anyways, any other point with this para? When I see none, so we may perhaps agree with this. Next point, we advocate strengthening of community-based solutions along with traditional knowledge, perhaps traditional knowledge system, to build resilience and to reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts. I see no remarks on this, so maybe we can move on this. Next point, we recommend integration of traditional knowledge systems into modern practices through local communities to promote sustainable practices. Kapil, no, anybody who is speaking, I would be grateful if you could speak in the mic, please.
Is it not similar to what we said in the second para above? Just we acknowledge the existence of traditional systems which are specific to climate, social, cultural. Here we just saying it integrates into modern practices.
No, but this paragraph is different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's different, but the meaning is...
No, here we are focusing more on sustainable practices. There it is more on mitigating the impact of climate change. The two are different.
I think we can delete through local communities. I agree. I think not very clear through local communities. It can be removed.
Okay.
Sir, whether the traditional knowledge system to be weighted scientifically.
I can't make out who's saying, please. Who's talking right now? You are talking.
Yes.
Yes, please.
So whether the traditional knowledge system should be weighted scientifically before we propagate through the community.
Traditional knowledge systems what?
Like
should be vetted scientifically. would you want to respond?
No. Did,
Actually, it's kind of a very interesting suggestion. It's see, some things are inherent in nature. Like we were talking about building materials. So when you use certain building materials, there is percolation of water from the canals, and with certain building materials, it's not. So it's contextual. Some places you want the water percolate, some places you don't want. So the wetting is kind of contextual to the purpose that you want solved.
I think I would like to, because, with the study in Meghalaya that they were doing, Sanjeev Shankar, he had, the GSI, ASI, all, the surveys, the scientists from various organizations across India looking at the living root bridges and indigenous knowledge systems. So his whole idea was that, it should be scientifically also looked at. But when we are doing, the perspective should be, it's, indigenous systems have a science of their own. So it's understanding that science. So it's never, and it may sometimes be tested or verified. It could be a collateral process, but there is a knowledge exchange. You cannot say that they can be verified by scientific, modern scientific testing.
And if I may, I think here the traditional knowledge system, for example, this afternoon we had traditional water management system. I think in India, and not only India, but Sri Lanka, in this South Asia, you used to have a wonderful traditional water management system, which has been vetted over the last 1,000 years. For example, Hampi, of course, the Jambijuji knows very well. Until very recently, all the irrigations actually, all the farm and then agricultural land has been also irrigated by the traditional the canals. If I understand.
Half my colleagues sitting here
can
give us a 10-hour lecture on the water management systems of Dholavira.
Yes,
which goes back to
2,500 BC, actually, Bronze Age. So definitely, I think, they have been vetted over the last 1,000 years, and in this case, Indus Valley civilization, almost 5,000 years. And that is why now we come out with the suggestion that we should really go back to traditional wisdom to combat this climate change and then all these kind of challenges.
Would that be okay with you? Thank you. And I think somebody else was, Unish.
I have a suggestion that instead of just recommending integration of traditional knowledge systems into modern practices, if we say that we recommend safeguarding traditional knowledge systems by considering its integration into modern practices to promote sustainable practices.
I think again we are saying the same thing.
No, what we are saying is, one is safeguarding. We are using this traditional knowledge system. We are recommending the safeguarding of the traditional knowledge system. And it's because the problem is otherwise, every time the traditional knowledge system has to be integrated with the modern systems.
No, but isn't the paragraph 2 here actually talking about the safeguarding aspect without using the word safeguard here? Of course, the word safeguarding has not been used, but isn't what you're saying is included in paragraph 2?
No, because the third paragraph, if it is solely acting on the integration into the modern practices system, then everywhere the safeguard of the traditional knowledge system is somewhere lost.
No, even point 3 is also talking about it. It is talking about, strength. When you are saying strengthening, again safeguarding is included in that.
But if you have to continue with the purest form, this particular thing is not allowing you to continue it in its purest form. Now what is written is allow you to continue if it is in its purest form, and wherever it is required, you can integrate it with the modern practices. Right now it is fine.
Second. We recommend safeguarding of traditional knowledge systems and its integration into the modern practices to practices, comma, wherever required or possible, whatever is a better expression. Feasible, comma, to promote sustainable practices. Munish, does it satisfy your concern? Sorry, any integration has to be national, it can't be other way around. Vishakha?
I have a view that traditional knowledge system exists only if they are safeguarded, otherwise they don't exist. Second, they continuously keep evolving. So we cannot freeze it by saying safeguarding traditional knowledge systems. And wherever feasible is also very dangerous. So, I mean, this is my point of view.
No, but safeguarding doesn't mean that one is attempting to fossilize it or freeze it. That it actually doesn't mean that. It means that it's sort of, you know, I don't know, organically or however, it is still evolving. I don't think it gives us a flavor. But safeguarding is necessary. But I'm still thinking that the paragraphs 2 and 3 of this are covering it. But if you as Munish is trying to say that okay, that should be highlighted separately. So it certainly doesn't mean freezing it.
Paragraphs above were saying that they were pointing to the importance of traditional knowledge systems and the role in sustainability.
Can we still remove out wherever feasible?
No, because otherwise you are saying forcibly use it. Can we see the way the sentence was?
I think, I agree with what you have decided. I agree with what you have decided. So there's, I think, a large majority of people who agree with what the panel has decided.
No. You're saying that it is kept as it is, or safeguarding is something that we should make a part of it? No, but safeguarding, if we add that, I see no harm in that. Wherever feasible is something that is debatable. Because who decides that where it is feasible and where it is not feasible?
Exactly.
So that part we can remove.
Yeah,
safeguarding.
Safeguarding is fine, but wherever feasible should
that we
not
can
be
remove.
there.
So safeguarding of traditional knowledge systems and its integration into the modern practices to promote sustainable. The word practices, it's repeating twice in the same sentence. If we could find a substitute of that, I think that would be better.
Maybe sustainability, to promote sustainability.
Yeah.
Or sustainable development, yeah, that is also right.
Sustainability is enough.
It becomes too rigid.
I still prefer the way the sentence was before we started tampering with it, even without the safeguarding. Because we are already talking about the importance. We are acknowledging it. We are advocating strengthening.
No, it's not being rigid because we are recommending it. The line starts by saying we recommend. We're not forcing by, we're not saying that. We are recommending it. So it's a recommendation. In any case, the entire declaration is a recommendation. It's not a law by itself.
So I have a suggestion. You can incorporate safeguarding into the last sentence where we say we recognize the need to promote government cooperation and comprehensive policies to maybe safeguard and strengthen or maintain the continuity of traditional practices.
Munish, would that be fine? The last sentence can then include the safeguarding as well as its maintenance.
You can add in the last sentence also, but only thing is because we are recommending, if there the safeguard word comes, it have a different approach altogether. Right now, I think it is this line I'm okay with, as it is.
I say, to be honest, even I'm fine with this line the way it is. Reading as of now. We recommend safeguarding of the traditional knowledge practices and its integration into the modern practices. The only thing is that this word practice is repeating twice, so I was just wondering if one of the expressions could change. So to
Vishaka had suggested sustainability.
I think
Ms. Vishaka, does it address your concerns now?
Sir, I have a small suggestion. If we do this, we recognize the last paragraph. If we put it on third place, and then we recommend for the safeguarding will make more sense. Where we are trying to recognize the continuity of traditional practices.
No, you're saying that this particular paragraph we are talking about right now goes above.
Yeah.
How would it help?
Because then we can recommend it because we are already recommending in third paragraph that safeguarding of traditional knowledge system, where we are saying in fourth that we should recognize the continuity of traditional practices.
I have a feeling that this last paragraph, where we are asking that need to promote government cooperation and all that, I don't think that needs to be built in here. Do we need this here?
Sir, can I say something?
Please, yes.
In the last line, like we recognize the need to promote here also or somewhere else, we can write that there is a need for collaboration between the government, consultants, community and...
No, but my question here is that do we really need to add here? Because in that case, if we are talking this in the context of climate change, then in HUL, in the previous one, everywhere then we need to mention. So it's, and then it's the states parties. I think the last line perhaps doesn't need to be here. We can very well do without it. Thank you very much, very kind of you. So this then becomes the last line, we recommend safeguarding and all that. Yes, please.
May I make a point? Yeah. The sentence that we recommend safeguarding of traditional knowledge system and its integration, these are two different points. Because if you are safeguarding traditional knowledge system, it is that you are advocating the continuity. And its integration into modern practices is a totally different aspect.
Yeah, true.
So this should have two different sentences. It should not be that it has to be forcibly mandated or conform to modern practices.
So should I give you the homework of converting it into two sentences? No, on a serious note, I think if we can edit this line, wherein both the concerns, however different that they might be from one another, are met. If you can suggest us an editorial change to that, I think that would be better.
Just split it.
Though personally, I see no issue with this line.
No, it's a little problematic, but if we split it, we recommend safeguarding of traditional knowledge systems, full stop.
Yes.
We further recommend their integration into modern practices to promote sustainability.
No, but as well as would further.
Yeah, yeah.
I hope, just throwing it open for ideas. This last line, I hope we are not making it too rigid.
Maybe we recommend safeguarding of traditional knowledge systems full stop. Sustainability can be promoted through integration of traditional knowledge systems into modern practices.
I think it's a lot repetitive.
I know, but then how do we correct it? Just thinking of it.
No, but this is fine, I think.
Yeah.
This is fine.
This is fine if we even can say that safeguarding of traditional knowledge system as well as considering its integration into modern practices
That's
to promote
better.
sustainability.
As well as considering its integration into modern practices to promote sustainability. Yes, gives us that little window. I see no hands raising further. So we recommend, sorry, we go ahead with this line as well. Now, Professor Sahab, do you still want us to go back to the preamble? Can I request you please to go back to the preamble? Certainly I wouldn't be able to read everything here. So if everybody is, so if you're reading it and if you want to offer any comments, can I make one request please? If we can zoom it out a little bit so that the entire preamble is visible. Zoom out, yes, because I'm sure this is large. No, itna bhi nahi yaar. Yes, that's it. So this entire preamble is before you once again. Anybody who wishes to make comments here at this stage, you're please do so. And Madam.
Just a point of order, in your own presentation, and I believe it's a concern of all the state parties, that the list was not balanced, not representative enough. You presented tables and statistical data. I don't see it anywhere in this vision document. Did you, if I missed it, I'm sorry, but the fact that the representative list, maybe because of time, economics, whatever the reason may be, today 50 years, next 50 years, reaching a more representative list is not in your...
So actually it was mentioned in the yellow. We need to reframe those texts.
Yeah,
so it was there, but maybe it can come in the preamble too.
Wherever you can plug it in. Again, syntax is all yours, but it should be there in a Bhopal vision document.
No, but we can't leave it like this. Then I need a sentence. I need to put it here for everyone to see.
You're not very audible here, ma'am.
Mr. Janvid Sharma in his presentation had 3 slides which were tabulations of why the World Heritage List as it stands today is not representative, is Eurocentric and so on and so forth. I covered the imbalance in typologies. With Dr. Shikha Jain's intervention, the typologies are now satisfactorily addressed. However, the basic imbalance in the list itself, because of historical reasons or other reasons, and that South Asia, where we are all gathered here, is not represented enough. It's not coming out in this vision document. Or if I've missed it, please.
I think it does mention global strategy somewhere. So that covers it, yeah. That covers the imbalance because global strategy was all about that.
No, so maybe we can go a little up.
Because
so here,
again,
the next 50 years, the next 50 and the role of World Heritage, here we can add a sentence that we strive to remove the imbalances between the natural and cultural sites, or
especially giving attention to the way the systems and methods stand today. You all know better. There's no way to even in the next 50 years reach a more balanced list. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, it's not. It's not about being wrong or right. I need to intervene here somewhere. Though Dr. Jain has pointed out that one of the documents that she's referred to. Into this step.
Actually, we can remove this and get that, these imbalances should be covered. Or not imbalances, but we strive
I need a sentence. I need a sentence which we could write and.
You are the best person to draft.
No, I'm not the best one. I'm here the referee.
I'm pointing to your 3 slides which marked out the imbalance.
Yeah. So maybe under the next 50s, we can say kind of that us, our group, acknowledge further need or just need to continue striving to address the global strategy or implement the global strategy at the South Asia level. Notably, maybe we can place a few category of heritage sites which are particularly underrepresented in our region, such as, of course, industrial heritage, definitely one of them. And although historic towns are overrepresented in other region, our region still need maybe more historic towns. So it can be such as industrial heritage and historic towns. And Shika, which item can we, maybe one more items?
Cultural landscapes are there, but as per...
Or maybe the prehistoric site.
Vernacular
or prehistoric site. Prehistoric site is definitely
sites.
one of the category which is underrepresented, definitely that for this reason.
And the transhumans also.
May I?
Whatever. So that is my suggestion.
If I may add here, I think what she's pointing out are 2 things. One, of course, is the imbalance between the cultural and the natural properties. And, cultural are 897 versus whatever the natural one. So there's that imbalance that we are looking at, which I think the madam is trying to say that we need to strive to sort of balance it to the extent possible. What you're referring to, if I've understood you correctly, is where there are typological gaps. So there are, for example, if there is a majority of monuments on the list, and I'm talking on India's perspective more than the South Asia's perspective. So what you're trying to address, the point that you just raised, is that other typologies also need to be considered so that the gap is reduced to the extent possible. So there are 2 things that
Let me clarify. Global strategy, we should say we strive the need to continue to implement the global strategy for a more representative, balanced and credible World Heritage List because it covers everything.
That's it.
As well as a reference.
No, please read it. Please.
Ma'am, just a last intervention, as well as a pointer to the speed of the listing process itself and how we catch up.
That's a state party thing. So the global strategy covers a balanced, a representative, balanced and credible list. So balanced means it has to be, balanced for all.
In a time-space continuum as very.
Next 50.
Next 50.
Dr. Jain, we acknowledge the need to continue.
The need to continue to strive to implement the global strategy for a more representative, balanced and credible.
For more representative, credible and
balanced list for South Asia, or we say World Heritage for Yeah, balanced world heritage for South Asia.
Balanced world heritage.
World
Balanced
heritage
world
list.
heritage. No, no, no. Balanced world heritage. Yeah,
World
right,
heritage
right.
list for South Asia.
World heritage.
I mean, we don't need to specify tentative list here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
Yeah, yeah.
process. Yeah.
Okay, coming back to the preamble. Professor Sam, done. Any other concerns?
Yes, hello. There is one more thought from my side. While we are talking about the next 50, the world in the 50 years from now is going to be very, very different than what we are today. I was just thinking, will it be good if we could add the element of technology, something like we believe the integration and keeping pace with the latest technology as an imperative method, if not method, but as an imperative thing to conserve and preserve the whatever natural and the cultural sites and places. Artificial intelligence, the world has changed so much in the last 15 years. Next 50 is going to be absolutely different, So that relevance and, in multiple fold patterns, somewhere if we can.
I need
the line.
A paragraph or a line.
Yes,
because
let's write and we can refine it,
So the third point in this, where we say we acknowledge the significance of the theme, taking into account, because here the theme is the next 50, right?
We can add there itself.
So taking into account the enormous challenges confronting the World Heritage properties associated with this. Now, where do we add the technological interventions?
I think in the red line, can you please go up a little bit, Anjita? Yeah. Out there only, I think we can add we acknowledge the need to continue wherever we written, and maybe semicolon, and then we can say the need for keeping pace with the latest technology.
No, but that wouldn't gel with this, because here we're talking about the balance of the categories.
We can write a separate line in that case,
So I would request you to give me that line right now.
So we acknowledge the.
We'll type it first and then we'll see where it fits.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So we acknowledge the role of keeping pace with the latest technology.
We acknowledge the role of
keeping
pace
with the latest technology.
With the technology, well, it is latest is so with technology.
Pace with technology,
right?
As an imperative approach for conservation and preservation of whatever culture and natural sites and places.
But when we, when Madam raised that point, and she wanted the technological intervention, what you're saying, isn't that included in that already?
Not really, I think. And there the technology is about the
this paragraph. We
existing
the traditional knowledge.
Yeah, that technology is different because you're talking about the traditional technological thing. Here I'm talking about the things like artificial intelligence and the VR and other things of the world, The latest technology which is coming up. Here the technology is about the existing one, which has been from the past. And there we are talking about the new technology which are going to change the world. Next 50 is a different world.
Keeping pace with technology.
I think we should mention digital technologies and virtual technologies.
Yeah. No, but technology would include everything, including digital.
Yeah, digital is part
technology
of it
as well.
Yeah, changing technology is good, I think, with changing technology.
As an imperative approach for conservation and preservation. But here, the way you are talking about artificial intelligence and all is more towards interpretation.
Could I say emerging technologies?
Emerging, yeah. I think that's
emerging
better, yeah.
technologies.
Let's put emerging technology. That's a better word, I would say, yeah.
Could we use a softer word than imperative?
Yeah, imperative, it is strong.
Because, technology and nature, we have to keep that balance.
Yeah.
And somewhere we can't erode one for the other. So a softer word would be
Then what is the expression you're using as a?
instead of imperative, if you could get a softer word as an approach, a recommended approach, I don't know.
Sir, emerging
we
science
can just use as an approach.
No, that approach has to qualify. What kind of approach?
I don't think in the declaration we get into the approaches for conservation. So I'm not sure if this point should be there. I mean, World Heritage of course talks about digital use, but that is a tool for conservation. And we know the tools for conservation have changed over time and we have adapted every time. They will keep changing. So it's not something that I would say should be part of the declaration.
You can remove the word approach, but then while we are talking about multiple methods, not methods, but again...
Actually, it's more of a guideline. It's not, I don't think it can be a policy statement here. Like this declaration, whatever that we are sort of, finalizing, is more a kind of a policy statement that you're making. But what you're talking about, or, is more in terms of a guideline. Suppose if we want to conserve a monument or a place or a setting, that we must use technology. That is what you're trying to say.
Not must, it's like a...
But it can't be a policy statement.
It's like the relevance of technology. Again, you're asking for the statement, so that's why it is getting difficult. But just somewhere we mentioned that, okay, relevance of the emerging technology is important. You can't keep away from that. I mean, that's for sure. So maybe a very softer
the
version.
first part of your sentence is fine, but when you're saying it's a tool for conservation and development, that is where I'm a little concerned.
We can cut it out. Yeah, that's also understand.
Scientific approach is propagated in any case. So science and technology, widening their base, it's very difficult to...
I have a feeling we can remove this line and perhaps, if the rest of the document is fine with us, then we can perhaps skip it for the time being.
Yes, okay. I agree because the rest of, this part is advocating to general and the basic principles, but while these are a bit more specific to natural heritage.
Yes, please. Need mic. We can't hear you.
Sir, my concern is on the natural heritage part. I am having a bit reservation on the word conserving natural resources. Sir, natural resources are technical term.
Where is it? If you could first of all tell us. Where is this expression that you have reservations about?
About in the natural heritage sentence, a paragraph, we have written that conserving natural resources.
Just tell us which part.
Which part?
Above this or below this?
We recognize natural heritage should be promoted. Yes, conserving natural resources. Sir, conserving natural resources is basically having a different meaning in the sense if our 60% FeO2 grade iron ore is going through the rivers, then we need the conservation of the natural resource. But here we also want to conserve the intangible natural things which are having unique values. And we are having several geoheritage, 99 geoheritage sites and 32 monuments in India.
I'm intervening here. What you're trying to say, within the same sentence, when it says that it is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving natural resources due to the strong nature-culture linkage. So
Sir,
it is talking about that.
Sir, resource is having a something different technical meaning about the some million tons of resources. But here resources used is a more broader prospect, indicating the unique natural features. They are of course resources, but because resource being a technical term, here it is a bit camouflaging ho raha hai. Am I clear, sir?
No, so what is the term that you are proposing to be used? See, this yellow part which is highlighted needs to be rephrased, paraphrased, everything. So we are open to suggestions what you want to.
Conserving natural intangible values, not resources. Resources having a very typical scientific
would ecosystem services...
ecosystem, ecology, natural, you use no problem.
We can use the word ecosystem services. You can remove the word natural also and say ecosystem services.
Yes.
If that's agreeable.
And yes. And sir, one more point, whether we can add that identification and developing the proper management plan for the natural heritage sites is our way forward. It's all to the panel, August panel to decide.
So that is a process which is followed, and when we say that we follow the global strategy, it actually covers the entire process also, how it should be done.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
How do I change the syntax here? We recognize natural heritage should be promoted at all levels of community. So this line is fine.
That's fine.
It is likely to have a bigger impact in conserving. Now, when you use this expression ecosystem services, is it a valid technical expression?
It's a technical.
Anybody from IUCN, when he will read, he or she will read it, would understand.
But
services due to the strong nature-culture linkage. Isn't what he's trying to point out is sort of getting covered here?
It's covered here.
So that's what I'm saying.
It's covered here.
Then all the scientific evidences listed.
We can rephrase it. We don't need to put that. We can just say synergizing various conventions.
So where does this expression come? I just need that. Due to this, where does that expression come?
It's already there in red.
वो last line में we have to rephrase it. Maybe.
Can we?
Instead of ultimately synergizing.
Your SDG and all will come into it.
हाँ, ठीक है, रहने देते हैं, हाँ.
If you could tell us what is the conventions? No, such
Then
as
all scientific evidence listed. Just due to strong nature-culture linkage, and then delete the part, then all scientific evidence listed.
Can we, in place of ecosystem services, say natural assets? Because conserving ecosystem services, I think ecosystem services should be enhanced or made more sustainable, not conserved. That is one point. And then the other point, in the line we added above in red, which was for the balanced list, can we remove the word credible and just keep representative and balanced?
I mean, that's part of the global strategy, you know, these three terms.
Okay.
If you want to, you don't want to be credible, South Asia list.
No, but it's assumed it's credible. It's about representation.
No, maybe we'll not use the word natural assets. We can use the word natural capital and ecosystem services, because when you choose just the words assets, it's the capital. You don't think about the interest that the capital generates. And ecosystem services is primarily the interest from the capital or the asset that you have. Okay. So sorry, where you are, I can't see you. Yeah. Okay. So maybe.
Now this line, does it read fine? I presume this is fine. So for this para, we can remove the yellow. Yes.
No, the first one can be deleted. We acknowledge South Asia has many natural wonders and their inscription. Yeah, we have already talked about through the global strategy in the preamble.
Yeah. Okay, now we can remove it.
But I think this was intended more for the nature-culture imbalance also.
No, the global strategy does talk about that.
So
it does talk about that.
ठीक है, चल, let's take it.
Okay, now that we have gone para by para, and we have.
So one submission.
Sorry?
So in this particular...
Mike.
This particular paragraph, we recognize that the traditional knowledge. So can we also have /indigenous? Because I think that there is a very minute distinction between traditional and indigenous, and if we include both of them, it will be more comprehensive.
No, but isn't a little ahead?
No, sir.
Traditional knowledge, technologies, innovations, and practices of indigenous people. Wouldn't that cover what you're saying?
So rather than having it at a later stage, traditional /indigenous knowledge system. Because we are talking about the traditional knowledge system at the beginning, and indigenous knowledge system is also a part of that only. So
okay,
we can have
so
that
what you're
there.
saying is, we recognize that the traditional /
indigenous knowledge.
Traditional, traditional /
yeah, there.
Indigenous knowledge. And then you're saying knowledge systems.
Yes, sir.
That is what you're saying.
Yes.
Knowledge systems. And then the rest of the things continue the way they are.
Yes.
Is the panel okay with this? The traditional and indigenous are two different terms.
Traditional is different. Yeah. You can have indigenous or local. Traditional is something different.
No, with this, if you could see it over there, and then suggest if you have.
It does not go with it.
Actually, we don't use the word indigenous knowledge systems. Traditional though use karte hain.
I think the / is better rather than having and in here.
Yeah, but what is an indigenous knowledge system? Traditional knowledge system, I understand. Indigenous practices could be there, but is there something called indigenous knowledge system? I mean, I hope we are correct also when we are sort of putting something here.
No, it is basically like a very minor difference, or rather there is different interpretations. That's it. When we say traditional knowledge system or indigenous knowledge system, it's just a way of expression. That's why I have asked for / rather than there. It's very easily used as a synonyms.
Yeah, they're interchangeable to an
Yes,
extent. You're right.
So only if there is any confusion, that's why I think that /
Well, the panel may want to take a call on it. I'm open to keeping it also. And
standard terminology is indigenous local knowledge. So we can probably remove the traditional because
it is saying indigenous knowledge is traditional knowledge, but not all traditional knowledge is indigenous knowledge. Although traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge are not synonymous. They share many attributes such as being unwritten, customary, pragmatic, experiential, and holistic.
may I request, may I know what document are you referring to here?
I have Googled, sir.
Sorry?
I have Googled after your question.
We can't take that. Unless until it's a valid scientific document.
No, but sir, it is different. It is not the same.
No, it is different, but there is a very thin dividing line. But I haven't heard the expression indigenous knowledge systems. Traditional knowledge system, of course, is a valid expression that we use in our technical documents. But the point that she's raised about the indigenous systems, I'm just trying to figure out how can that reflect in the sentence. That is what I'm trying to sort of look into.
Janvij, if I may say that there is a tradition of doing something, but indigenous could be very specific to a very localized area. So it may also be in contradiction with tradition. Sometimes indigenous may be in contradiction.
I need a sentence.
No, I think you should keep both, traditional stroke indigenous. To me, it sounds fine.
And maybe remove systems here. Then it just becomes the traditional indigenous knowledge.
Then you remove the expression system here. Are you okay with this? Thank you. I can't hear you if you're speaking something. But
no.
Uh,
we have to draw this to a close now. But anyways, please.
If you keep systems that make it more holistic, when we say traditional knowledge system, that term on its own, or indigenous knowledge system, it's a complete holistic framework.
Okay. Ms. Vishakha?
Indigenous people and local communities. You don't need local. It can be indigenous.
Indigenous
there are
and
places
local
where you need it.
Yeah. These are two separate, again, connotations. Indigenous and local is something different.
Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Now, if the panel also agrees, and if everyone agrees here, maybe we can freeze these paragraphs, which we were arriving at later. Well, thank you very much. Now is the critical thing, that we adopt this edited vision statement, the Bhopal vision as a statement as a whole. So every para that we individually looked at, now summed up, and this entire vision document is to be adopted as a whole. Any comments now?
Will you just give the title of it once more, formally?
The title, the Bhopal vision statement.
Can we say Bhopal declaration?
Pardon?
Bhopal
I don't know who is
declaration.
speaking. Sorry. Munish, yeah.
Bhopal declaration?
That if you could respond to, please, whether it's a vision statement or is it a declaration, what is the correct nomenclature to be used here? That's for you.
In the 40s, on the occasion of the 40s, the UNESCO we adopted the name is Kyoto Vision, but obviously it means the Kyoto Vision Statement, and I think basically declaration and statement are very similarly used, but we wanted, in line with the 40th anniversaries, the vision statement. That's why we wanted to propose statement.
Thank you, Ms. Han. Well, does it?
Yeah, it's okay. Like I just gave a
That's okay.
suggestion that.
Okay, thank you. Any other concern, or should we adopt the Bhopal vision statement as a whole, please? So if I see none, then I think it is adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for being very patient. I really tried that we shouldn't sit here till 10 o'clock. Yes, I think we have some events or something. Maybe I'd request you to kind of now take over. But thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the moderators, Mr. Janvit sir, Ms. Junhi ma'am, Shima ma'am, Shikha ma'am, Subritam sir, and Gautam sir. Now moving ahead with the last session, concluding comments. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Saini from Riva Society to represent civil society to give concluding comments. Let us have a huge round of applause to invite him. Mr. Sandeep Saini from Riva Society. He will be representing civil society and delivering the concluding comments.
हेलो नमस्ते सभी को। मैं संदीप सोनी रेवा सोसाइटी महेश्वर से आया हूँ। रेवा सोसाइटी को मैं प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर के रूप में लीड कर रहा हूँ। आप सभी विशेषज्ञों के बीच में मुझे आने का मौका मिला और आपको सबको पता होगा महेश्वर में एक अहिल्या फोर्ट है जिसके संरक्षण को लेकर के उसकी आज जो स्थिति है उसको लेकर के हम सभी विचार किया करते हैं और कई बार ऐसा लगता था कि सरकार क्या कर रही है, संगठन क्या कर रहे हैं। पर इस दौरान 2 दिनों में आपके साथ जो समय बिताया है उससे ये जानने को मिला है कि आप सब उसके लिए कितने प्रयासरत हैं कि भारत की पूरे विश्व की जो ऐतिहासिक धरोहर हैं उनका संरक्षण करने के लिए आप सभी का जो प्रयास चल रहा है वो किसी युद्ध के तौर पे ही देखा जा सकता है क्योंकि आज के समय की वो महत्वपूर्ण ज़रूरत है। मैं मेरी तरफ से और रेवा सोसाइटी तक की तरफ से महेश्वर की तरफ से आप सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि हमें यहाँ आने का मौका मिला, आप सबको सुनने का मौका दिया। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Sandeep ji shared his views on Maheshwar, and there we are having a beautiful Ahilya fort and how to save that heritage. He shared his views. Now I would like to invite Professor Ajay Khare, SPA Bhopal, to represent universities and to deliver concluding comments. Let us have a huge round of applause for him. Professor Ajay Khare, SPA Bhopal, representing universities and academics. Welcome, sir. Requesting for concluding comments.
Thank you very much. Thanks to MP Tourism, thanks to UNESCO for bringing this particular sub-regional conference to Bhopal, and that is why I was very excited that the statement is now called Bhopal Vision Statement. So that way it will become one of the documents which will always be remembered, and the way you people have invited all academics. In fact, we have so many professors around, and all our students were in balcony, and they were also coming and doing some work. So that way, and there is a very good stall installed by our students and Professor Ramesh Bole. So if you people have time, please visit the place and have a look at the works which have been referred many times by our speakers, and you can get some more information about it. And there is that stall for the first time. It is called School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. There. Thank you very much. And thanks to all officials of MP Tourism. Special thanks to Shiv Shankar Shukla ji and of course Ms. Johian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And moving ahead, I would like to invite representative from UNESCO cluster countries and would like to invite one representative from each country. First, I would like to invite from Bangladesh. Can we have one representative from Bangladesh for the concluding comments? Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome representative from Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's the gathering is an August gathering, and we enjoyed the last 2-3 days, and it's a wonderful, I think, festival-like, and it's a huge presentations, and on behalf of Bangladesh, I think we will be benefited. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now, can we have representative from Bhutan for the concluding comments? So we have Sir from Bhutan. Anyone from Bhutan? Any representative? Would like to invite representative from Nepal for concluding comments. From Maldives, I would like to invite somebody from Maldives. Okay, we are having Sir from Nepal, and he will be delivering concluding comments. So let us have a huge round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. The workshop was very wonderful. These 3 days last, including today, there was very, very interesting and very fruitful and active, all of the participants actively participated in the discussion. So first of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, UNESCO Cluster Office in Delhi, Government of India, Government of Madhya Pradesh, for its also the Government of Madhya Pradesh and the people from the Madhya Pradesh for their very, very honorable that hospitality we received from the airport to the hotel, and a hotel to the this venue, not only this venue, but also during these 3 days. That's why we are really enlightened from this, all the activities which were conducted during these 3 days. So once again, we would like to express our sincere thanks to all the delegates, all the organizers, all the participants here, and including all the people of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to invite representative from Maldives to deliver concluding remarks. Let us have a big hand to welcome him.
Good evening. Yes, I would also like to, first of all, thank the organizers, UNESCO, the Indian government, MP, government, everybody. We had a very fruitful conference. It is my first time to Bhopal. I see that everything was organized very well. It went very smoothly, apart from the few technical glitches we had and the time extensions, but nevertheless, it was a beautiful conference. We enjoyed very much. Thank you. And the friendship you offered was outstanding. So we had, on behalf of the Maldivian team, I would like to thank everybody again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for appreciation. And moving ahead, I would like to invite Ms. Junhee Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO New Delhi, to deliver a closing remark. Let us have a big hand for her.
I think after 2 days of intensive deliberation and brainstorming, there is not much for UNESCO New Delhi, there is not much to say, but only thank you all of you. And then of course, I think you already know Shubro and Anchita, where are you? They have been working. Yes, Anchita, can you come and Shubro? Join me to greet. Yes, so Anchita, maybe Shubro, you may say just a short word. Just thank you from my side. Thank you all of you to make us possible. Shubro.
Yes, thank you all for being attending here. It was really nice to take care of you for every moment. So hope you enjoy all the sessions. And now we'll move for a cruise ride as well in a few minutes. Thank you all.
I feel really privileged to have met all of you and to have been a part of this conference. I hope you all keep in touch. If we made any mistakes, please forgive and forget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this was the dedicated team behind this successful event. And now I would like to invite Shri Vivek Shotia ji, Additional Managing Director, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, Bhopal, to deliver vote of thanks. Let us have a big hand for him.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Madhya Pradesh Tourism, Government of MP, I would like to thank all the delegates, participants from Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, delegates from UNESCO, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Railways, ASI, officials from various states, representatives from universities, academia, heritage experts, civil society, corporates, sabhi ko bahut bahut dhanyawad. Thank you very much for your participation and valuable contribution in this UNESCO regional conference in Bhopal. This conference, as we have seen, will be a significant milestone in promoting the conservation and protection of the cultural and natural heritage in the region. The conference provided a platform for the diverse stakeholders to come together, exchange their ideas, and to chart a path towards harnessing the power of collaborative learning. It will foster an awareness and appreciation and importance of the heritage conservation for the benefit of humanity. The learning and the outcomes, as we have seen in the evening of the conference, including the adoption of a what is called a vision statement for Bhopal, will undoubtedly contribute to the advancing UNESCO's mission to identify, to preserve, and to promote heritage sites around us. And this is also considered to be exceptional value for cultural and natural significance, and this will help us ensure the conservation for our future generation as well. The conference outcome will also help promote sustainable tourism and role of community involvement, as we discussed yesterday in the case studies of Delhi, Mumbai, Kathmandu, in the management of World Heritage Sites. We talked about 50 years of implementation of World Heritage Conventions and way forward for the next 50 years. We discussed about the importance of research and heritage-based academics. We also talked about the roles of civil societies and UNESCO's Creative City Networks and heritage urban landscapes. Building peace in the minds of the people and shaping a better future for all is the ultimate goal of UNESCO. And with this renewed commitment of collaboration and collaborative efforts, we look forward for the positive impacts that this conference will have on the cultural landscape of the region. Special thanks to UNESCO, Juhihan, for providing us this opportunity to host this wonderful gathering, and a big thanks to Team Madhya Pradesh Tourism, both Tourism Board and the Tourism Corporation, our team, Mr. Baghel,
सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Department of Culture and Archaeology, thank you very much for efficiently organizing this event. And at the end, I just want to thank all the participants. I hope you have enjoyed our hospitality and you have visited our glorious heritage site of Sanchi, and you've enjoyed our tribal culture at the Tribal Museum and the morning heritage walk. I think I can request you, and I would like to invite you to explore more about Madhya Pradesh, visit our beautiful state for both its huge tangible as well as the intangible heritage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And now, at the end, I would like to invite you for tea and coffee. But before that, want to give one information that we are skipping Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya visit. So for 10 minutes, you can visit exhibition, which is organized specially for you delegates. And after that, you will be going for a cruise drive, followed by farewell dinner at MPT, Winds and Waves Cottage, Bhopal. Namaskar. Those who are having flights and trains can go to Palash, and bus number 1 is arranged for them. Those who